Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. Once again, I am requesting each one of you that please, if you are outside, come inside. We're about to start this event. जितने लोगों तक मेरी आवाज़ पहुंच रही है, प्लीज़ अंदर आ जाइए. The conference is about to start. Hello, everyone. So for the delegates and visitors, you can scan this and get all the information. So if you have any questions in mind, you can do that. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I said good morning, everyone. You all are here, right? Okay, hello, sir. Okay, can you all smile so we can greet each other? Let us start this beautiful day. All right, so before we move further, let us start with that I want to request each one of you that please stand up at your own place. अपनी अपनी जगह पर खड़े हो जाएं. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now you all have your visiting cards, right? You all have your visiting cards? Okay. Now what you have to do is you have to share your visiting card with each other. And in the last, I mean like after 5 minutes of gap, I'm going to see who has collected more visiting cards going to be the winner. All right. So can we start the networking session a little bit now? All right. All right. Start. You can move from your place to another place, but shake hands, do the introduction, get the information, and share your visiting cards. I'm definitely going to count who has collected more. Last 2 minutes. Nobody has given me visiting card yet. I'm out of network, I guess. Last 1 minute. All right, so we are done with the timings. Time out now. You can take your seats and let me know. A person with the maximum visiting cards. किसके पास सबसे ज्यादा visiting card है? Anyone with 5, 7? You have 7. Anyone with more than 7 visiting cards over here? 7 वाले सर को मैं विनर डिक्लेयर कर दूं. उनसे ज्यादा किसी के पास है? अच्छा सर, आपके पास है कितने? 8 है. ओके, वाओ. आपके पास सर 8? सेम सेम हो गया. 8 से ज्यादा वाले कोई पीछे? हाँ जी. 9. वाओ. 9. ओके, 9 वाले भी दो. 9. okay. 9. We have more number of people who are carrying the 9 visiting cards. More than 9 anyone? 9 से ज्यादा वाले सर आपके पास हैं कितने? 12. क्या बात है. कम टाइम में ज्यादा नेटवर्किंग करना वही सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है आजकल, राइट? तो उसमें 12 से ज्यादा किसी के पास है? एनीवन विद मोर देन 12 नंबर ऑफ विजिटिंग कार्ड्स? एनीवन? हाँ सर बोलिए. 10. सर मैं 12 तो ऑलरेडी कर चुकी हूँ. 12 से कम वाले नहीं, 12 से ज्यादा वाले चाहिए. एनीवन? ओके, सो 12 वाले जिनके पास हैं वो सर के लिए एक बार हम लोग जोरदार तालियां बजवाएंगे. सर आपने सबसे ज्यादा कम टाइम में ज्यादा नेटवर्क बनाया है. दैट इज अ ब्यूटीफुल थिंग, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नाउ डेज, क्योंकि बिना नेटवर्क के तो क्या ही होगा, है ना? डेफिनेटली मैंने कहा कि बिफोर वी स्टार्ट विद दिस ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग सेशन, let us have this networking thing. All right, so are you ready now? Right, you have all energized, you have all charged up, we are all set to start this. So first let me start with the quote of Ed Dewey, that one of the most exciting opportunities created by renewable energy technologies like solar is the ability to help the world's poorest develop faster but more sustainably too. Do you think that this is reality? Do you think that? So can we give the big round of applause for this topic to come in light, because that is very important. No one is thinking about this in that light. But जब कहते हैं कि कोई भी चीज के बारे में जब G20 पर इस टॉपिक पर डिस्कशन हुआ, एंड जो बाय इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस जिन्होंने कहा कि 1 सन 1 वर्ल्ड 1 ग्रिड, सब लोग साथ में मिलकर के जितना है उसका ज्यादा उपयोग करके कैसे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और कैसे आगे ले जा सकते हैं चीजों को, हमारा उतना सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंस प्ले करता है. तो और आगे बढ़ते हैं, और सबसे पहले वी हैव दैट थिंग, एक रिचुअल है कि वेन एवर वी स्टार्ट एनी गुड थिंग तो हम लोग लैंप लाइटिंग करते हैं, दिया जलाते हैं, रोशनी करते हैं. तो दिया जलाने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ श्री किशन कुमार, जनरल मैनेजर NHPC लिमिटेड, मिस्टर हरि बाला सुब्रमण्यम, बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट डायरेक्टर, Janitza Electronics GmbH, Germany, Mr. Samrat Madan, Business Development Manager, DYMO India, Mr. Shantanu Sirsat, Technical Head India, Shenzhen Grovat New Energy Company Limited, Shri Shivendra S. Patial, Deputy General Manager, Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Deputy General Manager, Mr. Bharat Gupta, Mr. Shwetal Shah from Government of Gujarat, and Mr. Mahendra Javeri, our Chief Guest. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ सबका अतिथिगण का स्वागत करेंगे. इन सबको मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ फॉर द लैम्प लाइटिंग। आइए मिल करके हम रोशनी का दिया जलाएं। जितने भी उपस्थित मेहमान हैं जो कह सकते हैं कि ये जो उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना हमारा देश कर रहा है, उसको हम लोग किस तरीके से सब लोग मिल करके एक दूसरे का साथ दे करके सोच कर विचार करके चिंतन करके आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो संकल्प करें, आइए मिल करके दिया जलाएं।
महाकाल सूर्य कोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाल सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। वक्रतुंड महाकाल सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु।
I request please stay near the stage as हम सबको stop the music now, stop the music। मैं जितने भी अतिथिगण हैं सबका स्वागत करना चाहती हूँ। तो सबसे पहले हम लोग स्वागत करेंगे हमारे जो चीफ गेस्ट हैं उनका स्वागत करने के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी ऑन स्टेज मिस्टर भावीन पटेल को, जो स्वागत करेंगे मिस्टर महेंद्र जवेरी हमारे चीफ गेस्ट का। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए उनके लिए। स्टेज पर मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर महेंद्र जवेरी सर। एक बार तालियों के साथ उनको स्वागत करेंगे ऑन स्टेज। सर आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। थैंक यू सो मच। अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर राजेश कोटारिया जी, जो स्वागत करेंगे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात से मिस्टर श्वेतल शाह। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर जिगर सोनी, जो स्वागत करेंगे हमारे इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स से जो आए हैं मिस्टर भरत गुप्ता। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर नीलेश पटेल जी को, जो स्वागत करेंगे श्री शिवेंद्र एस पाटियाल, डेप्यूटी जनरल मैनेजर फ्रॉम SJVN ग्रीन एनर्जी लिमिटेड। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे सर का ऑन स्टेज। अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर रोमित पटेल, जो स्वागत करेंगे मिस्टर शांतनु शिरसाट, टेक्निकल हेड इंडिया, शेंजन ग्रोवाट न्यू एनर्जी कंपनी लिमिटेड। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर करण पटेल, जो स्वागत करेंगे, जो हमारे यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया से डेप्यूटी जनरल मैनेजर मिस्टर राजेश कुमार। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। थैंक यू सो मच। अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस ट्विंकल को, जो स्वागत करेंगी बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट मैनेजर डाइमो इंडिया मिस्टर सम्राट मदन। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर अमित कुमार जी, जो स्वागत करेंगे मिस्टर हरि बाला सुब्रमण्यम, बिजनेस डेवलपमेंट डायरेक्टर जेनिट्जा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स जीएमबीएच जर्मनी। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच। एंड नाउ आई वांट टू इनवाइट डॉक्टर शिल्पा पटेल, जो कि स्वागत करेंगी श्री कृष्ण कुमार, जनरल मैनेजर एनएचपीसी लिमिटेड। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। थैंक यू सो मच। अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर सचिन शाह। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ मिस्टर सचिन शाह का हम स्वागत करेंगे, और उनका स्वागत करने के लिए मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर नीलेश पटेल को। थैंक यू सो मच। तो बातें तो बहुत होती हैं हर जगह पर कि भाई बातें होंगी, लेकिन बातों से ही बातें बनती भी है। तो आज भी ऐसी कुछ बातें करेंगे, और बहुत सारे जो कह सकते हैं कि जो आपका फील्ड है, जो डिपार्टमेंट है, इसके बारे में, जो फ्यूचर है उसके बारे में जिन्होंने ऑलरेडी विजुअलाइज कर लिया है। क्योंकि कोई भी चीज़ होती है वो सबसे पहले कहाँ शुरू होती है, तो दिमाग में शुरू होती है, और सब लोग मिलकर फिर चिंतन करते हैं, तब उसका सॉल्यूशन आता है। तो वैसा ही कुछ आज भी होने वाला है। तो डेफिनेटली दिस डे इज़ गोइंग टू बी वेरी इंफॉर्मेटिव। तो डेफिनेटली आपको एकदम अलर्ट रहना है, अपने माइंड को एकदम ओपन रखना है, जितना ज्ञान ले सके उतना ले लीजिए। तो आगे बढ़ते हैं, और सबसे पहले मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस विषय पर जो बातें कही हैं वो हम सब लोग सुने। तो उसके लिए मैं चाहती हूँ कि एक वीडियो प्ले करें।
the states of India, Gujarat accounts for 9.7 gigawatts of installed capacity of wind power projects, an impressive 23.2% of total installations of the country, being the first to announce wind power policy. Also, the first state to declare solar power policy. A gamut of people-oriented schemes encompassing every conceivable renewable energy potential are being implemented by Gujarat. Domestic solar rooftop on government buildings, institutional biogas plants, LED tube lights in government primary schools, star-rated fans in government primary schools, plastic waste management by Sakhi Mandals, solar water heating systems, improved crematoria, subsidy to students for battery-operated e-vehicles. Gujarat has been the recent recipient of
Awards of high repute at the 8th Foundation Day of the Association of Renewable Energy Agencies of States. In India's rapid march towards becoming a $5 trillion economy, Gujarat is suitably geared to convert challenges into opportunities with renewable energy, green jobs, e-mobility, climate action startups, investor-friendly policies, ease of doing business, and a gamut of other opportunities. To emphasize the theme of the universal sense of oneness, one earth, one family, one future.
So you have seen that how government is very concerned about this topic and they are supporting in each and everything connected with it. So उज्जवल भविष्य की कामना में जब सरकार साथ हो तो वो और ज़्यादा आसान हो जाता है. तो और आगे बढ़ते हैं और अब मैं आपको लेकर चलती हूँ उनके पास. So now it's time to introduce the innovator, visualizer of this event, Mr. Bhavin Patel. Is Chief Editor of Industrial Electricals and passionate about supporting business with his vast knowledge and experience. Please welcome Mr. Bhavin Patel on stage, everybody. Come on.
Thank you everyone and thank you Zoe for the introduction. और मित्रों सब हम लोग यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए बिजनेस के लिए. ये गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी भी है एंड गुजराती तो लोग बोलते हैं ना कि खून में बिजनेस है. Am I right? आवाज थोड़ो ओछो आवे छे. Am I right? Absolutely. So now it is pulling the 100% energy into this. So just give you the brief about the event जिसमें हम लोगों ने ये जो इवेंट का कंसेप्चुअलाइजेशन किया था कि क्लीन एनर्जी की जब हम बात करते हैं, आपने ऑलरेडी देखा कि गुजरात इज ऑलरेडी लीडिंग द वे, बट वी हैव मच मोर पोटेंशियल अवेलेबल इन द मार्केट जो शायद हम लोगों को नहीं दिखता है. सो एवरी फील्ड एक्सपर्ट अवेलेबल हियर हमको एक्सपर्टीज से गाइड करेंगे कि क्या बिजनेस पोटेंशियल हमारे लिए है और हम कितना और आगे बढ़ सकते हैं इसके अंदर, बिकॉज हमारे खून में बिजनेस है और बिजनेस हम कहीं भी कर सकते हैं. यही बिजनेस के लिए ये इवेंट का एक कंसेप्चुलाइजेशन हुआ था जो आज स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं हम लोग. दिस इज फर्स्ट काइंड ऑफ इवेंट और इससे हमारा पर्पस यही है कि आप ऑफलाइन मोड में भी फ्यूचर में भी हम लोग आपको सपोर्ट देते रहें ताकि वो बिजनेस आगे ग्रो करता रहे. सो मैं ज्यादा वक्त नहीं लूंगा आपका क्योंकि हमारे पास बहुत सारे एक्सपर्ट हैं जो इसके बारे में बहुत अच्छे से आपको बता सकते हैं.
और आगे बढ़ते हैं.
For the next generation. if you wonder if something is sustainable, you can ask yourself, can we do this over and over again forever? Sustainable development means that we need to keep three things in mind: social progress, and climate and environment.
Forest and the sun. We have minds that can create the strangest and most creative things. But for us to be the best versions of ourselves, there are certain things that must be in order, like having equal opportunities to education, safety, food, and medicine. This provides greater opportunities for us as human beings, but also for the planet. We just have to think in new ways. These three must work together. That is sustainable development. And there's actually a plan for this. All the countries of the United Nations have agreed on a joint plan for sustainable development. But for the plan to work, we need to cooperate, and we need you to be on board. Are you with us?
So you have seen the importance and how we all have to work together to get there. हमको वहां पहुंचने के लिए साथ में बहुत कुछ काम करना होगा. तो अब मैं और आगे बढ़ती हूँ और मैं इनवाइट करती हूँ ऑन स्टेज हमारे जो गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर हैं कि आई बिलीव दैट ही वाज बोर्न अमेजिंगली यूनिक एंड देयर इज ग्रेटनेस इन हिम. To me, a necessary condition of true success is helping others succeed. When we have thought of starting this event, he has guided us for everything. He is still active like a teenage and travels a lot. He has done many transformations throughout his journey and still continues to do the same. He is not only a businessman, energetic consultant, transparent and bespoke media representative too. Let me not waste more time. Please welcome with huge round of applause Mr. Mahendra Javeri. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ सर का स्वागत करेंगे ऑन स्टेज to say few words. आपके नॉलेज के खजाने में से कुछ बातें आज हम भी सुनेंगे और सीखेंगे.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is an event when we are just passing through a big shift of changes in every sector, in every field, starting from spirituality to industries. This event may highlight something special for each of us and we can be a part of new creations. Let's all join hands together and move to the new direction. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच. और अब आगे बढ़ते हैं हम लोग कुछ और बातों के साथ. सो गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट ओनली इन सपोर्टिंग रोल बट नाउ can transfer our vision into reality with highly ambitious targets and vision to save environment. So, Mr. Shwetal Shah has done a lot of awareness for climate change and very active, supportive, and he is humble to everyone. Shwetal Shah serves as a technical advisor on climate change for the government of Gujarat with a focus on climate policy, adaptation, mitigation and finance. He is a driving force behind various initiatives related to renewable energy, electric vehicles and climate awareness campaigns. He spreads the climate change department with renewable energy policies, state action plan on climate change, Covenant of Mayors of Gujarat, promotion of electric vehicles in Gujarat, national and international collaborations and statewide climate change awareness campaigns. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Please join me to welcome Mr. Shwetal Shah.
Thank you. So good morning, friends. So today, first I would like to congratulate the entire team of Industrial Outlook for organizing this gathering, and I really wish that the efforts of Mr. Bhavin Patel, Pradeep, and the entire team get good success. The motive for today's conference is basically to push the renewable energy that we require for our country. So as all of us know, and we have seen in the video today, that our Honorable Prime Minister has very eloquently spoken on India's ambition of renewable energy and the energy transition. So day before yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister was speaking at the first India Energy Forum held in Bangalore, and he reiterated our decarbonization pathway. So how India is going to achieve this pathway is through the renewable energy, because the green hydrogen or whatever new ways to achieve decarbonization has its roots in solar energy, wind energy, for which we have very abundant potential in our country. And International Solar Alliance is one of the key initiative of India of this century that has spread the awareness and the usefulness of solar energy across the world. So we are really proud that Gujarat happens to be the first and foremost state in installation of solar rooftop in very massive way. We have achieved more than 19 gigawatt of installed capacity as of now, and we all can see that Gujarat will surpass 50 gigawatt in next 2 years with the very enthusiastic participation of all EPC players and all people who are supporting this initiative. Our Honorable Prime Minister has said that India will have millions of solar rooftop installed in couple of years by now, and a great push is being given by Government of India for solar rooftop. Gujarat has already achieved almost 500,000 solar rooftop in the country, and we are number one in solar rooftop installation. And we are also moving towards the electric vehicle, and for that again we will require energy as a source. So the entire energy basket is moving towards the decarbonization, and when we want to achieve our say net zero pathway or our Panchamrit ambitions, then I think this momentum is what we require, and we have seen that how collective efforts has made the entire renewable energy so affordable. Earlier, we know that it used to be considered as a luxury to have renewable energy, but now it has become commercially viable. It is performing so well, and really we see that how every single engineer, every single person who go and work very hard in the ambient temperature, in very harsh environmental condition, and make our future sustainable, make future of our children safe, and make our earth habitable. So this is a very I think pious commercial activity that not only gives energy independence to India, but it also gives a life to our future generation. And therefore, I believe that as many as of you can give a word of mouth to it, even the people who have installed those renewable energy installations can speak it well than even me, because they have seen the benefits of the installation of renewable energy bill, and they also get economic reward of it. So this type of holistic policy, I think, is only right now in this field of renewable energy that government pushes, and I think it has created very win-win situation for every stakeholder, and so I really wish that the more awareness of it should be passed on. And even in the union budget, our government of India has also given a very great highlight, because earlier it used to be focus on say a disinvestment plan of government and so on and so forth, but this year we have seen that how government has also very clearly put its mandate on the infrastructure growth on the renewable energy, on the decarbonization pathway. So the experience, the expertise, the talent that we have, the skill development that we require in this sector is, I think, a mammoth, and this is just a beginning, and we can see a very huge potential lying before us, and how we can go and make things more efficient, more sustainable. So not only renewable energy, at the same time energy efficiency, water efficiency, and also respecting food, that is also going to make us all more livable. Our honorable Prime Minister has also recently launched global mission of lifestyle for environment at the Statue of Unity in presence of United Nations Secretary General. So this is also going to be a very big mass movement of lifestyle for environment, and I think the Indian lifestyle, what efficiency we have in our lifestyle, is benchmark for other countries, and particularly for the Western world. Because of their high CO2 emission, their life has become miserable, and we see that a farmer puts so much effort in growing the food, and when it comes to our plate, we do not honor it, and we just waste so much food that not only creates the disturbance in the supply chain or the poor people who really require that food, but it also creates methane emission when it is wasted and it goes into the dump. So I think an awareness can only resolve this issue, because government cannot control the amount of food that is required in your plate, but it is, as a citizen, it is our humble responsibility that at least a small beginning that we can do at home is the saving of water, saving of food, and do not waste energy or whatever resource which has been bestowed to us by the nature, by the God. So this is what the message for today, and I hope that the spirit will be there, and you will take this cause forward with all your efforts, with all your commercial and professional interest, but this is entirely in the interest of the nation and interest of the nature. Thank you.
सो वेरी इम्पॉर्टेंट कंक्लूजन वाली जो लाइन थी सर की कि इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर नेशन एंड इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर नेचर. So that is very important that we are taking each and everything together and moving forward. So moving towards our next speaker, if you can have any questions, you can ask. अगर आपके दिमाग में इस सर की जो स्पीच है उसमें कोई भी क्वेश्चंस वगैरह हैं तो डेफिनेटली आप पूछ सकते हैं. किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना है दिमाग में तो प्लीज पूछ सकते हैं. एनीवन इज देयर जिसको क्वेश्चन हो? अभी नहीं तो बाद में भी आप पूछ सकते हैं. वी आर आंसरेबल टू यू. तो कोई भी जब स्पीच हो रही है तो उसके बाद क्वेश्चन आंसर्स आपको पूछने हैं, क्वेश्चंस पूछने, आपकी जवाब दिया जाएगा जो भी अगर आपको कोई भी तरीके की दिक्कत हो. सो नाउ मूविंग फॉरवर्ड एंड let me now call on stage the man who is passionate about clean and green energy. His journey started 2 decades ago when renewable energy was a dream for everyone. He had started from scratch and worked very closely with not only government but the entire ecosystem. He is also member and active contributor of Samast Vaishnav Vanik Parivar, FEDSME and GCCI. Please welcome flag bearer Mr. Sachin Shah. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे सर का ऑन स्टेज.
Thank you, ma'am, for this lovely introduction. Well, I'm going to talk about what the industry is the same which was earlier before 2003. Everybody are same before 2003. What has changed after 2003? I'm going to talk about that. And it's really an interesting story because I was also a learner at that point in time. And when we started this journey, government of Gujarat, I remember Modi ji coming in during those time, and he was so passionate about the solar energy, renewable energy, and sustainability. What we call sustainability in just one sentence. What we call is sustainability. Sustainability is the energy, renewable energy, which is available in abundance. Whatever we have, we reuse, recycle, is sustainability. Like solar energy, wind energy, tidal energy, there are, various ways. I think Svetal Bhai has already spoken and he has touched about the Mission Life, which is just launched by Pradhan Mantri ji. So I'll just touch upon a few examples, but the starting that I would like to go ahead is the political approach that changed, the bureaucratic approach that changed from 2003. And that is what I want to highlight. Because the same industry were already there in 2001 also. The same industry were already there in 1999 also. But what changed was the political and the bureaucratic approach. And how it changed? How it changed? Let me give you a classic example. Government of Gujarat used to give 90% subsidy on solar water heating system. जो सोलर वाटर हीटिंग सिस्टम के अंदर 90% सब्सिडी मिलता था, वो सब्सिडी में 100 रुपए का प्रोडक्ट था. बट द कंज्यूमर यूज टू गेट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात के जितने भी इंस्टीट्यूशन थे, उस इंस्टीट्यूशन में उसको सेल किया जाता था 10% में. मतलब 10 रुपए में वो 100 रुपए की चीज खरीदते थे. अब जब 5 साल के बाद उसका मेंटेनेंस की बारी आती थी, तो जो ऑफिसर बैठा हुआ है वहां पे, उसके दिमाग में ये बात है कि उसने 10 रुपए में ये चीज खरीदी हुई है. नाउ एनी प्रोडक्ट आफ्टर 5 years or 4 years of its lifetime will have a maintenance cost. And when you talk about a maintenance cost, जो 10 रुपए की चीज उन्होंने खरीदी थी, उसके ऊपर अगर 10 रुपया उनको मेंटेनेंस करना होता था, तो nobody used to do maintenance. इज इट कैपिटल कॉस्ट ही 10 रुपया थी, आज अगर आप 10 रुपए की बात कर रहे हो तो हम आपको फ्री में ये प्रोडक्ट जो है वो 10 रुपए में बेच देते, उससे अच्छा है. एंड दे नेवर डिड द मेंटेनेंस. नाउ द इश्यू वाज दैट these systems were installed in government institutions, or government institutions were driven by the IAS officers and the officers of government of Gujarat. अब ऑफिसर्स के दिमाग में यही बात, जब भी सर्किट हाउस में जाएंगे तो गर्म पानी तो आता नहीं है क्योंकि वो सोलार नहीं काम कर रहा. सो सोलार हैड अ वेरी बैड नेम prior to this. What changed? What changed? 2005 में हमें मौका मिला एनर्जी सेक्रेटरी के साथ एक मीटिंग करने का. फॉर्चुनेटली आई वाज द डायरेक्टर एंड बिजनेस हेड फॉर ममता एनर्जी, वेयर वी डेवलप्ड इंडियाज फर्स्ट सोलर थर्मल एयर कंडीशनिंग सिस्टम. एंड आई वाज वेरी फॉर्चुनेट दैट नरेंद्र भाई मोदी inaugurated, the then chief minister inaugurated the system. And we were invited कि भाई आप हमारा जो 5th फ्लोर है पूरा का पूरा सोलर एसी के ऊपर करना है. और उस दौरान हमारा एनर्जी सेक्रेटरी के साथ एक मीटिंग हुआ और हमने एक रिक्वेस्ट किया था गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात, सर इस मेंटालिटी को चेंज करना पड़ेगा. अनलेस एंड अंटिल दिस मेंटालिटी गेट्स चेंज, nothing is going to happen, because whatever file moves from bottom to top, the top is never convinced. और जब वो कन्विंस नहीं है तो वो प्रोडक्ट जो है वो प्रोजेक्ट वहीं पे अटक जाता है. So the first thing that we were asked, and we were we were fortunate that we had a very good leadership. तो लीडरशिप ने पूछा कि भाई आपको करना क्या है. बोला साहब सबसे पहला माइंडसेट चेंज करना है तो सबसे पहले क्या करना पड़ेगा, गुजरात गवर्नमेंट के जितने भी ऑफिसर्स हैं उनको अगर कन्विंस करना है तो सबसे पहले उनके घर में सिस्टम लगाओ. और उनके घर में एक बार सिस्टम लगेगा ना तो वो खुद समझेंगे कि भाई ये चीज अच्छी चल रही है. उनके घर में अगर वो यूज कर रहे हैं तो 101% देन इट इज गोइंग टू परकोलेट डाउन द वे लाइन. एंड इट स्टार्टेड. Basically, solar is my passion, so out of curiosity, I'm giving you this idea, I'm sharing you this few views. तो वो चेंज हो गया. वो माइंडसेट ऐसा चेंज करने के लिए सबसे पहली दिक्कत क्या थी कि भाई nobody wanted, everybody was using electrical geysers. तो सोलार किसी को लगाना ही नहीं था. तो फिर सेक्रेटरी साहब ने मैंडेट कर दिया कि भाई हर एक के घर में सोलर वाटर हीटिंग सिस्टम लगाना है मैंडेटरी. और सोलर वाटर हीटिंग सिस्टम लगाना है मैंडेटरी उतना नहीं है, मैंडेटरी लगाने के बाद वो सोलर जितने भी गीजर लगे हुए थे सारे के सारे गीजरों निकलवा दिए. नाउ दे हैव नो ऑप्शन लेफ्ट. सो सोलर वाटर हीटिंग सिस्टम शुरू हो गया. जब सोलर वाटर हीटिंग सिस्टम उनके घर में लगना शुरू हो गया, सबके घर में सब यूज करना शुरू कर दिए, फिर तो बात खत्म हो गई. देन दे वर अवेयर अबाउट दिस सिस्टम. इन्हें भी सिस्टम तो चल रहा है. There is some other problem. You people are not maintaining the system. That is why the system started. All these things started. So this is how this solar water heating system started. Like चल तो बहुत पहले से था. 1985 में भी सिस्टम लगी थी. तो सिस्टम्स तो बहुत सारी चल रही थी, लेकिन ब्यूरोक्रेटिक अप्रोच जो है चेंज होना शुरू हुआ. दैट वाज इन 2007, 8, 5, 6. So this is how the bureaucratic change started, in government of Gujarat. Number 1. Number 2. आज की डेट में आप देखिए सोलर रूफटॉप सिस्टम या सोलर सिस्टम की बात करते हैं हम लोग, सोलर ग्रिड सिस्टम की बात करते हैं. I was very fortunate to work with Mr. Pranav Mehta is not there. Late Pranav Mehta, he just passed away. He was the father of, you can say he was the father of the solar energy industry. And हमारी इंडस्ट्री के अंदर अगर किसी ने कोई काम किया हुआ है, इस I would like to pay tribute to him from this podium. उन्होंने हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लिए जबरदस्त काम किया हुआ है अवेयरनेस के लिए, मिस्टर प्रणव मेहता. I remember that I was the general secretary and he was the president for Gujarat Solar Association. We started. And we were the first one. Gujarat government was to come up with JNNSM शुरू होने वाला था, जवाहरलाल नेहरू नेशनल सोलर मिशन, एंड पैरेलली गुजरात वाज टू लॉन्च दी सोलर पॉलिसी. सो गुजरात का पहला ड्राफ्ट जो है वो पहला गुजरात का ड्राफ्ट आया, और उसके बाद जवाहरलाल नेहरू नेशनल सोलर मिशन का ड्राफ्ट आया. बट गुजरात सोलर पॉलिसी वाज, जो ड्राफ्टिंग था वो ड्राफ्टिंग पहले गुजरात में हुआ था. जवाहरलाल नेहरू नेशनल सोलर मिशन का टोटल जो कैपेसिटी था उसके सामने 3 times द कैपेसिटी वाज फॉर गुजरात ओनली. Fortunately, our leadership was, we had a visionary leader, and he knew about everything. He said that जब तक गवर्नमेंट इसमें इनिशिएटिव नहीं लेगा, प्राइवेट पार्टीज विल नॉट टेक इनिशिएटिव्स. सो द फर्स्ट चार्ज वाज गिवन टू PDPU, पंडित दीनदयाल पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी वाज ओपन. अब पेट्रोलियम यूनिवर्सिटी को चार्ज दिया गया कि भाई आपको 1 मेगावाट का सोलर पावर प्लांट करना है. That was the first power plant concept to commission in Gujarat. And that 1 megawatt was a trial case where we adopted about 4 different technologies. Thin film, polycrystalline, monocrystalline, and high efficiency cells. सारे चार अलग अलग टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करके एक पूरा 1 मेगावाट का प्लांट गांधीनगर के अंदर. एंड दैट टू द लैंड विच इज वेरी हाई कॉस्ट लैंड, बहुत जबरदस्त हाई कॉस्ट लैंड वाली जो प्रोजेक्ट है वहां ये साइट के ऊपर किया गया है. सी दिस इज हाउ यू नो, अनलेस इट कम्स फ्रॉम यू, जो लीडरशिप है वो लीडरशिप जब तक ये सारी डिसीजन नहीं लेगी ना तब तक ये सारी चीजें होने वाली नहीं. एंड व्हाई वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस टुडे, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस टुडे इज U20 summit is parallelly going on. Almost about 20 countries और 20 जो countries है उनके मेयर, कमिश्नर and senior municipal councillors are here in Gujarat today, and they are also witnessing the sustainability in Gujarat. They are going to see the riverfront. They are going to see how we are doing the green energy, green corridors. हम लोग जो हमारे जो रास्ते हैं, सारे रास्तों के ऊपर जो हमने ग्रीन ट्रीज जो है उसको हाईलाइट किया गया है. अगर आप आज शाम को कभी विजिट करें तो प्लीज विजिट इन अहमदाबाद एंड सी हाउ ग्रीनरीज आर हाईलाइटेड, बिकॉज that's one part of sustainability. I'm talking to you, I'm not going out of my context, but I'm trying to bring in the parallel things that are happening right now. जो पहले हुआ था वो ये 4 चीजें हुई थी जिसकी वजह से आज हम देख रहे हैं कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी शुरू हो पाया. 2008 में जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स है उन्होंने बिलीव करना शुरू कर दिया कि भाई नहीं, ये दिस टेक्नोलॉजी इज एक्सेप्टेबल. Now, once this technology was acceptable, what were the bottlenecks? The bottlenecks there were a lot of bottlenecks during this entire journey. To be very honest with you, when we started the solar rooftop program, I remember the first, the solar rooftop meter, they had given a target of 180 days. आज मैं अगर एप्लीकेशन करता हूं तो मेरा नेट मीटर लगने का जो टाइम है वो 180 डेज था, एंड टुडे इट इज लेस देन 15 डेज टाइम. It is less than 15 days time. Today if I apply for solar rooftop system and I apply for net metering, I get net metering within 15 days time at my place. And this is the change from 2014 to as of today. 2014 was the first program that was launched for solar grid connected rooftop systems. अगर आप बात करो रूफटॉप सिस्टम्स की तो गुजरात के अंदर जो रूफटॉप सिस्टम्स लगी है दैट इज अबाउट 3,61,000, precisely 3,61,000 homes are already covered for solar rooftop systems. 3,61,000 घरों में सोलर लग चुका है। और 3,61,000 घरों के सामने पूरे हिंदुस्तान के अंदर अगर आप बात करें तो पूरे हिंदुस्तान में आज की डेट में 40,000 घरों में सोलर लगा हुआ है। रेस्ट ऑफ इंडिया except Gujarat. So Gujarat has done 90% of work in terms of residential rooftop systems. I'm talking about residential rooftop systems. And Gujarat is being followed by now rest of the states. The biggest hurdle in this journey was DISCOMs. We talk about DISCOMs. DISCOMs always treated this as their competition, because they were selling at about 7.5 rupees or 8 rupees a unit, 7 rupees and 25 paisa. As of today, it is about 7 rupees and 25 paisa. And industries, the tariff is as high as about 9 rupees. Now, if you talk about the residential rooftop system and this system, rooftop system, the DISCOMs were treating this as a competition, and that is why the meters were not getting installed. Bidirectional meters were not getting installed. They thought that अगर ये सोलर लगाना शुरू कर दिया और ये सोलर जनरेशन करना शुरू कर दिया तो हम क्या करेंगे? But actually solar is complementing. वेरी ऑनेस्टली सोलर इज कॉम्प्लीमेंटिंग. आपको पता है कि आज की डेट में टेल एंड प्रोजेक्ट्स अभी जो गुजरात में लगने वाले हैं या लग रहे हैं अभी गुजरात के अंदर, गुजरात गवर्नमेंट इज कमिंग आउट विद कुसुम सी नाउ. अर्लियर देयर वाज अ स्कीम व्हिच वाज जस्ट अभी कुछ ड्यू टू सम टेक्निकल रीजन वो स्कीम फेल हो गया, स्मॉल स्केल डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड रूफटॉप ग्राउंड माउंटेड प्रोजेक्ट्स का. बिकॉज ऑफ द बजट इश्यूज वो स्कीम आगे नहीं बढ़ पाया. But Kusum C is coming out, and Kusum C is again the same thing. It's a tail end projects which are to be installed on government ground mounted on ground. ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है ये प्रोजेक्ट वहां लगने वाले हैं ग्राउंड के ऊपर जहां आपकी सब स्टेशंस है. सब स्टेशन में जब पावर जाता है तो उस पावर को वहां पे उसी जगह पे बूस्ट किया जाएगा एंड उसी एरिया के अंदर उस पावर को डे टाइम में एग्रीकल्चर में फीड किया जाएगा. सो दिस is going to be one of the very good concept which government of Gujarat has already taken an initiative, and the tendering already is being done. मैं actually I took you all upon, you know, I'm touching this all areas only for giving an insight about what is happening right now in Gujarat. And अभी तक में गुजरात में क्या क्या हुआ है, and this is what, you know, I would like to share at this point in time. Anyone, if you have any questions related to this particular topic, are always welcome. Thank you very much for this. You know, I wanted to give you much more insight, but we have a limitation of time, and I think I'm already done. Thank you.
Question, please. Can we have mic वहाँ पे? और भी किसी के दिमाग में क्वेश्चंस हैं तो पूछ सकते हैं आप लोग.
Hello.
We're getting another mic, sir.
It's now working. Right. Namaskar, sir. Myself Krishna Kumar, General Manager from NHPC. In the last point, you had covered something about Kusum C. May I know what is the current status of the tender you were telling about it, and what your company is doing in this field?
Kusum C tenders are already floated. They are already tenders. कुछ tenders जो है वो अभी चल रहे हैं, कुछ tenders already close हो चुके हैं. जो लैंड है वो लैंड आपको प्रोक्योर करना है और आपको वहाँ पे पावर प्लांट लगाना है. गवर्नमेंट इज गोइंग टू बाय द पावर. they already bid, and the lowest bid that is received is about 3 rupees and 23 paise or 3 rupees and 25 paise, in which government is inclined to buy the power as of today, what I understand. I'm not government, part of government or any other thing, but this is what we foresee that this is going to likely to happen. The PPAs are yet to be signed and the modalities are under finalization stage as of today. So
I want to ask one more question just related to कुसुम कि इन महाराष्ट्र में मैं देखता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में जो कुसुम का जो भी आता है प्रोजेक्ट उसमें लैंड हैज बीन प्रोवाइडेड बाय द गवर्नमेंट, वो आइडेंटिफाइड रहता है कि आपका ये लिस्ट ऑफ लैंड्स अवेलेबल है जो लीज पे रीजनेबल यूं ही ₹1 या जस्ट लाइक दिया जाता है। ये गुजरात में इस तरह का अगर ऑप्शन लगा दैट विल बी बेनिफिशियल एंड इनकरेजेबल फॉर द जो भी आते हैं इन्वेस्टर्स आते हैं। महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल ऐसा नहीं किया जाता है कि आप लैंड आपको परचेस करना है और जस्ट पीपीए साइन होगा। महाराष्ट्र में लैंड अवेलेबल रहता है और बाकायदा मेंशन होता है जो लैंड अवेलेबल है वो हार्डली मैक्सिमम 2 to 2.5 किलोमीटर 11 kV की जो लैंड्स होती है वो अवेलेबल होती है। दैट इज वेरी गुड इंसेंटिव, चूंकि इसलिए हम लोग एनएचपीसी या एसजेवीएनएल जो भी होते हैं महाराष्ट्र की तरफ ज्यादा इंक्लाइंड होते हैं कंपेयर टू दैट गुजरात। तो यू कैन टेल अबाउट दैट।
there's slightly difference in Gujarat and Maharashtra. Number one, the uptime of grid in Maharashtra and uptime of grid in Gujarat. 99.9% you get in Gujarat uptime. अच्छा, दूसरा महाराष्ट्र में और गुजरात के अंदर जो गुजरात में जो इन्वेस्टर्स है, इन्वेस्टमेंट का जो प्रोग्राम है वो प्रोग्राम गुजरात गवर्नमेंट ने ऐसा फ्रेम किया है कि भाई जो आपका खेडूत है उस खेडूत को भी आप साथ में रख के इस प्रोग्राम के अंदर पार्टिसिपेट कीजिए। सो दे हैव अलाउड द लीज आल्सो, लॉन्ग टर्म लीज आल्सो, दे हैव अलाउड द लॉन्ग टर्म लीज इन दिस पर्टिकुलर कुसुम सी पार्ट सी। उसके अलावा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात हैज ऑलरेडी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात का जो उन्होंने क्या किया है कि सब स्टेशंस आइडेंटिफाई कर दी है। अब सारे कौन से सब स्टेशन के ऊपर कितना पावर अवेलेबल है, वो कितना ले सकते हैं, इंटेक कितना अवेलेबल है, उसके बारे में भी पूरी वेबसाइट के ऊपर उन्होंने सारी जानकारी दे दी है। अब आपको ये करना है कि आपको अगर इन्वेस्ट करना है तो आपको उस कस्टमर किसी खेडूत के साथ आपको मिल के इसके अंदर एसपीवी बना के आपको इन्वेस्ट करना है और इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करना है और आपको रिवर्स बिडिंग में पार्टिसिपेट करना है, बिडिंग में ही पार्टिसिपेट करना है एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी गिवन थ्रू बिडिंग प्रोसेस ओनली। It is not going to be given to anyone on priority or merit basis. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जो भी है सब कुछ ट्रांसपेरेंट बिडिंग प्रोसेस के थ्रू हो रहा है गुजरात में।
Of course, it's transparent, but land should be shall also be available provided by the government of Gujarat or state.
I think there are parcels available for long term lease by government. They have identified and they have done that. बट मोस्टली गुजरात के अंदर कुसुम सी के अंदर ये चीज नहीं है। कुसुम सी के अंदर शायद ऐसा है कि भाई जो भी खेडूत है वो खेडूत भी साथ में रह के किसी के साथ रह के कर सकता है। सो वील हैव टू, आई नो दैट मच। उससे ज्यादा मेरे ख्याल से शायद वी हैव मिस्टर कुन शाह, वी इज गोइंग टू बी हियर फॉर सम अदर प्रोजेक्ट, बट ही is very well familiar with this, so probably he would be able to more guide on this. Thank you, sir. Thank you, friends. If any...
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please take mic over there. वहाँ पर सर को question है. Mic. Someone from the team can help.
Hello, sir. Yuvraj Singh Udawat, sir. My name. Sir, are you seeing any changes in residential rooftop system, or how will it take Gujarat to cover entire residential rooftop system?
As far as residential rooftop system is concerned, Gujarat is already leading the way forward for the entire nation. And yes, we do foresee some changes. We do foresee some hybrid, hybrid technology coming in, hybrid systems coming in. So there are inverters which are, अभी गुजरात के अंदर क्या है कि हाइब्रिड को GERC ने अलाउ किया नहीं है, हाइब्रिड सिस्टम को GERC ने अभी तक पॉलिसी में अलाउ किया नहीं है. सो वी लुक फॉरवर्ड दैट गुजरात गवर्नमेंट इनकॉर्पोरेट द hybridization of grid connected rooftop solar systems. So what I'm talking about the hybridization is that there are inverters available which can, in case of power failure, can power your house also by limiting, not allowing the power going to the grid. So your house can be a standalone house. There are inverters available, but unfortunately we are not able to sell it in Gujarat because there's no policy for hybrid solar rooftop system. So we foresee that there will be very near future there will be the change, and we will be able to install this kind of rooftop systems. So this is something which we emphasize. Otherwise, the Gujarat is already a leader. Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you.
One more question. So this is going to be the last question for this session.
So I really want to thank Sachin Bhai for the wonderful session. But my question is, what are the opportunities you are seeing for the solar rooftop market in the rural region? So urban has accepted solar rooftop a lot. What is about the rural market?
Well, that's a very challenging question. I don't know whether you people are aware or not. The first thing that has changed is that rural is no longer a rural in Gujarat, because अगर आप बात करें last year तक Patan was in rural area, now it is under urban area. Visnagar and Vadnagar were into rural area, now those are in urban areas. Even the Manipur and Ghuma from here, which is about 15 kilometers, was earlier the rural area, is now into urban area category for government. So, urbanization is happening very fast at this point in time. For rural, yes, there are a lot of challenges. The first challenge is that the power for first 50 units or 100 units is subsidized. So that is the biggest challenge, that payback, when you talk about the payback calculation to a subsidy in a rural area, the biggest challenge is, yes, there are 8-10 people always in one village. There are 8 to 10 people who are already above middle class, and they would install the solar very easily. But when you talk about the rural and middle below middle class kind of a situation, they are already into a subsidized rate of unit. So there we are facing the difficulties and challenges into installing the solar rooftop in remote areas. But yes, I'm very sure that government of Gujarat has already taken an initiative this year, that they have done separately incentivize the rural installations. So they have already given some additional tariff to EPCs for installing the solar into rural areas. And probably what I foresee is that there will be some sort of a subsidy change also next year for rural areas, because unless and until you incentivize more into rural areas, people are not going to accept it. So that's something what we foresee, and we would suggest government of Gujarat to take some initiative, particularly on rural areas. Thank you, Romit bhai. Thank you.
Thank you so much. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए. So very encouraging and very informative session. Moving forward to our next speaker, Mr. Kunj Shah is the founder, promoter of Zodiac Energy Limited, a NSC and BSc listed corporate, and one of the national leaders in solar EPC space. He has more than 30 years of experience in the field of energy and specialization in EPC of solar PV power plants, diesel and gas engine based captive and co-generation power plants, and solar PV and thermal power station. Please join me to welcome Mr. Kunj Shah on stage. जोरदार तालियां सर के लिए.
Good morning, friends. Can I have my presentation ready? I'm going to speak on hydrogen, green hydrogen, a roadmap for India, opportunities and challenges. Hello. Thanks. Next slide, please. So, friends, I'm going to cover these topics. What is green hydrogen? What are the applications? What is the decarbonization potential of green hydrogen? What is our roadmap for green hydrogen economy? Mission components, opportunities in electrolysis, and then transportation of hydrogen, storage, challenges, and possible risk management. Next slide, please. Friends, as you all aware, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi has pledged that India will achieve net zero carbon footprint by 2070. So, in order to meet these targets of decarbonization, green hydrogen will play a vital role. Since India is blessed with ample resources for renewable energy like solar and wind, India is emerging as one of the most attractive destinations for investment in renewable. It is one of the fastest growing renewable energy market in the world. To capitalize on this, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi announced the National Hydrogen Mission, just in line of National Solar Mission in 2009 was announced by Government of India, and then again it was reworked in 2014. Same way, National Hydrogen Mission is announced on 15th August 2021 for making the green hydrogen as an utmost priority. This mission aims to make India a global hub for production, utilization, and export of green hydrogen and its derivatives. Next slide, please. So, what is green hydrogen? Historically, hydrogen is the oldest gas we are working with. Initially, before the discovery of natural gas and petroleum gas, our forefathers were working with hydrogen gas. Eventually, with introduction of natural gas and petroleum gas, hydrogen went into back burner. So why now again we are having a fancy with hydrogen? So hydrogen is a clean gas. It has water as its byproduct. It is only the carbon-free gas which can produce energy. It is being producible from cleaner source of material like natural gas, biomass, renewable energy, and other power sources. It can be used as power source for transportation and electricity generation of applications. It also can be used as energy carrier and for energy storage for long term. Normally, hydrogen is classified as gray hydrogen, which is being made from methane or coal. Blue hydrogen, again with methane or coal, but with carbon capture. Turquoise hydrogen from methane by method of pyrolysis. And green hydrogen is manufactured or derived by electrolysis from renewable electricity from renewable energy. Slide. The applications of green hydrogen are direct use in transportation, in power and heat. It can be used as feedstock in fertilizer for ammonia. It can also be used as a feedstock for methanol production. It can supply uninterruptible power supply or black start capacity or ramping up capacity. So these are the main application for green hydrogen. Next, please. So these are the possible use of green hydrogen in various industry like chemical, petrochemical, transportation, steel, heating and cooling, and other industries. Next. So our roadmap for green hydrogen economy is to ramp up the production, create a ecosystem for storage of green hydrogen, create an ecosystem for transportation of green hydrogen, and then derive the applications to use green hydrogen for various applications like fuel cell vehicle, hybrid vehicle, power generation, fertilizer industry, etc. These are the mission components for green hydrogen, wherein the mission aims for demand creation for green hydrogen, like capturing global demand and export market, substituting import for fossil fuel and fertilizer, and in various sectors ramp up the domestic demand. It also aims to incentivizing the supply of green hydrogen by incentivizing the production technologies and production plant. The key enabler in these missions are resources like finance, renewable energy, banking and storage policies, favorable transmission policy, favorable allocation of land and water, etc. The research and development initiative and funding the research and development initiatives, creating ease of doing business by simplifying the rules, creating infrastructure and supply chain for green hydrogen, easing the regulation and making the standards more simple, and finally skill development and public awareness, where public will be the green hydrogen ecosystem will be created, where the skilled pool of manpower will be developed for green hydrogen economy. The opportunities in green hydrogen industry is immense. It is when the solar industry was started, nobody thought of these opportunities. Now it is one of the mainstream industry, and it is one of the main industry who is still giving growth in terms of manpower deployment and investments. Same way, green hydrogen has an immense opportunity potential. Like India's likely capacity by 2032 will be 60 gigawatt in green hydrogen and could be largest in the world. Rupees 1 lakh crore will be saved, potential saving from reduced oil and gas import once green hydrogen takes off as an energy source. India will have around 10% share in global hydrogen demand by 2050. By 2030, green hydrogen will help India to reduce 50 million ton per annum of carbon emission. The estimated electrolyzer capacity to be built in India by 2050 will be around 100 gigawatt. And just by 2030, around 8 lakh crore will be invested in green hydrogen industry in India. So it's a huge opportunity for all of us. The targeted price of USD2 per kg of green hydrogen by 2030 will make India a very formidable front runner in green hydrogen economy, and green hydrogen will breach the market parity when it breach the USD2 per kg benchmark. So these are the various method for electrolysis. The main is PEM and alkaline. So next. So currently the electrolysis of water and production cost of hydrogen with alkaline matter and grid power is in 2020 it is around 350 rupees per kg, which we aim to make less than 100 with the help of alkaline and solar energy by 2050. Same way, proton exchange membrane cost is more than 400 rupees today per kg, which will be reduced to roughly under 100 rupees by 2050. Hydrogen can be transported in various ways. It can be transported as a compressed gas or as a liquid. In compressed gaseous form, we can have tube trailers or pipeline. Pipeline can also be the same. The CNG pipeline can be converted into hydrogen CNG combined pipeline or standalone hydrogen pipeline, and we can also develop new hydrogen pipeline. Same way, if we wish to carry the hydrogen in more concentrated way, we can liquefy by cryogenic tankers, or we can create hybrid or hydride and liquid composition called liquid organic hydrogen carrier, where some material, some chemicals can absorb the hydrogen at certain temperature and release the hydrogen at a higher temperature. Next. So these are the various methods for hydrogen storage: compressed gas, cold cryo compressed, or liquid hydrogen. And material based is material can absorb hydrogen at a certain temperature, and again it can release hydrogen at higher temperature. Next. There are innovative ways are being thought of for storage large quantity of hydrogen, like there are many rock cavern or salt cavern in the Mother Earth, where we can store the hydrogen, and whenever we need it back, we can pump it back. So these are the innovative ideas being thought for hydrogen storage. So what are the challenges? If this is a 8 lakh crore industry by 2030, it is certainly not a cakewalk. It has its own challenges. There are barriers, like in electrolysis, the barriers are capital cost, electricity cost. There is absolutely no market for hydrogen. Today, if I am putting up a factory and producing hydrogen, but who are the takers? And even in power market, it is so complex that introduction of hydrogen in power generation will be a complex thing. So what can be the option for this, policy option for this? So we can make a policies like setting up the capacity targets, offering soft loans. We can introduce feed-in premium like we did it in solar in 2010, and we can develop ancillary markets for hydrogen product. Same way, infrastructure limitations are there. Same way, industry is still not geared up because of high cost and global competition. These are the possible challenges and its mitigation. So anybody wants to study it harder, they can study this presentation later on and further make their research. Next. Hello. Next slide, please. These are again a risk management metric, where like there are strategic risks like supply chain disruption in critical inputs. So we can mitigate it by diversification in supply chain. Today in solar, we have a this is classic case of strategic risk where we are totally dependent on China for our majority of solar needs, and any disruption in China uh, create waves in our solar industry. Same way technological risks are there, so we can mitigate it by diversifying the technology option. The funding should be technological agnostic, and it should be product based. We have a risk challenges of water availability, land availability, safety. Hydrogen is very difficult gas to handle with, and it has its own safety concerns. So it has safety concern which we need to overcome with rigorous safety standard and regulatory mechanism. Then there are financial and market risk. The challenge is sustainable demand, availability of affordable renewable energy, availability of electrolyzers and key components, additional infrastructure cost. Who will bear that cost? And till the time it reaches the market price, who will put the additional bill for additional cost? Again, the availability of credit is again a big challenge in India. So these are the risks we have identified, and possible risk management or mitigation measure we have identified. So this is current status of hydrogen industry in India. Historically, hydrogen has been used in India as an industrial feedstock since long time. The first large-scale alkaline electrolyzer deployed at Nangal in Punjab in 1962. Time and again, governments tried to develop an ecosystem for hydrogen economy by developing hydrogen and fuel cell roadmap by MNRE or National Hydrogen Mission by Government of India. And now I think with the ongoing problem of climate change and now sudden interest of entire world into decarbonization, hydrogen industry will pick up and green hydrogen will going to play a great role. Thank you. So as I said, when in 1973 there were oil crisis, suddenly everybody started thinking of the alternatives. But by the time 2008, when financial market meltdown because of Lehman Brothers, everybody put it aside and thought that these are all the wish list, and they become disillusioned. Now again, with onslaught of climate change and rising oil prices and coal pricing, people have started again working on alternative mechanisms, and now once again we have a time where we can make this change. So appeal to all of you that start working on hydrogen industry, because it is the next big thing after solar. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Any questions? Mike, please लेके जाइए.
Kunjbhai, super presentation, lot of things, lot of intent. अच्छा મને ખાલી એક નાની વસ્તુ, what is there for MSME in hydrogen?
See, MSME can start with ancillary for hydrogen ecosystem, like we can start something in electrolyzer manufacturing or storage tank manufacturing. See, there is a lot of engineering industries who are having opportunity for storage, making storage tank, because however, whoever will produce green hydrogen and in what quantity, but it needs to be transported. There will be huge work for laying up the pipeline. other safety equipment for handling hydrogen. So my advice to MSMEs are, don't aim to make green hydrogen by yourself, but start working on ancillary industry, because lot of ancillary industry will come into existence because of bigger green hydrogen industry. This is my take. People may differ. Thank you.
Hello, what are the formalities that we have to complete?
Pardon, can you repeat the question?
What are the formalities related to the government, like licenses?
Sir, I cannot hear you properly.
Hello, what are the formalities that we have to complete, like licenses to start production?
As such, today the entire industry is being evolving, and government also working on the standards and regulations. So we have to wait a while for those standards and regulations to come into picture. But we can start working on the product or the equipment which are needed for making green hydrogen or storing green hydrogen or transporting green hydrogen, and slowly and gradually the standards and regulations will evolve.
We from NHPC.
Yeah.
Very nice presentation. First of all, thanks. मेरा ये क्वेश्चन है कि जो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का मुझे सबसे बड़ा ड्रॉबैक दिखता है, एक हाई कॉस्ट का और दूसरा सेफ्टी रिस्क का, और जब तक ये दो फैक्टर्स को हम लोग सॉल्व नहीं कर पाते हैं, एक हाई कॉस्ट, चूंकि इंडियन मार्केट में आप हाई कॉस्ट की किसी इलेक्ट्रिसिटी को प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, तो इंडियन मार्केट उस तरह के यूएस से या किसी और से कंपेरिजन करना है इन दिस स्टेज, इट मे बी लेटर इट विल बी गुड, बट इन दैट स्टेज इज नॉट गुड. तो हम लोग को वो कंपेटिटिव ईरा में ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि हाई कॉस्ट को कैसे फास्ट मिनिमाइज करते हैं, और स्पेशली सेफ्टी रिस्क को. तो इस स्लाइड्स में के अकॉर्डिंग मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आ पाया कि इस दो चीज़ पे फोकस हम लोगों का या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का कोई ऐसा सब्सिडी नहीं आ रहा है कि इस चीज़ को कैसे हम लोग इम्प्रूव कर सके. हैव यू एनी आइडिया अबाउट दैट? देन प्लीज टेल.
See, there are, in green hydrogen economy, there are some low hanging fruits and there are some very high end fruits, right? So if I'll say about low hanging fruit, your question for safety and safe transportation of hydrogen and safe deployment of hydrogen is a very valid, and it is a very big question in everybody's mind. But like manufacturing of ammonia, we need lot of ammonia for fertilizers. So in situ manufacturer, where the green hydrogen is being produced at the same time, same site, green ammonia is also being produced for fertilizer. These are the low hanging fruits and easily doable things. There are some people are working on hydrite and other technology where hydrogen can be stored not in a standalone form, but it is being absorbed by some chemical or some material which can later be recovered from that material at the site of usance. And yes, like fuel cell technology, vehicular application of hydrogen, these are high-end use of hydrogen where lot of technological innovation, lot of safety standards are needed. But I'm sure whenever there is a problem or there is a challenge to humanity come up with solutions. So I'm hopeful we will also come out with solutions for these also. At this point of time, I am not sure. I am also not very sure how we will do it, but I am confident we will do it. Thank you.
सर मेरा दैट मीन्स से मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि अभी इंडियन को एक वेट करना चाहिए, थोड़ा प्रीमियरली एक्सरसाइज करने की ज्यादा जरूरत है. देन वी शुड इंट्रोड्यूस ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, दैट विल बी बेनिफिशियल फॉर इंडियन मार्केट.
See, essentially green hydrogen manufacturing में the green component is a renewable energy, which India has abundantly available at very low cost. Probably India's rate in green renewable energy is one of the among the lowest in the world. So to start with, India can produce green hydrogen and start exporting where it has its own ecosystem for deployment of green hydrogen. in India, the ecosystem for deployment of green hydrogen is being evolving, and I'm sure, like Reliance, 2 days before Reliance unveiled this hydrogen bus in the India Energy Week, run and operated by green hydrogen. So definitely, when the requirement will be there, compulsion will be there, definitely the technology and other challenges will be met faster than what we envisaged. That is what I can say right now, because there is no definitive answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, one more question from my side. When Mr. Sachin Shah was giving presentation, you had told that you are doing some work on Kusum C scheme.
Yes.
And you have won some
Yes.
projects.
Yes.
And you had assured that you will tell something about it. Please tell us.
See, Kusum C historically, when Government of India thought of this agrivoltaic, this is the new word where the photovoltaic is being deployed in agriculture sector. So Kusum C was drafted. Kusum is a Krishi Utthan and Swayam Urja Mahabhiyan. It has three components: Kusum Part A, B, and C. B is for standalone, not grid connected solar pumps, whereas Kusum C is solarization of grid connected water pumps in agriculture sector. So Government of Gujarat came up with pilot project called SKY, Surya Shakti Kisan Yojana, in 2017, wherein 800 megawatt of solar energy projects were deployed, where the grid tied agriculture pump were solarized, and additional energy produced by farmer get exported to grid, and they got money for it. The scheme is working very fine. That was precursor to Kusum Part C. Now Kusum Part C somehow didn't take up because of high component of farmers contribution, as well as improper handling by the program administrators. So instead of now solarizing each and every field on a standalone mode, Government of Gujarat has come up with feeder level solarization program, wherein the aggregation of all the agriculture solar pump will be done by DISCOM for a particular feeder, and then the bid will be invited to set up the same capacity power plant within that feeder, supplying at 11 kV by that feeder, and then the same power will be fed to all the farmers for their irrigation needs. In this scheme of feeder level solarization, Government of India, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy is giving 30% subsidy, 1 crore 5 lakh per megawatt subsidy to developer. And developer has to build the plant and operate, run it for 25 years, and they have to supply the solar energy to that feeder for 25 years. The bids are invited, then there is a process of reverse bidding, and after reverse bidding it will go to GUVNL, then GUVNL to GERC for rate justification and rate authorization. This feeder level solarization, around 200 feeders have been already been identified and tendered for which various DISCOM under GUVNL has received the bids. The bids are under process, and I think it is with GUVNL, and soon it will go to GERC for rate justification. Government of Gujarat has plan for solarizing around 1,000 feeders in coming years for under Kusum C. So what exactly you know about Kusum C? This is the basic introduction of Kusum C. Now what exactly your question? Can you please specify?
Actually, you had told that you have won some capacity and you are going on it. So I want to know your company in this regard.
So we as a Zodiac Energy Limited have participated in some tenders, and we are L1 bidder in around 16 feeders with aggregate capacity of 37 megawatt AC and roughly 50 megawatt DC. So the bid is under evaluation, so that is the stage right now.
Your rate per unit?
We have quoted 3 rupees 74 paisa. Some people have quoted 3 rupees 25 paisa. Some people have quoted 4 rupees 50 paisa. So rate rationalization will be later stage. GERC will do the rate rationalization. There are challenges because every feeder has a different demography, different land prices, different cost for evacuation lines, different cost for ROW, and different cost for operation and maintenance. So I'm sure government of Gujarat will not consider everyone one and sundry as same, and they will have a different price mechanism for different feeders. This is what I can say right now.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you got your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So moving forward to our next speaker. Technical background है जिनका with a demonstrated history of working in the renewable and environment industry, total experience of 15 years in the field of power electronics with 11 years dedicated to on-grid investor itself. 4+ years in Shenzhen Grovet and 4.5 years in Refusal GmbH for technical support and 2 years in Polycab India Limited as service head. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome on stage Mr. Shantanu Shirshad, टेक्निकल हेड इंडिया शेजन गौरवत न्यू एनर्जी कंपनी लिमिटेड. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनको आमंत्रित करेंगे मंच पर.
And today I am representing Grovat New Energy Company Limited. And today's point of discussion is basically regarding the opportunities and challenges that we are facing in the inverter industry. So basically, as a manufacturing of on-grid, off-grid and hybrid inverters, there are various opportunities that we foresee in the future, along with the challenges that we are facing due to the upgradation that is happening in the field of photovoltaics. So as we know that today we are facing a lot of challenges when we are talking about the climate change. And in order to encounter that, we are coming up with different types of policies for clean and green future. And in order to do that, there are various research institutes as well as industries that are showing their active participation in the field of clean energy. So if you are just talking about India, right now, out of the total installed power capacity, the renewable energy that has been installed is around 40%. So by the end of year 2022, we are having a renewable energy portfolio of more than 150 megawatt out of 400 gigawatt of the total capacity in terms of power supply. So we can see that slowly and steadily we are moving towards green energy, and definitely as we are having an ambitious target of 500 gigawatt that needs to be installed by the end of year 2030, and still we are around 350 megawatt behind it. And the way with which we are going forward, definitely that target can be easily achieved. But yes, there are dependencies, there are different global scenarios that is affecting the supply chain, and because of that, slowly and steadily, but definitely we can achieve that particular target. So when we are talking about any solar power plant, if we talk about the inverter, we can say that inverter is basically the heart of any power system. it is the only active device that is available in the complete system that is giving you all the data related to your modules, for that matter, related to your grids, whatever are the faults happening in your power plant. So inverter plays a very vital role. And if you see the total contribution in the total costing of a solar power plant, the inverter's cost comes around only to 5 to 10%. And the majority of the cost is carried out by our PV panels. But when we are talking about inverters, as it is a main component, there are different types of inverters that are available in the market. So not only for the on-grid segment, but the inverters are also available, like off-grid inverters, where the batteries are being used to run your dedicated load. Then we are having on-grid inverters, in which it is directly being synchronized with the grid that is available, and whatever the generation is happening from your PV power plant, it can be utilized by your load, or for that matter can be exported back to the grid. And the new concept that is coming in the inverter market is the hybrid inverters. So basically hybrid inverter is a combination of off-grid plus on-grid. So whenever the grid will be available, your inverter will be working as a normal on-grid inverter. But whereas when grid failure occurs, that time whatever the solar energy is available, it should not be wasted. So either you can use that particular solar energy to run your dedicated load, or the second option is that you can use that particular solar energy to charge your batteries, so that during the non-sunny hours, it is possible for us to use that particular stored energy for running the local load. So that in such scenario, the total dependency that we are having on the grid can be minimized up to 80 to 90%. So these are some of the new innovations that are coming into the inverter market. Talking about the on-grid inverters, so I think most of you are familiar that we are coming up we are having micro inverters, which are basically used for the residential segment. Then comes our string inverters, which can be used for residential as well as the C&I operations, as well as for your utility-based systems. And towards the end, we are having central inverters, which are majorly used for large scale installations. So if you're talking about India, most of the installations that have happened in the field of utility were with our central inverters. But as the time progressed and as we have achieved more innovations in the string inverters, now most of the EPC players or the developers are moving towards the use of string inverters also for your utility based installations, so for more than 100 megawatt, 200 megawatt, 300 megawatt. So the utilization of string inverters in this particular segment has also gained momentum. So earlier the main reason for going with the central inverter was the costing part. But as I have already mentioned, due to the different types of innovations that is happening in this particular field, the pricing of string inverters had also reduced considerably. Definitely it has not reached the mark of a central inverter. But when we are talking about the different advantages that I will be discussing further, more and more people are now opting for going with string inverters for most of their utility plants. So when we are talking about different opportunities that we have when we are talking about the development of inverters, so there are 3 to 4 different factors that are being considered for critical designing part, we can say. The first one is the higher efficiency. Second is the maximum power capability. Third one is weight, that is lower in weight. And fourth one is higher reliability. Now, when we are talking about these 4 different parts, and when we are talking about efficiency, so as you know, the main function of an inverter is to convert your DC energy, that is the direct current, into alternating current that we are using in our household. So whenever there is any sort of conversion, some losses are going to be there. And minimum losses will give you maximum output. So in the last decade or more than that, the semiconductor industry is evolving so much that nowadays in inverter business also we have achieved the maximum efficiency of 99%. That is the conversion efficiency from your DC to AC part. Obviously, as we are using a semiconductor device in terms of IGBTs, there are going to be some switching losses and it cannot be a totally perfect system. So, but in this particular scenario, only a switching loss of 1%, which we have achieved in last, you can say, a decade or more, is really appreciable. And because of that, because of higher efficiency, it is possible for us to gain maximum output from our solar PV power plant. That's why when we are quoting in terms of unit rate, the efficiency of the inverter plays a very vital role. The second part is the maximum power capability. If you see, when I started my journey in the solar inverter business, during that time, there were only two options available, string as well as central. And in string inverter, the maximum capacity available during that time was only 20 kilowatt. That was the maximum capacity in string inverters. Slowly and steadily, as the development happened, we went from 20 to 50 kilowatt, then from 50 to 100 kilowatt. Today, we are having a string inverter of more than 350 kilowatt. Earlier, 100 kilowatt inverter was being determined as a central inverter, but right now we are having a string inverter of 350 kilowatt, which is, you can say, 1/3 size of a 100 kilowatt central inverter that was available in the market, with the same advantages that we are getting for a string inverter. So, because of this, the higher power capability is achievable because of the design and the implementation of different heatsink capability. So when we are talking about the capacity of an inverter, the cooling plays a very important role, because as the capacity is going to increase and as it is a power electronic device, we need to basically cool down the device, and for that heatsink designing plays a very important role. And depending on the heatsink requirement, for an inverter, heatsink plays a very important role when we are considering the weight factor, because that is, as it is an aluminum casing, around 50% of the weight of a complete inverter is of the heatsink. So when we are trying to increase the overall output power and taking into consideration the heatsink sizing, cooling also plays a very important role. So in the last decade, as we have seen that we have increased the capacity from 20 kilowatt onwards up to 350 kilowatt. So this has given the developers or the EPC players to reduce the overall footprint of your solar PV power plant. Because of that, the number of inverters that are required has reduced considerably, which indirectly helps you to reduce the operation and maintenance cost of your complete plant itself. Talking about the low weight, so this also plays a very important role when we are talking about the string inverters, because most of these installations are happening on the rooftops or on very vacant land where transportation plays a very important role. So in order to carry that particular inverter to a particular place to install it is possible only when the weight of your inverter is very less. So a lot of research and development is going on in this field of inverters, where we are not only trying to reduce the weight of the inverter, but at the same time we are also trying to reduce the size of the inverter, so that it becomes very easy for the project guys to install that particular inverter on the ground mounted projects as well as for the residential or commercial installations also. And the last and the important part is the high reliability. Now when we are talking about reliability, it means that how long your inverter can work in any given environment, which will definitely help us to reduce the overall, what we can say, the maintenance period and guarantee the uptime. When we are talking about only about India, we are having varying environmental conditions, right from negative temperature to the maximum temperature that can go up to 50 degrees ambient. And to design a inverter for this particular varying temperature is a very important or a critical job for the R&D department. But taking into consideration all these factors, a lot of investment has already been done in order to improve the reliability of the inverter. The main criteria for the reliability lies in the components that are being used in your inverter. So when we are talking about the main part of the inverter, that is the IGBT, which is the major component which helps in converting your DC power into the AC power. And most of these components are right now available only from the European market. Other than that, then there are the digital signal processors or the microcontrollers that are available. So more than 90% of the components that are used in the inverters are being procured from the European or the American market. So because of the Russian-Ukraine war that happened last year, which disrupted most of the semiconductor industry, and we were falling short of the semiconductor components last year. So that was because that we are dependent still on these particular two countries or continents for the supply of semiconductor devices. But yes, when we are talking about reliability and the components that are being used in the inverter, majority of the components are being procured worldwide. And because of that, it is possible for us to make the inverter work in very harsh environments, right from minus 25 degrees up to maximum of 60 degrees ambient temperature. So these were some of the opportunities that we still see in the inverter manufacturing. And as the development in the semiconductor industry will go on, definitely you will see more and more innovations that will come in the inverter business. The last thing that I would like to mention in the opportunities is the smart energy management. Smart in the sense, we can say that all the inverters which are available right now are smart inverters. Why we are saying so? Because most of the inverters are now coming on to the artificial intelligence. Inverter knows what type of fault is happening on the DC side or on the AC side. Most of the data that has been collected from the last 10 years has helped us to evolve the artificial intelligence that is being incorporated in the inverter. So right now you can see the dependency on the human intervention for troubleshooting or for the upgradation of the inverters on the site has been reduced to around 80%. So most of the troubleshooting that is being done right now is being done remotely. Only the requirement is that the inverter which you have installed needs to be online. Online in the sense you need to provide some sort of internet connectivity to the inverter so that it is possible for our engineer or for your engineer also to monitor all the data of the inverter remotely. So for example, your inverter is installed in Ahmedabad and you are sitting down in Bangalore. So still you are able to monitor your plant sitting around 1000 kilometers away, and still you can do the troubleshooting of the inverter. What are the faults you are getting from the inverter? What is the generation you are getting from the inverter? All this particular data can be monitored remotely. At the same time, due to the advancement in the smart energy systems, it is possible for us to control the inverter also remotely. So if you want to shut down the inverter remotely, you want to change some parameters, you want to do the firmware upgradations, there are many things that can be done remotely. So this is all possible due to the advancement in smart energy management systems that are available in the market right now. Now coming on to the main important part, that is the challenges. Now challenges, if you are talking about the first thing that I have already mentioned is the supply chain. As still the inverters are more than 90% dependent on the semiconductor devices, and still we have a dependency on other countries for the supply of these particular components. So maybe in the meantime, due to new companies that are coming up in the semiconductor business in India, and for that matter in Gujarat also, so definitely it will reduce the dependency for the semiconductor chips on other countries. Apart from that, the major challenges that now we are facing is like, for example, if you are having any solar PV power plant, which is around 8 to 10 years old. Now, due to the advancement in the technology, the repowering of these old sites is a main challenge that we are facing nowadays, because most of the inverters that were being introduced or installed 10 years back are basically now out of production, and there are no in-shelf components or spare parts available for the repairing purpose. So in this particular scenario, the retrofitment is a big opportunity, but along with that, most of the inverters that were being used during that time were being used with, you can say, thin film modules. But the new technology that we are coming up in terms of string inverters, it is difficult to be compatible with the thin film modules because of the transformer-less design. So that is one challenge area that the string inverter manufacturers are facing when we are talking about the retrofitment of the projects in terms of thin film modules. Second important thing that is the voltage mismatch that is occurring between the PV side and the inverter side. Not only the voltage mismatch, but also the grounding mismatch. Because earlier, when you are going with the thin film modules, it is required for those particular modules to have the negative grounding. But when we are talking about the string inverters, that is not possible. So to incorporate the string inverters with thin film is still a major challenge. Also, when we are talking about replacement of central inverters, the main issue also comes from the AC part. Now, when we are talking about the AC part, is that the output voltages of the string inverters varies from, you can say, 320 volts up to 690 volts. So that is my main area of challenge that we face, where a normal string inverter, which is available in 400 volts AC output, cannot be easily integrated with the existing transformers that are available on the site. So there additionally you need to go for a step up or step down transformers, which is again an additional cost apart from the inverter. But in some cases, due to non-availability of spare parts for the older inverters, the people are investing in that particular changes. And yes, if we see a long-term perspective in terms of retrofitment, then it is also a very big business for string inverters. The third one is the challenges which we are facing, not exactly facing, but we have not yet started implementing in the Indian market, is the adoption of hybrid inverters. So basically right now, whatever are the tender policies or the rooftop policies that are coming majorly with only on-grid inverters. But there are no policies right now majorly for the rooftop business where we are seeing the integration of BESS or battery-based system. So in terms of opportunities also, like I have already mentioned, there are hybrid inverters available in the market, which can work as your normal on-grid inverter and during grid outage can work as an off-grid inverter. But still, as the integration of those particular hybrid inverter is not that much, pricing is still on a very what we can say a higher part as compared to that of normal on-grid inverter. The costing, if the costing for on-grid inverter is 10 rupees, then definitely if you're going for a hybrid inverter, along with lithium-ion batteries, then it is around 2 to 3 times more. So the initial investment is a matter of concern right now for the battery-based system. But for that also, there are different developments that are going on in this particular industry, in which we are calling it as battery-ready inverters. So it is just a concept of hybrid inverter, in which your battery-ready inverter will work as a normal on-grid inverter, and after 3 to 4 years, when your ROI is over, or you get your return on investments, what you need to do is just add additional batteries, and the same on-grid inverter can work as a hybrid inverter. So you don't need to invest initially into your battery storage. You can make your inverter work as a normal on-grid inverter, and in near future, if you want to go for any expansion with battery backup, it is possible for you. So these are some of the advancements that are happening in the field of inverters. And as I've already said, that inverter plays a very important role, because it is a heart of your PV power plant, and to have a reliable inverter will definitely help you to make your plant work for more than 25 years. So that's it from my side. Any questions from your side? Please let me know.
Any questions? All right. Thank you so much, sir, for the informative session. एक बार सर के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए. So moving forward to our next speaker, we are going to invite from ICC that Mr. Bharat Gupta, conveyor and Gujarat State. एक बार जोर.
We are in Gujarat, so we have to start with Kem Cho. All are in Majama. Thank you. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all at IE Renewable Business Meet organized by A&A Media and Industrial Outlook Group with support of the Indian Chamber of Commerce and Biogas Associations. On behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our speakers, dignitaries, and participants, especially Mr. Shwital Shahji, who is from Government of Gujarat, Technical Advisors, Climate Change, and Mr. Ex-Cabinet Minister, Mr. Naurottam Bhai Patel ji. India is projected to witness the largest increase in the energy demand of any country over the next 2 decades, as its economic continues to grow and create opportunities for its people and the global energy value chain. As a rapidly developing country and soon to be the world's most populous nations, India's energy transitions will play a pivotal role in global energy market. The Indian renewable energy sector is the fourth most attractive renewable energy market in the world. India was ranked 4th in wind power, 5th in solar power, and 4th in renewable power installed capacity as of 2020. Installed renewable power generations capacity has gained pace over the past few years, posting a CAGR of 15.92% between financial year 16-22. India is the market with the fastest growth in renewable electricity, and by 2026, new capacity additions are expected to double. With the increased support of the government and improved economics, the sector has become attractive from an investor's perspective. As India looks to meet its energy demand on its own, which is expected to reach 15,820 TWh by 2040. Renewable energy is set to play an important role India's energy demand is expected to increase more than that of any other country in the coming decades due to its sheer size and enormous potentials for growth and development. Therefore, it is imperative that most of this new energy demand is met by low carbon renewable sources. As India accelerates its efforts to become a gas-based economic and achieve a target of net zero emissions by 2070, about USD 60 billions worth of investments are underway in the country in the setting up the infrastructures, pipelines, terminals, regasifications, facilities, and so on. Against this backdrop, the Renewable Business Meet will be expected to provide perfect opportunity to stay informed about the latest technological innovations in renewable energy sector, gain profound insights into current global trends in the renewable energy industry, meet the decisions makers who are shaping the renewable energy market, and exchange the ground breaking ideas and technologies. With these words, I end here, and also I look forward to hear thoughts of our honorable guests present here today. I will share something because I will. હું કચ્છથી આવું છું. I am coming from Kutch. I based it from Kutch. So the largest renewable power generation project at a single location is proposed at Kutch Khawda, which is coming with an investment of 30,000 crore, with having a 28,000 mega power MGW. So I will welcome you all. If anything you need from the Kutch side, I will be available. And at last, I will only say some few words in Hindi. ऊर्जा बचाने का करो संकल्प, ऊर्जा बचाने का करो संकल्प, पृथ्वी को बचाने का यही है विकल्प. Thank you and everybody, and thanks for giving me a chance for this from this stage. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. तो और आगे बढ़ते हैं. थोड़ी सी एनर्जी दिखाइए आप लोग. मुझे पता है कंटिन्यूसली बहुत ही ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन. तो क्योंकि आज का दिन ही है बहुत ही नॉलेज वाला, तो अब आगे बढ़ते हैं और कुछ इस टॉपिक पर ज़्यादा गहराई से शायद रोशनी डालेंगे सर और बात करेंगे. तो NHPC लिमिटेड से जनरल मैनेजर मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए फॉर श्री कृष्ण कुमार जी. जोरदार तालियों के साथ.
जब तक प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी हो रही है, मैं थोड़ा आप लोगों का ध्यान लेना चाहूँगा. मेरा नाम कृष्ण कुमार है और मैं NHPC में जनरल मैनेजर हूँ. फिलहाल मेरी पोस्टिंग NHPC कॉर्पोरेट ऑफिस फरीदाबाद में है. NHPC के बारे में थोड़ा सा बताना चाहूँगा. मतलब NHPC का पहले पूरा नाम होता था नेशनल हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक पावर कॉरपोरेशन. जो हमारी कंपनी है ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की एक एंटरप्राइज है. 1975 में गवर्नमेंट ने ये कंपनी बनाई थी. उस टाइम ऑन द सेम डे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने पावर सेक्टर के अंदर ग्रोथ के लिए दो कंपनी फॉर्म की थी. वन वाज NTPC. NTPC का काम था थर्मल को प्रमोट करना और सेकंड वाज NHPC. NHPC काम था हाइड्रो प्रमोट करना. और यदि हम अपनी बात करें NHPC बात करें तो NHPC पहले सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन उसका एक छोटा सा एक डिपार्टमेंट बोल सकते हैं, एक डिपार्टमेंट था. और क्योंकि जैसे हम सबको पता है जो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी है ये एक कंकरेंट सब्जेक्ट है. इसके अंदर स्टेट की भागीदारी भी है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की भागीदारी भी है. तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने मतलब जो अपनी जिम्मेदारी हैं उसको और बड़े स्केल पर लेने के लिए सबको मालूम है कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इज ए ग्रोथ ऑफ इंजन, और इसके अंदर सेंटर की ने अपनी जो जिम्मेदारियां हैं उसको बढ़ाने के लिए दो कंपनी फॉर्म की। वनवाज एनटीपीसी जिसका काम था थर्मल को प्रमोट करना, वनवाज एनएचपीसी हाइड्रो प्रमोट करना। क्या प्रेजेंटेशन रेडी हो गई है? ओके ओके, थैंक यू। तो जो मैं कहानी शुरू कर रहा था, इसके अंदर जब हमारी कंपनी को फॉर्म किया गया तो एनएचपीसी को 3 प्रोजेक्ट दिए गए थे जो काफ़ी समय से पेंडिंग थे और चैलेंजिंग थे। सेंट्रल वाटर कमीशन के तहत हम उनको ले रहे थे। वो 3 प्रोजेक्ट थे। एक सलाल प्रोजेक्ट था जम्मू कश्मीर में, एक लोकटक प्रोजेक्ट था मणिपुर में, और एक बैरासुल प्रोजेक्ट था हिमाचल में। ये तीनों प्रोजेक्ट्स काफ़ी समय से किसी न किसी कारण से अटके हुए थे, और उस समय हम जानते हैं कि बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब कि गवर्नमेंट्स के पास फाइनेंस के भी इशू होते थे, और इन 3 चैलेंज के साथ में एनएचपीसी की फॉर्मेशन की गई थी। और ये जो तीनों चैलेंज हैं भगवान की दया से एनएचपीसी ने मतलब अच्छे से एग्जीक्यूट किए, और उसके बाद फिर हमारी जर्नी चलती रही। और अब क्योंकि प्रेजेंटेशन तैयारी हमारी रेडी हो गई है तो मैं प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ आगे बढ़ता हूँ। हाँ, तो जैसे अपनी कंपनी के बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। एनएचपीसी एक मिनी रत्ना कंपनी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की। हमारी स्थापना नवंबर 1975 में एनटीपीसी साथ ही हुई थी, और हमारी जो लिस्टिंग है एक्सचेंज में 2009 में हुई है। हमारी कंपनी में आज के दिन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की होल्डिंग अराउंड 71% है, और ऑथराइज शेयर कैपिटल 15,000 करोड़ है, जिसमें से अराउंड 10,000 सब्सक्राइब हो गई है। हमारी नेटवर्थ लगभग 33,000 करोड़, एसेट्स वैल्यू 70,000 करोड़, और हमारे दिन आज जो मैन पावर है लगभग 5,000 मैन पावर है। पॉइंटर क्या हेल्प कर पाएंगे? नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। हाँ, ओके। तो आज के दिन जो हमारी इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी है ये लगभग 7,000 मेगावाट है, और हमारा जो जनरेशन रहा 2019-20 में ये लगभग 26,000 मिलियन यूनिट था। हमारे पास जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स मतलब जो हम फिलहाल ले रहे हैं 6,000 मेगावाट अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, लगभग 3500 मेगावाट क्लियरेंस में है, और इतना ही मेगावाट हम डीपीआर कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा एनसीएलटी के थ्रू हमने 2 प्रोजेक्ट एक्वायर किए थे जो भी मतलब अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, थ्रू हमारे ये सब्सिडरी के थ्रू अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, जिसमें 500 मेगावाट तीस्ता 6 और 120 मेगावाट रंगीत 4 है। अब बात करें, बेसिकली एनएचपीसी एक हाइड्रो पावर कंपनी थी, और एज ए प्लान ऑफ डाइवर्सिफिकेशन हम लोगों ने अब आरई में भी अपना कुछ स्टेप्स लिए हैं। और इसके अंदर जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का प्लान है, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने जो प्लान दिया है कि हमें 2030 तक 5 लाख मेगावाट करना है, तो एनएचपीसी इसमें भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के जो मिशन है उसमें एक एक्टिव रोल प्ले करना चाह रही है। और हमने जो अपना विजन रखा है उसमें हम लोग 15,000 मेगावाट तक पहुंचना चाह रहे हैं 2030 तक इस सेक्टर में, आरई के सेक्टर में। हाइड्रो हमारा अलग से है ही। और इसके अलावा बस एक चीज़ मैं और बोलना चाहूँगा कि वैसे जो हमारा सेक्टर है आरई सेक्टर मतलब कि हाइड्रो पावर सेक्टर, ये भी अपना आप में एक रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी है। इनिशियली जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की पॉलिसी आई थी इसमें इन्होंने हाइड्रो पावर को, लार्ज हाइड्रो पावर्स जो 25 मेगावाट से अबव हैं, इसको इन्होंने आरई नहीं माना था। बाद में अभी कुछ 2 साल पहले गवर्नमेंट ने पॉलिसी चेंज की है, और उन्होंने अब हमारे जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं हाइड्रो प्रोजेक्ट्स उसको भी आरई का पार्ट माना है, और पूरे देश की जो कैपेसिटी है उसको उन्होंने अब मतलब कि आरई का पार्ट मानते हुए इसको आगे बढ़ाया है। तो कुछ आपको की बार देखेंगे कि गवर्नमेंट मीडिया के आते हैं कि हम लोग इतनी कैपेसिटी हो गई है, तो उसमें उन्होंने जो ऑलरेडी इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी थी हाइड्रो पावर की वो शामिल की है आरई में, और उसके बाद उन्होंने अपनी फिगर्स को रिफ्रेम किया। तो एनएचपीसी तो स्टार्टिंग से ही मतलब जिसको हम बोलते हैं ग्रीन और क्लीन पावर के लिए थी, और अब ये जो सेक्टर है रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, सोलर, विंड, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, इसके अंदर भी हमारे कुछ एम्बिशंस हैं, और लाइक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का भी एक डायरेक्शंस है, हम उसमें धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये हमारी जो इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी है, ये ये पूरी इंडिया की इंस्टॉल्ड कैपेसिटी है, ये उसके बारे में है, और ये उसका ग्राफ है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। Next slide, please. Next slide, please. तो हमारा जो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पोर्टफोलियो है एनएचपीसी का, उसके बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। आज के दिन हमारे पास 103 मेगावाट के आसपास के प्रोजेक्ट कमीशन है। इसमें 2 प्रोजेक्ट मेन हैं। 50 मेगावाट का प्रोजेक्ट है सोलर का प्रोजेक्ट तमिलनाडु में, और 50 मेगावाट का विंड प्रोजेक्ट है राजस्थान में। ये हमारे प्रोजेक्ट अंडर ऑपरेशन है। और 320 मेगावाट का प्रोजेक्ट है बीकानेर में। ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है इसके हम ऑनर नहीं है, ये हमने एज ए ट्रेडर लाइक आपको पता है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने बहुत सारे इंटरमीडिएट को अलाउ किया हुआ है, जिसको हम बोल सकते हैं इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी, जिसमें सेकी है, एनएचपीसी है, एनटीपीसी भी है। तो हमने जो 30 मेगावाट का प्रोजेक्ट किया है ये एज ए ट्रेडर 320 मेगावाट का हमने बीकानेर में किया है। और इसके अलावा हमारे जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं अंडर कमीशनिंग या अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन बोल सकते हैं, ये 1040 मेगावाट के हैं। जो 1000 मेगावाट का प्रोजेक्ट है ये हमने अंडर CPSU स्कीम, एक स्कीम है गवर्नमेंट की, जो सेंट्रल पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइजेज हैं उनको VGF वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग के थ्रू प्रोजेक्ट जीतने होते हैं और प्रोजेक्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट करना होता है। उसमें हमने 1000 मेगावाट जीता है और ये 1000 मेगावाट हमारा अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। इसी तरह एक उड़ीसा के अंदर छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है उड़ीसा में गंजम के अंदर 40 मेगावाट का, ये प्रोजेक्ट भी अंडर कमीशनिंग है या अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। इसके अलावा कुछ हमारे जो प्लान्स हैं या प्रोजेक्ट्स हमारे जो पाइपलाइन है उसके बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। उड़ीसा गवर्नमेंट के साथ हमारा एक MOU हुआ है, जिसके अंदर हम लोग 500 मेगावाट के फ्लोटिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स उड़ीसा में हम लोग कर रहे हैं। 300 मेगावाट का जो प्रोजेक्ट है ये अंडर टेंडरिंग स्टेज में है। ये एक रिजर्वायर है वहाँ पे, रंगाली रिजर्वायर, एक काफ़ी बड़ा रिजर्वायर है। तो इसके फर्स्ट फेज़ में हम लोग 300 मेगावाट का प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग टेंडर में कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा एक छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है जो सोलर प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर हम लोग मतलब इस पावर को हम लोग एक्सचेंज में बेचना चाह रहे हैं। तो इसके लिए हम लोगों ने एक प्रोजेक्ट है, इसको भी टेंडर निकाला हुआ है। और इसलिए एक छोटा प्रोजेक्ट और है केरला में। केरला गवर्नमेंट के साथ भी हमारा एक MOU हुआ है, वहाँ पर हमारे को एक 50 मेगावाट का फ्लोटिंग सोलर बनाने के लिए कहा गया है। तो वो जो प्रोजेक्ट है ये भी हमारा अंदर टेंडरिंग स्टेज में है। और कुल हम लोगों ने एज इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी 2000 मेगावाट के प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोग कर रहे हैं, जिसमें से 320 मेगावाट आवाड़ा हमारे कमीशन हो गया। और जो 1680 मेगावाट है ये प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं ये हमारे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में हैं। और इसमें थोड़ा सा मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि ये हमारे प्रोजेक्ट थोड़े डिले हो गए हैं। इसका रीज़न ये था कि ये जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स थे ये राजस्थान के GIB एरिया में थे और वहाँ पर जो क्लियरेंस है उसमें कुछ दिक्कत आ रही है। तो ये प्रोजेक्ट्स हमारे थोड़े लेट चल रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट। इसके अलावा NHPC की जो हमारी सब्सिडरीज हैं, मतलब कि जो अभी तक मैंने प्रोजेक्ट बताए थे ये NHPC के अपने स्टैंड अलोन बेसिस पे थे। और जो हमारी सब्सिडरी हैं उसके अंदर एक है बुंदेलखंड सौर ऊर्जा लिमिटेड, और ये एक जॉइंट वेंचर है NHPC का और यूपी नेडा का। जो ये हमारी कंपनी है इसके अंदर हम लोगों ने सबसे पहले एक प्रोजेक्ट लिया था 65 मेगावाट का कालपी प्रोजेक्ट। और इसके अंदर हमारी जो पार्ट कमीशनिंग है 26 मेगावाट ये ऑलरेडी कमीशन हो गया, और जो बाकी प्रोजेक्ट है 39 मेगावाट का वो अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन में है। इस प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर बिकॉज ऑफ मॉड्यूल प्राइस वेरिएशन there has been delay in commissioning of the second phase of 39 megawatt, and we are taking up the matter with MNRE, and MNRE has assured to give us help in resolving this issue of BCD. Hopefully this project shall be coming up soon because everything is there, transmission, evacuation, MMS, only thing is modules. वो इशू जैसे BCD का रिजॉल्व होता है तो ये प्रोजेक्ट भी हमारा जल्दी कमीशनिंग में हो जाएगा। इसके अलावा जो ये हमारा BSUL है इसके साथ मतलब कि हमारी काफ़ी एम्बिशंस हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश का हमारा जो भी सोलर का डेवलपमेंट होगा ये हम BSUL के माध्यम से कर रहे हैं। और इसमें हमारा जो सबसे बड़ा स्कीम है ये 1200 मेगावाट का जालौन का सोलर पार्क है। और जो ये है मतलब इसका मैं अपना प्लानिंग बताना चाह रहा था। इसके अंदर ये हम जो कर रहे हैं प्रोजेक्ट ये अंडर हम सोलर पार्क स्कीम कर रहे हैं। हम लोग इसके अंदर 2 टेंडर इनवाइट कर रहे हैं। एक रहेगा सोलर पार्क के लिए और जो सेकंड रहेगा वो टैरिफ बेस्ड कंपनी बिडिंग होगी डेवलपर्स के लिए। तो ये दोनों टेंडर्स हमारे अंडर प्रिपरेशन है। और इसके लिए हमारा जो PPA है मतलब इसको मैं एग्जैक्टली PPA नहीं बोलूँगा, पावर कंसेंट मतलब बोलूँगा। लगभग 1200 मेगावाट हमारा टाइप हो गया। डेफिनेटली देयर इज सम सीलिंग ऑन इट, मीन टैरिफ के अंदर जो हमारे बेनिफिशियरीज हैं उन्होंने कुछ सीलिंग मेंशन की है। एंड वी होप टू अचीव दोज सेलिंग्स। और जो ये प्रोजेक्ट है इसके लिए हमारे जो लैंड एक्वायर है वो ऑलमोस्ट 80% तक लैंड एक्वायर हो गई है, और जो बाकी जो 20% है दैट इज आल्सो इन एडवांस स्टेज। सो वी आर गोइंग टू फ्लोट टेंडर वेरी सून। जो हमारे ये जितने प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं 1345 के, इसमें ये सबसे एम्बिशियस और सबसे एडवांस स्टेज में है। इसके अलावा मिर्ज़ापुर में 100 मेगावाट और माधोपुर में 45 मेगावाट, ये भी हमारे अंडर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। सेकंड, एनएचपीसी ने एक अपनी हॉली ओन्ड सब्सिडरी बनाई है, एनएचपीसी रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी लिमिटेड। जैसे आप सबको पता होगा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का काफ़ी फोकस है आरई में, तो इसमें सभी कंपनीज ने, चाहे एनएचपीसी, एनटीपीसी, एचजेवीएनएल, सब ने अपनी अपनी एक आरई के लिए एक छोटी छोटी कंपनी बनाई है, जो मतलब या डेडिकेटेड कंपनी बनाई है। तो एनएचपीसी ने जो कंपनी बनाई है इट्स एनएचपीसी रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी लिमिटेड। इस कंपनी को हम बोलेंगे कि जस्ट कंपनी इवॉल्विंग, और इस कंपनी के पास जो सबसे बड़ा बिजनेस हमारे पास है वो हम लोगों ने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान से 10,000 मेगावाट का एक एमओयू किया है। एमओयू के अंदर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ राजस्थान ने हमें श्योर किया है दे विल हेल्प अस इन अरेंजिंग द लैंड, और लैंड के बाद हमारा जो काम होगा इसके अंदर हमारा जो प्लान यही है कि ये जो हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट्स लेंगे एज ए सोलर पार्क डेवलपर लेंगे, जिसमें हम लोग पार्क बनाएंगे, और कुछ प्रोजेक्ट्स में लाइक अराउंड आउट ऑफ 10,000 मेगावाट 2,000 मेगावाट में हम लोग एज ए डेवलपर भी काम करेंगे, और रेस्ट 8,000 में हम लोग टीबीसीबी के थ्रू टैरिफ बुलाएंगे और इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, लाइक इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी यू कैन से मोर और लेस। इसके अलावा जो हमारी सब्सिडरी है नर्मदा हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रिक डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन एनएचडीसी, तो एनएचडीसी में एक रिजर्वायर है ओमकारेश्वर रिजर्वायर, वहाँ पर एक टैरिफ बेस्ड कंपनी बिडिंग हुई थी। इसके अंदर हम लोगों ने 88 मेगावाट जीता है, और ये जो प्रोजेक्ट है हम टाटा पावर के थ्रू एग्जीक्यूट कर रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। जो हमारे एनएचपीसी का आरई का फील्ड है, इसके अंदर जो अचीवमेंट्स हैं उसकी जो पिछली स्लाइड्स में हमने डेट नहीं दी हुई थी, तो सबसे पहले जो हमारे आरई के अंदर सबसे स्टेप एनएचपीसी ने लिया था दैट वाज विंड प्रोजेक्ट, जो हमने जैसलमेर में बनाया। ये 2016 में कमीशन हुआ। सोलर प्रोजेक्ट 2018 में कमीशन हुआ। रूफटॉप छोटे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, वी विल नॉट टॉक अबाउट देम। और 320 मेगावाट हमने अभी कमीशन किया है इसी ईयर में एज इंटरमीडिएट प्रोक्योरर और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी। और जो हमारा 1000 मेगावाट का प्रोजेक्ट है, इसको हम लोगों ने इंडिया से 4/10/2021 को जीता था थ्रू बीजीएफ बेस्ड बिडिंग। ये प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं इनको हम लोगों ने अवार्ड किया है मई 2022 में। और इसके अंदर जो अडानी है ये हमारे लिए 600 मेगावाट खावड़ा कुछ में कर रहा है, टाटा पावर 300 मेगावाट बीकानेर गुजरात में कर रहा है, सॉरी बीकानेर राजस्थान में कर रहा है, और एसएससीएल 1000 मेगावाट आंध्र प्रदेश कुंटा में कर रहा है। जो सभी प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं ये अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, एंड वी होप टू अचीव द टाइमलाइन गिवन बाय इरिडा। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। जैसे मैंने पहले बताया था कि हमने 2000 मेगावाट एज इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी या एज इंटरमीडिएट प्रोक्योरर हम लोग कर रहे हैं, जिसमें 320 मेगावाट अवाडा का हमारा कमीशन हो गया। बाकी जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हमारे अंडर एग्जीक्यूशन हैं। उड़ीसा के साथ जेबी के बारे में मैंने आपको पहले बताया, जिसमें 300 मेगावाट हमारा टेंडरिंग में है, 40 मेगावाट हमारा कंस्ट्रक्शन में है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये हमारे जो प्लांट्स हैं इनकी एक्चुअल परफॉर्मेंस है। जो जैसलमेर प्रोजेक्ट्स है इसका हम लोगों ने सिंस कमीशनिंग जनरेशन डाटा दिया हुआ है। इसी तरह हम लोगों ने सोलर प्रोजेक्ट का भी डाटा दिया हुआ है। ये जो हमारे दोनों प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं इनका जो बस एक यही कंसर्न है कि ये जो डिजाइन एनर्जी है वो अचीव नहीं हो पाई है, थोड़ा उससे कम हो रहा है। तो वी आर ट्राइंग टू सॉर्ट आउट द इश्यूज, होपफुली वी विल सॉर्ट आउट द इश्यूज। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। जैसा सर ने बताया था, हमारे जो सर ने प्रेजेंटेशन दी थी ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के बारे में, तो जो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन है ये हमारे कंट्री का जो ट्रांजिशन हो रहा है क्लीन एनर्जी में, उसमें एक बिग रोल प्ले करेगा। और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने जो मिशन लॉन्च किया है ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन, तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के जो वर्किंग आर्म्स कौन हैं, जितने भी CPS हुए हैं, दीज आर द वर्किंग हैंड्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। तो हम लोग इसमें एक एक्टिव रोल प्ले करना चाहते हैं ताकि जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उसको फुलफिल करने में जो भी हमारी कैपेबिलिटीज हैं वो हम लोग उसमें कंट्रीब्यूट करें। और फिलहाल हम लोग मतलब इनिशियली हम लोगों ने इसके अंदर 3 पायलट प्रोजेक्ट्स लिए हुए हैं। ये जो पायलट प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं इसमें सबसे पहला जो पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है ये हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल बेस्ड माइक्रोग्रिड है। हमारा एक प्रोजेक्ट है लेह में, नीमो बाजू पावर स्टेशन, तो वहाँ पर हम लोग एक माइक्रोग्रिड का प्रोजेक्ट लगा रहे हैं। जो ये प्रोजेक्ट है ये सबसे पहले हमने लिया है। इसकी जो बिड्स हैं आ गई हैं और ये हमारे अभी टेक्निकल इवोल्यूशन में है। इसके बाद अगला प्रोजेक्ट है एक मोबिलिटी स्टेशन होगा कारगिल में, जहाँ पर हम लोग 2 बस चलाने का प्लान कर रहे हैं और इसका टेंडर हम लोग इसी मंथ मतलब उम्मीद है कि हम फ्लोट करेंगे। एंड देयर आफ्टर हमारा एक मोबिलिटी स्टेशन चंबा में होगा। वहाँ पे हमारा प्रोजेक्ट है चमेरा 2 पावर स्टेशन 300 मेगावाट का। तो हम लोगों ने ये जो प्रोजेक्ट्स लिए हैं आपने देखा होगा कि सब हिली एरिया में, क्योंकि हमारा बेस वहीं पर है। और इसके अलावा एक ये भी है कि लाइक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का एक टारगेट है कि वो जितने भी हिली एरियाज हैं दीज आर मोर सेंसिटिव फॉर एनवायरमेंट चेंजेज, तो गवर्नमेंट इनको डिकार्बोनाइज करना चाहती है। तो उसी की मीटिंग के सिलसिले में एक हुई थी मीटिंग अहमदाबाद में, तो उन्होंने एनएचपीसी को जिम्मेदारी दी थी कि आप 3 पायलट प्रोजेक्ट्स कीजिए, और ताकि इसका इन प्रोजेक्ट से छोटे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं बट बेसिक पर्पज इनका ये है कि हाइड्रोजन के बारे में हमने हाइड्रोजन को देश के सबसे रिमोट कॉर्नर तक पहुंचाना है, वहाँ तक इनके बारे में एक अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करनी है और लोगों को दिखाना है कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी है, इट्स फिजिबल, इट्स वर्केबल। और इसके सिलसिले में सबसे पहले लेह वाला प्रोजेक्ट है, होपफुली अब ये जल्दी ही हम अवार्ड करने वाले हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। रिसेंटली जैसे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने अपना ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन मिशन लॉन्च किया है, और जो इसका फेज 1 है, फेज 1 के अंदर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का फोकस है कि जहाँ पर जो ऑलरेडी मतलब इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, जहाँ पर हाइड्रोजन की ऑलरेडी कंजम्पशन है, वहीं पर हाइड्रोजन को हम प्रोड्यूस करें और प्रोड्यूस करने के बाद वहाँ पे कंज्यूम की जाए। तो इस फेज 1 के अंदर हमारा जो प्लान है, हम लोग अपॉर्चुनिटी एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का प्लान था कि सबसे पहले हाइड्रोजन को हम लोग रिफाइनरीज और फर्टिलाइजर सेक्टर यहाँ पे प्रमोट किया जाएगा ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन को। तो इसमें जो संभावनाएं हैं एनएचपीसी तलाश कर रही है। यहाँ पर हम जो लोग आए हुए हैं इन्हीं मतलब अपने उद्देश्य के सिलसिले आए हुए हैं कि कोई जो हमें मिलेंगे अपॉर्चुनिटी। और अभी जैसे हमारा जो देश का वेस्टर्न रीजन है, राजस्थान, महाराष्ट्र, गुजरात, इसके अंदर सभी को मालूम है कि रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के अंदर काफ़ी संभावनाएं हैं, और इन्हीं संभावना की चाहे ये रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हो चाहे ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हो, इसमें काफ़ी संभावनाएं हैं। इन्हीं संभावनाओं को हम लोगों ने समझते हुए हम लोग अपना गुजरात में एक जल्द ही ऑफिस सेटअप करने वाले हैं, और उम्मीद करते हैं कि जो इस सेक्टर की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं हमको और बेहतर तरीके से यूज कर पाएंगे और आगे बढ़ेंगे। नेक्स्ट। ये हमारी कंपनी का एक ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन था, और मैं ये जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं इनका सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि इन्होंने इतनी अच्छी मीट अरेंज की और हम लोगों को एक मौका दिया कि अपनी कंपनी के बारे में आप लोगों से कुछ शेयर कर पाएँ। जो हमारे पहले के जो स्पीकर थे उन्होंने भी काफ़ी नॉलेज दिया। मैं सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। थैंक्स अ लॉट।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। कोई सवाल है किसी के मन में अगर पूछना है तो? हाँ, पूछना चाहते हैं?
सर लाइक फर्स्ट प्रोजेक्ट हम बात करते हैं लेह की। जो लेह के अंदर हमारा माइक्रोग्रिड प्रोजेक्ट है, इसकी जो एस्टिमेटेड कॉस्ट है ये लगभग 11 करोड़ रुपए थी, और जो सेकंड प्रोजेक्ट था हमारा कारगिल में, उसकी एस्टिमेट कॉस्ट 30 करोड़, रफली आई एम गिविंग दोज फिगर्स, 30 करोड़ है। Actually, sir, that's right. I mean, at this stage, they are too costly because they are too costly. These are small-scale projects, and so we have not worked out per kg cost like you want to know, because at small scale rates are too high. So that is the thing. Just as a for our you can say analysis purpose, we were working out. What shall be the rate of this microgrid project for electricity purpose. So it was around 150 rupees per unit as electricity, because its purpose was giving round the clock electricity. Okay, so on small scales it shall be like this only, like it shall be 150 rupees per unit, because they are very small scale project. Any other question from any guest? Yeah, okay, thanks a lot. Thanks.
थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर योर एनकरेजिंग वर्ड्स। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए। नाउ आई वांट टू इनवाइट अवर नेक्स्ट स्पीकर फ्रॉम SJVN ग्रीन एनर्जी लिमिटेड, डेप्यूटी जनरल मैनेजर Please join me to welcome Shri Shivender Patial. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ.
It is an honor for me to welcome you all on behalf of SJVN. As we all know that next 1 to 2 decades will be the most exciting period for the energy sector. And this has been truly depicted by the various presentations we had today. Yes, to start with the brief profile of SJVN. This is the brief overview of SJVN. SJVN was incorporated in 1988 with Government of India share of around 60% and Government of HP share of 27% with public share around 13%. We have an installed capacity of 2091 megawatt with 7 power stations under operation. We are also have a 86 kilometer 400 kV transmission line which is operational in Indo-Nepal border. This is in JV mode with CPTC. The total project portfolio of SJVN now stands at around 47 gigawatt. We have another 400 kV line between Arun 3 and Dhalkebar. We also have subsidiaries which are executing various projects such as the SAPDC, SJVN Arun 3 Power Development Company Private Limited. It's executing project of 900 megawatt in Nepal. Then we have been allotted another 669 megawatt Lower Arun and 490 megawatt Arun 4 HEP in Nepal. For development of Buxar Thermal Power Project of 1320 megawatt project, we have a subsidiary of SJVN Thermal Private Limited. We have 2 units of 660 megawatt. Then recently in March 2022, SJVN Green Energy Limited have been incorporated for implementation of the various renewable projects. As of now, we have around 4 gigawatt of capacity of renewable projects in our kitty. We have one joint venture, the CPTC Cross Border Power Transmission Company Limited for the 86 kilometer line. This is the project portfolio. Under operation, we have 2091 megawatt. Under construction, we have around 4 gigawatt capacity. Under pre-construction, it's around 2671 megawatt. And we have been in talks with the Arunachal government for the allotment of hydro projects to the tune of 5,000 megawatt. We are also going for the PSP projects, the pump storage projects in India, tuning to the tune of 13 gigawatt. As rightly said by Sachin Shah, there should be a drastic change in the management of the company. So in 2018, under the leadership of our CMD, we developed a shared vision for the company with the defined targets. That is to be 5,000 megawatt by 2023, 25,000 by 2030, and 50,000 megawatt company by 2040. So as of now, the share of the renewable in our total capacity stands around 8.5%. We are planning to go to 16% by 23, and by 2040, we are expecting it to be 66% of our total portfolio, just to be in line with the Government of India mission. These are the plants which are under operation. We are operating the largest underground hydropower plant in the country, that is 1500 megawatt. In tandem, we have the Rampur project. This is also an hydro project of capacity 412 megawatt. We are presently operating wind projects at Khirvere, Sadla, and then we have the commission projects of solar, Charanka, and Parasan solar power plant, one small one in Nathpa Jhakri. These are the projects under construction. From 2018 onwards, this is the first time we have a total of around 13 projects which are under construction at the same time. And this stands to the tune of around 4 gigawatt, out of which the renewable is almost 1.5 gigawatt. The projects which are under pre-construction stage means the projects that have been backed through open competitive tariff bidding mode, for which the LOIs are yet to be received by the implementing agencies, or for which the PPAs are to be signed by the concerned authorities. The green ones are the basically the renewable projects in the sector of the solar, wind. So these stand around 2,671 megawatt. These are the projects under survey and investigation. Either they are in the DPR stage or various survey works are being carried out. The font in the black are the hydro projects and the green ones are the solar projects. We are the SPPD for the projects like Kaza Solar Power Park, the Kinnaur Solar Park in HP. Talking about the hydro projects, we are talking with Arunachal Pradesh. We are soon to be signing the MOU for these projects, the largest being the Italian project, around 3 gigawatt capacity. The pumped storage projects in the state of Maharashtra, Mizoram, and Himachal Pradesh. These stands to around 13 gigawatt. We have our presence in 14 states, and in Gujarat itself, we are doing projects to the tune of 585 megawatt. Now, talking about the performance of the SJVN, the operational performance, which can be measured through the achievement of the design energy. So you can see we have almost met the design energy comfortably in each year. This is the actual plant availability factor, which is to be achieved for the hydro plants. As per the CRC regulation, it should be around 89%, and we are above 100% in each year. So we are performing well on the operational parameters. This is a very interesting slide. You can see that in 2017-18, we were spending around 400 crores, which has been increased to 20 times in 22-23. That means 8,000 crore of capex is being achieved. The total revenue, it's increasing year-wise year. There's a dip in 21-22 because of the revision of the CRC tariff. However, in 22-23, up to half yearly, we have almost crossing the 2,000 crore target. Profit after tax, it's also increasing trend. The dip is due to the reason I gave in earlier slide. And the PAT for 22-23 half yearly results, we are above the targets. The dividend history of the company is quite good. We are providing a dividend yield of 5.5%, which is quite good in the industry. These are the MOU performance, how the Ministry of Power rates you. So you can see each year either we are excellent or on the very good parameter. regarding the corporate social responsibility, SJVN is spending more than the prescribed limit of 2% of the PAT. We are spending around 3 to 3.5%. Various awards and recognition have been given to SJVN. The recent one being the leading director of the company to our CMD in 2023 by the Green Tech Foundation. These are some of the glimpses of our projects. The largest project, Nathpa-Jhakri Hydropower Station. In tandem, we have 412 megawatt project, Rampur. Kirvare Wind Power Plant, Sadla Wind Power Plant, the Charanka Solar Power Plant under operation. This is a small solar plant at Nathpa-Jhakri at Surge Shaft area. The recently commissioned Prasan Solar Power Project of 75 megawatt capacity in UP. This is the Arun 3 hydroelectric project of capacity 900 megawatt in Nepal, to be soon commissioned by 24-25. Natwar Mori in Uttarakhand of 60 megawatt capacity. This is also under construction stage. Dhaulased of 66 megawatt in Himachal. Luri Hydro project, 210 megawatt in Himachal. Then we are executing the Bikaner solar power project of 1000 megawatt capacity under the CPSU scheme. This is the largest EPC contract awarded under a single package, and the EPC contractor is Messrs. Tata Solar. This is being executed in Bikaner, Bhandarwala district, and will be commissioned by January 2024, next year. Then we have the Raganezda solar power project, 100 megawatt capacity. This is the Buxar thermal power plant. This is also to be commissioned by next year. Thank you. Thank you.
So, any questions? Okay, वहाँ पे please mic दीजिए.
Yes, sir. It's under the supercritical technology, and it's of capacity 1320 megawatt with one unit of 660 megawatt. Yeah. Only through thermal power.
Hello.
Hello. First of all, thanks for nice presentation.
Thank you.
एक क्वेश्चन ही मेरा ये था कि मैं देख रहा था कि SJVNL बड़ा एग्रेसिवली पार्टिसिपेट स्पेशली TBCB में कर रहा है, लॉट ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट्स यू हैव सीन इन योर स्लाइड. बट मेरा एक क्वेश्चन ये था कि जितनी एग्रेसिवली पार्टिसिपेशन है SJVNL का, और अगर इसमें फाइनेंशियल रिस्क फैक्टर ज़्यादा नहीं लग रहा है कि अगर ज़रा भी CUF से अगर स्लाइड बिलो जाते हैं तो निगेटिव कैश इनफ्लो की तरफ जाएगा, चूँकि ये तो PSUs है, कोई ये नहीं है, तो रिस्क फैक्टर फाइनेंशियली ज़्यादा अगर है
how you will achieve and how you will fulfill the criteria. Rightly said. जैसे कि आपको मालूम है, we are all bidding under the tariff competitive bidding mode. So before bidding, we have to take into consideration various parameters, which are the levers for the project and for bidding the tariff, such as how well you are arranging your financials, means at what interest rate are you managing to get the loans in the market. Second, how efficiently you are performing on the operational part, and these are some of the levers that we have to look into. And most of all, after the bidding process, when we go for the EPC contract, we try to minimize the scope, I mean to say that we must fulfill the functional requirement of the project, and apart from that, whatever is felt not to be necessary is deleted from the scope. So that is our USP. And one more USP of the company is that we are taking the decisions at a very faster speed. It's not like that we are in the olden era. We are taking the approvals on WhatsApp, and a circular in that regard has also been issued by the management. So this is the foremost USP of our company.
Yes, but that means SJ will compromise with the quality.
Not at all. Not at all. You know, we have EPC contractors at Omkareshwar, we have L&T, then we have Tata Solar. They don't compromise on the quality. So how can we?
Okay.
All the best. Thank you.
I'm Jagani from Unili. As you mentioned, your renewable assets are increasing. My first question is resource assessment, because what will be the wind prediction you have made in your project report, and what with the actual wind or whatever solar radiation you have estimated, and what was the actual? There is a lot of difference. If you see the report, last year solar radiation was 7% lower than the previous one. So in your bidding stage, how you are mitigating this type of uncertainty when you are quoting very aggressive rate?
Actually, sir, in the market, we have only 2 to 3 softwares that are providing the insulation values or the GHI values for the solar plant. So we have studied that there is just a little variation between those softwares. It's around 3 to 4%. But the most precise one being the solar GIS. So we are following the solar GIS software. We get the GHI values, and then accordingly we put those values in the PVC software and get the CUF for the plant, and accordingly we are bidding.
No, that is right. Everybody is doing like that. But my question was the uncertainty in the future solar radiation or wind resource. It is there always. There is a 6 to 7% variation either in plus side or minus side. Okay. So during the bidding stage, when you are bidding very aggressively, even 1% or 2% change in this resource assessment will lead you in the negative cash flow, as the previous gentleman has questions.
So I want to make it very clear here that SJVIN being aggressive is just due to the reason because we are getting our finances at a very competitive rate. And I would like to share you here that we are financing the Omkareshwar project as well as the Raganesda project from Japanese bank, for which we have collaborated with them at a very nominal rate as compared to the rates we are getting in the Indian market.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Are we done? Okay, thank you so much, sir. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye sir ke liye for such an encouraging words and informative session. So we are going to have the lunch break from now onwards, and please do visit the stall. So lunch के बाद हम लोग वापस से यही जगह पर यहीं पर मिलते हैं, and we are going to have the another interesting sessions for all of you. So take your lunch. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
फाइनेंस का रोल बहुत बड़ा होता है, राइट? तो कुछ इस टॉपिक पर
Indian Chamber of Commerce for giving us the opportunity to be associated with this seminar or workshop. Since morning we have seen a really good, excellent presentation full of information. Many things, particularly hydrogen energy, etc. Many parameters were quite new to us, so we are also getting benefited by way of presentations. I am Rajesh Kumar Baisakhiar, Deputy General Manager, SME, and my area of operation is entire state of Gujarat and Union Territory, Diu Daman and Dadar Nagar Haveli. So we are actually into the financing to the units who have turnover up to 250 crores, which comes under MSME. Along with me, I am accompanied by my colleague, Mr. Udit Vij, who is actually looking after the finance of solar projects. So I will invite him to give you the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Presentation. Good afternoon, all of you. तो पोस्ट लंच सेशन तो वैसे भी नींद आ जाती है और वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस द फाइनेंस प्लीज नेक्स्ट. So since morning we are discussing about that the government of India has set up a ambitious target of putting a 500 gigawatt by the year 2030 and the other salient features. But to achieve all these things we need a capital. And when we are talking about the capital, there comes the role of the bank. And since the State Bank of India, the largest banking partner in India, so we had a very important role. And in line with the governments of India visions, we are also promoting renewable energy. And the following, the products which the State Bank of India has in this renewable energy projects are solar, wind, hydropower, ethanol blended petroleum, which has been the recent, you can say, thrust of the government of India, blending petrol from 5% to 10%. And then biomass-based power projects. In the recent budget, the government of India has also come out the blending of the CBG 5% with CNG. So maybe that policy is under formation and soon we will be able to see. And since it's very difficult to put the thrust on all the products, so we had only going to discuss the solar part, which has got an immense potential and also the main, you could say, the contributor to the renewable energy. And the foremost thing is Reserve Bank of India has also declared that the projects which are financing up to rupees 30 crores, they are fall under the priority sector lending. So this is a huge benefit. Next slide, please. So these are the benefits which we had summarized if you are going to put up a solar energy project. Since you had the savings on your energy bills, power bills, so the capital cost which you are going to put up would see a payback period of 4 to 6 years, and also the depreciation benefits you are going to get, and for over a period of 25 years your tariff is going to be locked in. Since this power from the thermal is going to be increased year after year, you will see the GEB rates are being hiked. So once you are going to shift part of your energy consumption to the solar mode, so in that way you are fixing your operation cost, because there is hardly any maintenance and operation cost involved in this solar. The only thing is the capital cost. And next slide. So we had a specific deadline, you could say the line of credit from the World Bank. So here we had already disbursed loan around 3,000 of crores till December 2022. And we had still a pipeline of around 1,600 crores, which we have been targeted to be lent by the November 2023. So the funds are not an issue. The only thing is the good projects which are going to be come up, and the State Bank of India would be there to support those projects. And the thing which we today we want to focus on is Surya Shakti finance scheme. Next, Lena. This is a specifically dedicated product which the bank has come up, our honorable chairman, in January 2022. This cell has been set up at our Bombay office, and this is basically focused on the project capacity up to 1 megawatt. So any projects which is under this 1 megawatt and up to the loan requirement of 4 crores, that to be for capital consumption, not on the OPEX model, because the capital consumption means then we have a spot of your primary business. The cash flows from your primary business would also come into the focus. So this our cell has been totally dedicated to finance these types of projects. The only thing is from pan over India, our branches will collect the documents, and those documents are going to be loaded online, and our cell at Mumbai, they will get it downloaded from there. They will have all their datas, and they process the proposal over there within, you could say, that maintaining of around 20 days, starting from the sourcing to disbursement. And we had already we had already tie up under this scheme for 4 solar vendors. One is Tata Power, second is Wari, third is Mahindra Solarize, and the fourth one is Havells India Limited.
So, although we are having 4 tie-ups in place under the product Surya Shakti Solar Finance, but this is not that we are not financing any standalone project. So we are very much into the standalone project as well. These 4 tie-ups we have done, for which slightly liberal conditions are given. Otherwise, we can finance any other project which are independent of these 4 service providers. We can finance all those projects also.
Next one. And this is the special features for this scheme, that this is for existing borrower also and for the new borrower also who are come to install this solar system, whether it is rooftop, your ground mounted up to 1 megawatt capacity. And the eligibility criteria, we had our own rating system on those parameters. If the rating is around SB8 or better, then the interest rate would be quite competitive. And then the foremost part is the debt to equity ratio is bit of liberal here. Generally you would see it is 70 to 30, but here in this case it is 80-20. Since it is for captive use only, we had the cash flow from your primary business also. So keeping that into mind, the debt equity ratio, we had given some sort of leverage there. So this is one of the special features of this scheme. And the second one is the repayment period. The repayment period has been, say, door to door is 10 years, including the moratorium of 6 months.
Where the terms are liberal here, I must point out, here margin is 20%. Normally in any manufacturing activity, minimum margin is 25%. And in case of book debt financing, it is ranging up to 30 to 40%. Second, elongated repayment period. Normally it is 5 to 7 years. So here we have taken 10 years. Third, the 6-month moratorium has also been given. And fourth, most important, in the next slide you will see that if we finance up to 1 megawatt capacity project, next slide please. So our loan limit is up to 4 crore. So up to 4 crore, there is no collateral security. Second item you please note, up to 4 crore rupees, we have to maintain only the fixed asset coverage ratio at the rate of 1.20, and up to 4 crore we don't take any collateral security except from the personal guarantee. No third party guarantee is required, no collateral security, no mortgage is required. Up to 4 crore, this is fully collateral free. In normal schemes, manufacturing activity, up to 2 crore, we are covering the loan exposure under CGT MSC, where no mortgage, no collateral security is required. But in this scheme, up to 4 crore, no collateral, no third party guarantee is required.
And then the most important part is the rate of interest. The rate of interest, you will see presently it is 9.40 to 10.15. The reason being, since we have been known the repo rate is on higher side, since the last 2 years the government of India has increasing the repo rates. And so these rates are linked with EBLR, that is external benchmark rates. Even today itself in the monetary policy, the government has increased the rate some 25 BPS. So going forward, we are expecting the rates would be cooled off.
Rate of interest also, if we talk about the normal manufacturing activity with CRA rating SB8, then normal rate of interest is EBLR plus 4%. Here you will see EBLR plus 50 bips to 1.5 bips. So rate of interest wise also this scheme is very, very cheaper. So lower margin, elongated repayment period, nil collateral up to 4 crore 1 megawatt and softer rate of interest. So all these are the features of this Surya Shakti scheme of SBI.
And then we have to keep these various parameters in check while financing. So if your project is going to fall under these categories, so your average DSCR at P90 level should be minimum 1.20. Earlier, we are going to finance at P70, P50, but now bank has stopped this. So we are also going bit of conservative. Okay, the generation level at P90 only we are considering. And then the fixed asset coverage ratio throughout the tenor, the minimum you have to maintain 1.10. Otherwise, there is some sort of penalty clauses which we are going to be put up. And then there is one more thing, this debt service reserve account, which we have been insisting to maintain. This is sometimes what happened, the generation would not be there. Then the cash flows are not up to the mark. So to capture those things, we are insisting to put 3 months principal and interest either in your current account or to maintain the FD. So it will take to keep the account status, you could say in the banking terminology, standard for us. Next. These are the various documents which we are insisting from the borrower while coming for any solar projects. And briefly, I will read it out. The KYC documents which we are required, the PAN card, Aadhaar card, your certificate of incorporation, memorandum and article of association, partnership deed if it is a partnership firm. Then your MSME registration, Udyam registration certificate in case of MSME. This is must by nowadays. The government of India are insisting even if a unit you have financed earlier and they are not having its URN number, then the banker is insisting to get it registered. And your last 3-year audited financial statements, if your company is already in existence. If not in the existence, then only the provisional or your estimation for that particular project we are required. And afterwards, the asset liability, that is to check the financial strength of the promoters who are behind the shows, how capable they are in terms of financial. And then above all, the pro forma invoices, the quotations for the solar equipment installations which you are going to put up for the plant and machinery. Then the Farmerspathi site feasibility report and the irrigation data, the PVSAT report, which we generally call from our solar vendors, because all your project financing is depends on these things. If your PVSAT report will show us how much your project is going to generate the number of units. Based on this, your cash flow will be decided, then the expense part we are been reducing, and accordingly we are coming to how much finance we are going to give you. That's it.
So although list of documents has occupied one full slide, but up to actually last 5 also is especially required for this project. Otherwise, any business entity would have other papers readily available with them. So last 5 items like pro forma invoice, site feasibility report, irradiation data and consent to operate and certificate of certified engineers. That is the 5 documents which is especially required for this financing under this project. Others are already in the possession of any borrowing entity or any business doing entity. Next.
Any questions?
That's all from our side. Any question? Margin is 20%.
Margin is meant by, suppose we are going to put up a project, say it is around 4 crore rupees. So the bank is not going to lend the 4 crore itself. The bank is going to lend only as part of the portion, say around 80%. 20% is come from the borrower's side. That is the margin. In financing terminology, we are saying it a margin, but it is the borrower's contribution towards the project.
So in that case, your fund is blocked. What we are doing, we are ensuring that 20% is coming into the project from your source. So you are not blocking your cash in terms of fixed deposit. Rather, with the minimum cash requirement, you are able to project here.
And your project economics will also improve, sir.
So 20%, like suppose in 4 crore rupees project cost, your 4 crore is the loan, so 5 crore will be the project cost. So 1 crore your fund is blocked at a lower rate of interest, because fixed deposit will earn lower rate of interest, around 6%. Yeah, here you have to give 9%. So in that case, your loan will be 5 crore and your 1 crore will earn lower rate of interest. But in our case, your loan will be 4 crore only, and your 1 crore is directly coming into the project. So this is more beneficial. Yes, sir. हाँ. बहुत आसानी से मैं बताता हूँ कि एवरेज रेटिंग जो हमारी किसी भी बोरोइंग रैंडमली, जिसको हम कहते हैं ना रैंडम शुगर लेवल, तो रैंडम हमारा जो CRA रेटिंग है दैट इज SB7. SB7 से बेटर मतलब SB6 एंड बेटर, वो थोड़ा सा जिनका फाइनेंशियल रेशियोज हेल्दी रहता है उन्हीं को मिलता है. बट रैंडम जो शुगर यदि शुगर लेवल के हैं तो दैट इज SB7. सो SB8 इज मोर लिबरल. सेकेंड, यदि किन्हीं की SB रेट नहीं आती है तो माई लोन पॉलिसी सेज दैट अप टू SB10 you can liberally finance. Only thing is that we have to take a template approval from the sanctioning committee that we are going to finance a unit whose CRA rating is not SB8 but rather one stage or one notch or two notch down. So up to 10 SB10 easily finance is available.
सर एक और ऑब्जर्वेशन था, आपने 4 कॉर्पोरेट के साथ टाई अप किया है.
हाँ.
लेकिन गुजरात के अंदर या इंडिया के अंदर आप देखो तो देयर आर मोर देन 1000 MSMEs. एंड जब भी कोई MSME आपके यहाँ आता है तो आपके यहाँ उस फंडिंग के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं होती है, जबकि बाकी जो आपने 4 कॉर्पोरेट्स के साथ टाई अप किया है, वैसे फंड तो वो UN का है, जो भी है fund is available for all. Fortunately, it is only for that 4 particular companies which has been shown. So whether you are open for the MSMEs also to come and participate in this program?
तो हमने शुरू में ही जिस समय वो 4 टाइप के बारे में हमने जिक्र किया, उसी समय हमने कहा कि although we have a specific tie-up with four industry majors for whom we are bit liberal, but we are not averse to financing in any other unit. If any unit wants to have their solar project installed in tie-up with any other EPC contractor, we are very much open.
अच्छा, एक आखिरी सवाल सर.
जी.
आपका जनरेशन पॉइंट को फंड करने के लिए तो आपके पास पैसे इजीली अवेलेबल है. आपने कभी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को भी अभी आप कुछ एनकरेज कर रहे हैं क्या? जो सोलार के EPCs है उनको भी आप एनकरेज कर रहे हैं क्या? क्योंकि जो पैसा फंसता है वो सोलार EPC का, जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूँ फॉर एग्जांपल, आई डोंट नो वेदर हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस आर हियर फ्रॉम रेसिडेंशियल सेक्टर, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात वर्किंग ऑन रेसिडेंशियल सेक्टर में होता क्या है कि आपका 100 रुपये का प्रोडक्ट है, 40 रुपया सब्सिडी है, वो 40 रुपया सब्सिडी काट के आप कंज्यूमर के पास से पैसा लेते हो. 13.8 rupees is the GST what you pay back to the government immediately upon raising the invoice. So you are left with 47.2 rupees, and in 47.2 rupees you execute a project of 100 rupee. When उसका मीटरिंग होता है उसके बाद जाके उसको पैसा मिलता है. तो ये जो कंपनीज है, दिस आर द कंपनीज विच आर स्ट्रेस्ड विथ फाइनेंसिस एंड दे आर लुकिंग फॉर द फाइनेंसिस. अनफॉर्चुनेटली जिस सेक्टर को आप फंड कर रहे हो वो सेक्टर को तो सब फंड कर रहे हैं, बट एज अ स्टेट बैंक if you fund this particular sector, the entire sector will naturally grow.
इसमें मैं एक बात कहना चाहूँगा, जैसे हम होम लोन फाइनेंस करते हैं, होम लोन देते हैं, किसी भी आम नागरिक को हम होम लोन देते हैं, चाहे वो बिजनेसमैन हो, चाहे सर्विस क्लास हो, चाहे आर्मी पर्सनल हो. हम क्या बिल्डर फाइनेंस नहीं करते हैं? हम बिल्डर को भी देते हैं फ्लैट बनाने के लिए, घर बनाने के लिए. हम कमर्शियल जो इस्टेब्लिशमेंट बनाते हैं, ऑफिस स्पेस या शॉप्स, उनको भी फाइनेंस करते हैं. इसी तरह से जैसे हम एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट को फाइनेंस करते हैं, उनके जो सप्लायर उनको भी फाइनेंस करते हैं. तो यदि कोई EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अपना कैश बजट लेके हमारे पास आता है कि हमारी ये फंड रिक्वायरमेंट है, मेरा इनफ्लो और आउटफ्लो ऑफ कैश फ्लो ये है, वी आर वेरी जॉली वेल फाइनेंस देम ऑल्सो. ये उनके प्रोजेक्ट पे डिपेंड करेगा कि उनका प्रोजेक्ट में कितनी कैश जनरेटिंग ये है, उनका एक्सपीरियंस कितना है, मार्केट रेपुटेशन कैसा है, मार्केट स्टैंडिंग कैसी है, उनके बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड लिंकेजेस कैसे हैं, उनने आज तक क्या ऑपरेट किया है, उनकी बैलेंस शीट कैसी है. ये जो हमारे पैरामीटर्स हैं, 3-4 पैरामीटर्स हैं, 4 C's ऑफ क्रेडिट, उसको देख के हम किसी भी इसको हम जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फाइनेंस कर सकते हैं जिसका लॉन्ग गेस्टेशन पीरियड आता है, तो व्हाई वी विल बी अवर्स टू फाइनेंसिंग द EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स.
दिस पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर अगर आप इसको थोड़ा एड्रेस करेंगे तो दिस पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर
जरूर करेंगे सर. जो भी EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आज इस मीटिंग में मौजूद हैं, मेरा उनको ओपन इनविटेशन है सर. आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट लेके हमारे पास आइए या मुझे मौका दीजिए, हम अपनी एक्सपर्ट टीम को लेके आपके ऑफिस को विजिट करेंगे और आपकी फाइनेंसिंग रिक्वायरमेंट को एड्रेस करेंगे.
थैंक यू.
वेलकम सर.
Any more question?
Yeah, good afternoon. I represent Adani. I take care of India sales part. Like he was mentioning, we have almost around 55 EPC partners. Like they are doing the integration at the last mile. So his question was very relevant. Ki, of course, Adani can definitely approach you. You may be a little more liberal on that. However, can we extend it up to that level? For that, now I think you are operating for Gujarat, this particular scheme, right?
No, entire country.
This for entire country.
That
okay.
Surya Shakti cell
Okay.
is established in Mumbai.
Okay.
So our job is just to source the proposal and obtain the basic required documents and email them.
So your office is in Gujarat right now?
I am sitting in local head office Ahmedabad. I am DGM SME of state of Gujarat.
I want your credentials, sir. Because
Rajesh Besakiyar.
I know your name, but other credentials if you can share,
yes.
my team will approach you for a discussion.
Definitely.
We have a huge requirement, like so many channel partners are sitting here also. They were asking me, and sir, why don't you have a discussion with you?
So that is what I submitted just now, that any funding requirement, if it is not within the ambit of the retail branches, then our corporate client group is also situated here in Ahmedabad. Any fund required more than 100 crore will be addressed by corporate client group branches, and that GM is also sitting in Ahmedabad. And we will visit your office along with our expert team who are into this scheme.
Your office is in which part of Ahmedabad?
Bhadra, Lal Darwaja, local head office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the informative session. एक बार जोर से ताली बजाएंगे सर के लिए. That was really very important and engaging. Moving forward towards our next speaker, I want to invite now from Dymo India, Business Development Manager. Please join me to welcome Mr. Samrat
and session addressed by the managers of SBI banks. So I am here to present myself. I'm representing Dymo, and Dymo is the premium leading brand in world for providing labeling solutions. Labeling solutions like, please. In today's session, we will be covering that who could be our customers and who are our customers, what are the products we are offering to them, and what benefits you can have by using the Dymo products, and then what applications our products can have for your infrastructures. Next slide, please. See, the core target groups for us are the general offices, with the offices like small office, home offices, then administrative offices, then small businesses, then facilities managements like asset management, infrastructure management, all this, warehouses. Next slide, please. See, the basic key applications of labeling is organization, then mailing and shipping labels, then asset management, signing, identification of assets. Then we have, like, according to the usage, we have different categories. Like you can see this LM range, then LW range, and the consumables of the same. Next slide, please. See, the customer, everybody is our customer. The person who prefers things to be in their right place and enjoy the processes that keeps us organized. Organization and labeling helps us to be more efficient and professional. Next slide, please. See, as per the customer segmentation, we have divided the customer segments in three, like light uses, moderate uses, and heavy uses. Light uses is like office, small offices. Then moderate uses is like Sohos, small factories. And then heavy uses is like industrial. Like since morning we are talking about the solar panels, EV and renewable energy. So we need we are putting up solar panels there to get the energy. See, and for that we need labeling to put there any identification mark that like manufacturing date, maintenance due date, like. Next slide, please. See, so here is the product segmentation. For light uses, we have Label Manager 160 printer. As you can see, these products are very handy, portable. You can anyone can carry in his bag. For moderate use, we have Label Manager 280 product. Then for heavy uses, we have Label Manager 420p and Rhino 6000 plus. See please. These two products, LM160 and Label Manager 280, it prints up to 12 mm. Then this Label Manager 420p, it prints up to 19 mm width, and Rhino 6000 plus, it prints up to 24 mm. And these all products are, except this Label Manager 160, all products are with PC and Mac connectivity, and all are with, except this LM160, all are with rechargeable battery packs. See, the basic usage of this product is as you can see, it comes with the small display. It is easy access keys, like you can type and take the printout from there. It prints up to 12 mm width labels. Then this is ideal for home and small office, Soho kind of things. Next slide, please. This is,
sorry to interrupt you, Samrat. So can you go to previous slide, please? Yeah. So when we are talking about this 12 mm, so what is 12 mm? It's a label. You have brochures on your table, so you can refer that one. So we have a sizes, the width of the label, 6 mm, 9 mm, 12, 19 and 24. And we have all colors like R, Y, B, black, silver, green, red, everything we have. So basically you might be thinking that what we are doing here, that where the conference is going for the renewable energy. Yes, we are also part of for you that, for example, solar panel, if you get taken into consideration, so it is exposure to directly to the sun. So we require the label identification of that panel, that when we did the maintenance or when next maintenance due, or that solar panel number or any identification, that label should be have capability to sustain against UV protection. Yes, our label are UV protected. Our label are scratch proof, our label are abrasion proof, our label are tearless, our label are temperature from -7 to 120 degrees Celsius. Our label can be up to mild chemical proof also. So all these facilities you will get in our labels, which will give you the long lasting identification of solar panel. That is one of the idea. Second thing, when we talk about label, who is our user? Everyone sitting over here is our customer. So for example, in USA, first of all, Dymo is a brand under the Renewable brands. It's a US MNC, it's a NASDAQ registered. The valuation is $16 billion. And it's more than 120 years old. You might be heard name Reynolds pen, Parker pen. All these are our brands. So around 165 brands we are owning. In India, we launched Dymo in 2019, and we are catering SAARC and Southeast Asia from India. So come back to here. So what is the use of this Dymo in your corporate house also? Every day you are dispatching so many envelopes, or from dispatches of your shipments, you require labels. So normally we are used to write down by hand. So sometimes most of people have a doctor kind of handwriting, so which postman or courier guy is not able to read, and it's not look professional also. So just one single click, you will get your name, company logo. If you want, put your own photo, you can put a photo. If you want barcode, QR code, EN code, any kind of barcode, it just type what you want, and just one click, your barcode is ready, and just print, your label is ready. Apart from this, we have labels, plastic labels, we have a paper labels, we have a vinyl labels, we have a nylon labels, we have a heat shrink tubes for your solar wiring connectors to get wrapped. We have a self-laminate labels also. So all these are typical range for the renewable energy industry, which is directly exposed to the sun, and you require the long-lasting and rigid labels. That's why we are here. So next, Samrat will continue. Sorry.
Thank you, Chetan sir. Please, next slide. So this is Label Manager 280. This is the exceeder of this last product, LM160. This product comes with USB connectivity, PC connectivity with lithium-ion battery. So you can take it anywhere, and you can use it anywhere. Next slide, please. This, for heavy usage, we have two products, Label Manager 420p and Rhino 6000 Plus. See, as Chetan sir told that we have 5 sizes, 6 mm, 9 mm, 12 mm, 19 mm and 24 mm. So Label Manager 420p prints up to 19 mm, and Rhino 6000 Plus prints up to 24 mm width labels. And Rhino 6000 Plus print all kind of labels which Chetan sir discussed, like flexible nylon, vinyl, heat shrink tube, D1 tapes, all kind of usables. These both products are with PC and Mac connectivity, prints up to 5 lines, and can print barcode independently without the need of PC, and you can get the QR code easily from these machines. Next slide, please. See, these are the consumables, as Chetan sir told. We can use these labels on multiple surfaces, like clean flat surfaces, including plastic, paper, metal, glass, wood, any kind of surface. We can stick these labels. Then these labels are UV resistant for better life. Then easy peel, like it's very easy to peel, and we use acrylic gum for the protection of your surface also. Then these labels are water resistant, temperature resistant, and easily removable.
When we are talking about easily removable, it is advantage. Frankly speaking, when we are talking about solar panel, that surface should be so much clean, if I'm not wrong, correct? So whenever we remove the paper, any label in our daily life, it get teared, or maybe some glue stain is on the surfaces. So it might be taint to the effectivity or efficiency of the solar panel. But our glue is non-acidic. So even after 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, if you want to remove the label, it will be the single shot, it will get removed, and not even a single dot of stain on your solar panel or any kind of surfaces. That is our easily removable feature is there.
Next slide, please. The basic usage, the filing, the shipping labels, and the asset management. Next slide, please. See, as we have discussed, our products LM160, LM280, Rhino 6000 Plus, and 420p. These are all the applications, like files, folders, storage areas, and files. Then asset management. Basic features are easily handy, easy to carry. These all. PC connectivity also. Next slide, please. These are the basic difference in these 4 machines, like display is with all the machines, auto power saver mode is in every machine, then lithium-ion batteries, and number of phones, number of pre-designed symbols in this we have in all these machines, all this. And the width, the 6 mm, 9 mm, 12 mm, and up to 24 mm with the different type of labels. Next slide, please. See, these are the colors. We have clear, black on clear, red on clear, then white on black, black on white. These different color options we have?
So basically it is like we have a cartridges, we can see over here D1 labels. So in that you will have an integrated solution, one label, adhesive, butter paper and ink ribbon. So we have a 2 color option in a single cartridge. One is base color, one is an ink color. And by using our software, that is Dymo Connect, which is lifetime free. And we have a Dymo Connect app also for the iOS and Android. It's a lifetime free again. So you can invert the color also. So you can make ink color is a base color and base color as a font color. So all these are, we have an option as I explained earlier. So variety of option you will have. So you can do the identification by the color range also. Next slide, please, Melita. So let's little bit detail about LM160. LM160, we can say that it is very entry level model. It's required the AAA batteries, 6 AAA batteries, and it is like we can say individual printer. So in your company, you can offer this to the group of 5 or individual 1 to manage their things and get organized their stuffs. Next. So it is just like advanced one, LM160, same feature, same kind of design. Only you will get larger display, backlight display, and then you will get PC connectivity. Again, when we talk about PC connectivity, immediately you can print anything what you want. Like you want to print your own photo, that is also possible. If you want to print your company logo, that is also possible. Then if you have an Excel sheet and you want asset management, for example, we have a one table, so serial number, for example, department name, product name, and due date of the next asset auditing. So that table you have to make and just assign that Excel to that table. All entries will get automatically in that table. No need to type. For example, 1000 entries are there. No need to type 1000 times. That our software is capable to snatch that data from the Excel sheet directly to that table. Next, please. Same. Previous 2 machines was up to 12 mm. This is up to 19. So 6, 9, 12, 19. And lithium-ion battery also. Next, please. Yeah, this is a product which we will recommend you for the on-site uses. So this is like paripurna, जैसे बोलते हैं, उस kind of things. Up to 24 mm, you will get plastic labels, polyester labels, vinyl, nylon, heat shrink, self-laminate labels. So all range you will get. And you can see the black color is a rubber body, so even from 1.5 meter, it is fall down, nothing will be happen. And apart from for this machine have a 1 year on replacement warranty guarantee. So really it is tough for you that you have to do something great to destroy this machine and claim us back. So apart from that, we can read that meet the key ANSI and TIA EIA 606B industry labeling standards. So it is basically apart from ANSI, all these are the European and US standards which we are complied. And apart from that barcode, you can easily type directly from here. And apart from any barcode, you have to go software and you can print. You can print micro QR code and QR code also. So symbol library, it is 250 programmed, but apart from this, anything you can download and print. You can type Gujarati, Marathi, Kannada, Tamil, if you want, just download the Google font and type, that's it. Exclusive hotkeys, you can see the cable wrap, cable flap. So please visit our stall. We have some sample sheets, so you will get an idea of what we can provide by this machine. Next slide, please. So this is overall kit. You will get a hard case to carry on site. You will get a lithium-ion battery, machine, PC connectivity, and 2 complementary tapes inside that box. Next, please. So these are the application, as I said. So you can see the first photo, the white labeling. You can do that. Then we have a hotkeys. Then for the server rooms or any solar wiring, you can do the wrapping over there, the white label. Then for the warehouse store management, we can say we can do the labeling. Then again cable wrap and self-laminated one. These are the flags self-laminated, which is get plastic rounding on that one, and you can print the barcode also. So these are the basic application we want to show you that, which will help you on-site working very easy. Next, please. Apart from this, this is a machine for every office. For example, this is very economical one. We have a label cost from 50 paisa to 4 rupees according to size of the label. You can use this machine for the MRP labels. You can use this machine for the push-pull kind of signages. You can use this machine for the envelope delivery, shipment delivery. So these are the basically paper labels. And we are the pioneer of this direct thermal technology. So this machine don't require ink. So whatever you can see the print black color, it's burn the paper. It's a thermal paper, and our head is burning the label, and that burning is nothing but printing. So we are pioneer for this, and you will get this range, 2-inch and 4-inch labels you will get in this one. So you can see over here mailing an organization rather than writing by hand. You can put the label which look professional and readable to everyone. Then medical supplies for not medical only, but anything like MRP label, you want to put barcode, you want to put some product code, SKU code, that kind of things, and the retail management also. Next, please. Yeah, this is like, again, we cannot say toy, but yes, very innovative product. It just punching the label. It's a plastic label inside. It get embossed, and that become white, and that become a print. You can see the demo. So it is very cheap. We can say very economical, around 700 rupees. 700 rupees, 800 rupees product. So at least we can offer this product to each everyone, and it's have a round label kind of the ring over there. It have a A to Z and 0 to 9. And you have to remove, move that, and whatever you want, you have to bring that in the block and punch it. It's a, you can have a hands-on on our stall. So this is very good instrument for your kids also for learning A to Z and 0 to 9. Please, next. So overall, these are our range. Still, I will recommend you rather than first 2, last 3, which will give you the whole kind of solution for all kind of your applications. That's from my side. Any questions if you have, please.
Hello. Sir, generally thermal prints have short life.
That's why I'm saying that if you see that slide, our application is like retail management. So MRP label required. For example, in-house, 2 years nothing will happen. Thermal paper life is very less when it is exposed to UV. So in indoor application, nothing will be happen up to 2 years. But still, you are right. So that's why we are offering the like envelope mailing, so which required hardly one corner of the India to second corner of the India, maximum 10 days, not more than that. So that much time thermal paper life have. So that's why we are offering the solution accordingly only. So if you want the label should be survive for the 8 years, we will offer you vinyl or plastic.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions, please? Either it was very clear or it was bouncer, something like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So moving forward towards our next speaker. She is an HR consultant to MSMEs, an author, a dynamic corporate trainer, and a founder of Podguru, and has a decade plus of experience in engaging, transforming, and upskilling human resources, the most important asset of any organization. Please join me to welcome Dr. Shilpa Patel on stage.
Leaders, लीडरशिप में एक बुलंद आवाज होती है, वो नहीं आई. So good afternoon, leaders. Abhi bhi nahi aayi. Now, why I called everyone present here in this room a leader? Because to be a leader is not required to lead any political party or to be a CEO for your organization. But yes, to become a leader, it's just one thing which is required. If you can inspire a person around you, you are a leader, isn't it? So, how many of us can challenge that? Yes, you can inspire a person around you. Everyone, I want to see every hand raised up. So yes, that's a true leadership trait. And again, why I called you all leader, because leader always believe in action and implementation. Today, since morning, we are gaining a lot of knowledge, right? But I would tell you, knowledge without action is merely a piece of information which you can get. But yes, when knowledge is incorporated with actions, it can transform the world. And here, when we are talking such a wonderful topic of energy grid and renewable resources and the way India is leading other nations, so that is where the leadership comes into picture. So as Sachin sir rightly said, that it is this wonderful concept really requires that by word of mouth, every leader inspires other to understand this wonderful concept of green energy, renewable resources, because right now we are not even utilizing the 10% of the available resources. So yes, to bring a big transformation into the world around, everyone sitting here has got responsibility to work upon it so that we can bring transformation in the world. Now we want to talk about, can we have the presentation slides? So when we talk about human resources, so it is the most sought after and the most talked about concept in any HR intervention that happens nationally or globally. But when it comes about the action, the least happens in their organization. So now I tell you, dear ladies and gentlemen, gone are those days when heavy paychecks or wonderful infrastructure would drive your or motivate your team, isn't it? But nowadays, today's workforce is highly dynamic. And when we say that a lot of employment is going to come into the world of renewable energy in coming next decade, so the millennials, the age group of millennials, that is Gen Y, is going to be employed. So do you think to keep engaged, to keep motivated and inspired Gen Y, it is that easy? Not at all. So for that, the human resource, the actual role of human resource comes into existence. Now, before a decade, if we say that human resource was only considered to maintain the payroll, salary, leave management and all. But nowadays, human resource has got to play a very, very dynamic and important role. Because the manpower, when we talk about, it's now the assets for us. Assets which are not in our flow chart or in our balance sheet, they are the intangible assets. But yes, they can create the value creation for our organization. So that is the reason human resource, the optimum potential of human resource, to understand it, to bring into existence, to bring into practice is very, very important. Now when we talk about human resource, when we talk about the very, very important topic, employment sustainability. Now sustainability, the sustainable word itself says, it rounds around the three important parameters: profit, people, and the planet. Right? Resources, environment cause are there. So now this millennial generation which is going to be employed in our organization in coming decade, they are not attracted or fascinated by the big checks or the payment. But yes, they want something more than that. They want their organization to work upon the corporate social responsibility. They want a socially engaged organization to work with. So it's time for all of us to just ask ourselves a question, that are we ready to employ those manpower in coming days? We are seeing that more than 3.4 million employment is going to be generated in the green renewable energy in coming years. By 2030, we are seeing that 3.4 million new employment opportunities are going to emerge. So are we ready to deploy them? Are we ready? Have we ever done the manpower planning? That's an actual requirement of human resource. Where I am right now and where I foresee my organization to grow, the vision that I have for 2025 and 2030. So the manpower requirement that is going to come, for if the skill metrics that is going to emerge, am I working constantly upon it? Am I updating it? Am I upgrading it? Am I keeping my team absolutely engaged and involved with my vision and goal for the year 2025, 2030? If yes, you are going into the absolutely right direction. But if the answer somewhere comes no, then it's time to rethink, to review. Because it is always said, when we talk about the employment sustainability, sustainable word always means that you are constantly working upon some process to fine tune it, to become a better opportunity for anybody who becomes a part of the organization. So the Gallup's research recently said that in India, more than 85% of the people, employees, work under their actual potential. If their potential is X raised to N, if the output or the productiveness that they bring for my organization is not X raised to N. Why? His capabilities, his potential is X raised to N, but why his performance is only X? So here, where the human resource practices, the good and effective human resource practices comes into picture. So yes, so employment sustainability in today's context, it is said to be a key to sustainable business growth. When we talk about business growth, when we talk about expanding our balance sheets, so of course, the manpower requirement and the manpower engagement and the manpower productivity is something which we should always look out for. Next slide. Next slide, please. So now when we talk about sustainable employment, so there are two processes. That one thing we need to understand, why we need to understand the concept and how to derive it. Now we talk about sustainable employment or employment sustainability. Why? To keep your employee and your manpower absolutely engaged. So yes, as I say, that the data says that the green economy is going to bring 3.4 million new jobs in the renewable sector by 2030. So 58, you can see that the energy in the green sector, 58.4% increase is going to be there. So we, according to this, we have to do our manpower mapping as well. So now how to do that and why employment sustainability is to be looked out for. Next slide. This is again as India can almost double the number of jobs through the power sector by 2030 by following as an ambitious renewable energy pathway that Indian government is also supporting and providing. Next slide. Now, why employment sustainability is must? As I earlier said, first thing is it improves the employee engagement. If you think that every single individual who is associated with your organization is 100% employed with you, is 100% investing himself in your organization, then and only then you can say that you are getting 100% output of that person. So yes, improved employee engagement round the year, round the clock is must requisite to have wonderful human resource culture in your organization. Second, it enhances the improved employee satisfaction and the moral. More satisfied employee, you can retain him without any intrinsic or extrinsic monetary benefits. Yes, if he is engaged, if he is inspired, if he feels safe, is satisfied, he would always be highly motivated. Improved productivity and longevity in the organization. Right now we are saying that most of the SMEs and MSMEs have the highest attrition rate. Now to prevent that, because when we are investing in any human resource, it is an investment for us. So it's an asset for us. So we have to get the maximum output from it. And when we are imagining, when we are going for a new recruitment, we know it's a huge cost associated with it and a lot of time we are investing. So instead of that, let us try to upskill the existing resources that we have, upskill them, reskill them, and keep them engaged, inspired, and aligned with your organization to have better productivity. Reduced employee turnover and attrition can always be achieved through employee sustainability and enhances company's reputation and profile. Of course, the word of mouth is of course a very, very important branding in this world. So when a more satisfied employee, a happy employee can always spread a good words for us into the world around. Next slide, please. So now we have understood why. Now how it is to be done. As it is said that the sustainability initiatives remain the top priority for the organization in coming months and years. So 71% of the organization ranked sustainability as their topmost priority or an initiative compared to digital transformation, marketing growth, or the financial performances. So because everything is aligned with your people, that because people, profit, processes, and planet, everything revolves together. So this is the importance of sustainable employment or sustainability in your organization for your employees. Next slide, please. Now, how to achieve it? First thing, invest in the sustainable employability and the growth process of your employee. Any person whom you are employed in, he should feel that he is growing. He should feel that what he was getting, not only in the monetary perspective, but yes, in terms of skill, knowledge, he should feel upgraded, he should feel updated. Second thing is enhancing the cultural DNA of an organization. Culture is very, very important because it gives an identity, and identity can only creates the power of your identity into the market. So yes, enhancing the cultural DNA, the kind of culture you are going to give to the employee, that is only going to be reciprocate, that is only going to be cultivating the feel of belongingness in your asset of the organization. Promoting and inculcating the learning culture. As I said, if your employee is going to feel that every new day is some learning, he's upskilling his skills, his existing skills. So of course, he's going to be strongly associated with the growth plans of our organization. So always try to inculcate learning culture with extraordinary trainings by upskilling and reskilling your existing man force. Invest in employee health and wellness, which normally as in corporate social responsibility, most of us must be thinking upon and doing it. But yes, on a serious concern, we should always think upon employee welfare, and employee health should be our parameter. And of course, we should make some initiatives through human resource to work on this. And the last but not the least is co-creating a sustainable workplace environment. Every day when a person comes to the organization to work, he should not be pushed. He should always be pulled in. He should always feel like, yeah, today I'm going to do and I'm going to give my 100%. So if you have that kind of manpower, that kind of assets in your organization, no one in this world can stop us from growth. And of course, what all visions we have set for the year 2025, 2030, we can definitely achieve them through our existing manpower and a proper manpower planning that is required for the upcoming projects and future. Next slide, please. So yes, sustainable employment always require a sustainable leadership. So I would like to ask you all, are you all ready to bring that sustainable leadership in your organization wherever you are placed at? Thank you so much. So yes, fasten your seat belt. The world is all yours, and keep achieving the targets. Thank you so much. Any question related to human resource or any organization challenges, if you have pertaining to HR, you can please ask.
Any questions? All right. So thank you so much for giving us such a beautiful session. Thank you for your encouraging words. Moving forward towards our next speaker. Passionate in metering over 30 years, working with leading metering companies in India and Gulf, witnessed the evolution of metering business in India and Middle East countries. Known for customer-centric approach and has contributed to success for energy management projects in industries and utilities. Believes in energy data to be a very leading driver in making industry more efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Business Development Director, Janitza Electronics GmbH from Germany. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे for
मेमोरी स्टिक में है, मेमोरी स्टिक में दिया था ना।
We are getting a break here. Let me sort this confusion out. It's a solar event with a salutation to Sun God. In fact, it's a very nice afternoon here with all bright minds. I'm starting this presentation, it's slightly different. It's going to be on metering. I'm not sure how many of you are interested in metering, except for energy, but I'm going to talk more about electrical energy as a whole, and how it helps in your day-to-day profession. So are you all ready to join me? Yes, thank you. Next. Any metering is done for purpose. Either it is done by the utilities used to charge you for the energy what you consume, or the generators use it for selling energy to the rest of the people, rest of the consumers. Most of the energy meters or energy activities happen with active energy. In some cases here in India, apparent energies, and various other parameters like power factor, maximum demand, and then they also use it for availability, how much the power is available, how much of time the power is available in a month, in a week, in a day to the consumers, that to a good power without any power quality issues. And then they also use it for planning, for capacity planning and other loss calculations and demand management, etc. If you use it for the generation purposes, you always have options to do for the power quality, how again your voltage, energy is a main criteria, that's what we get our money with. But there are also loads of other electrical parameters which sensitizes and make your system much more efficient if you adjust certain things. So all those things are done by these meters. This is what I wanted to talk about it right now. We have net energy, energy import, energy export, all those things are done over here. So some of the latest features of the meters which I wanted to highlight here are basically the increased accuracy of the meters. So if whatever you generate, more accurately you count, you get your revenue accordingly. If you are counting with plus or minus 5% or 3% or 1%, you get higher and higher revenue as what you exactly export or import. So that's what it happens. Then the sampling rate is another important function in any meters which calculates, because nowadays there are lots and lots of non-sinusoidal waves or switching loads which can create non-sinusoidal waveforms, so that you higher the samples, better the accuracy of these meters as well. So it also has the sampling rates which needs to be counted on this. Min-max monitoring. So whenever you know what is your minimum and maximum of load, what is going on in your system, then you get a very, very good insights. You see there on a red color graph over there, even though it's small, you can see a small spike of red color, the maximum current which is going on, a maximum power which is generated due to some kind of a spike on the system with which you have to monitor, and then you can rectify it or find out why that happens. So the question why can come from the metering data for whatever you do. That's the point which goes with the minimum and maximum parameters which needs to be monitored with. And then you have also the recording of data. So nowadays, we are using a lot of smart meters where it can record energy or the other electrical parameters within the device. There are some devices which can even have data within the meters for up to 5 years. So it gives you a lot of data after a few years of operation, so that how your load trends has been seasonally, monthly, weekly, daily, you can spot it out very clearly to a very granular levels. So that's the next part of that, of recording of data in these meters. Then you also have compliance to power quality regulations. So that's again a emerging topic in India. Many of the Indian utilities are going in for IEEE 519 compliance, which I will also be talking out in one of these slides. So this is also a very vital function these meters could carry out for you. And then when you're talking about the Industry 4, when the whole world is talking and going towards Industry 4.0, then we also have those kind of communication capabilities inbuilt into these meters. So the data can be shared for multiple systems. The data can be shared into a very high and fast reliable networks. Data can be shared via very simple web browsers. So these kind of functionality also get imbibed into the system. And then there are also some minor logics which you can write into the meter to act as a small PLC. And then you can still take outputs to do some controlling functions of this. So these are some of the new functionalities which I wanted to highlight here, that these kind of meters are available, and we can go towards this for the betterment of our system. Next slide, please. The next point which I wanted to cover is about the meters at different levels in the network. You don't use the same switch gear starting from your incomer to the load or generator to this. Then why do you use the meter like that? Thinking? Now, you need to have different kinds of parameters at different levels. It is very, very important. At the point of common coupling, you need to have a compliance meter. Maybe your energy meter itself is a compliant meter, but it's only making revenue for you. But what about the other parameters? If you're giving the right loads, if you're connecting it to the and giving the power quality what you want is what is required by the utility or by the consumer. So these things have to be monitored. So that's why you have to divide your whole network into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 or 4, 3, depending on your network, and then choose which parameter you wanted at what level, and then introduce those meters instead of having one meter from starting to ending. So this makes a lot of change in the network, and in the long run, I will tell you that you will reap benefits out of these kind of metering. Okay. Can you change to the next slide, please? Now I'm going to discuss 3 case studies. It's a very short presentation from me. So this is the first case study which I wanted to give you here. This is called as most of the inverters when used along with the utility supply. There are 2 upstream impedances over there. One is high impedance from the inverter side and the low impedance from the utility side. And along with the capacitor banks, it can be bit dangerous, which can create some resonant conditions because of the flow of current between these high and low impedance systems. So that's why we need to have a right metering system to ensure that we do have the possibility of checking where the problem happens and how it happens. So in an inverter base, even today, in many of the smaller systems, there is quite a lot of issues which we have faced. Most commonly, one is the moment the solar inverter is put, the power factor goes low in the system. So these kind of issues, to do that, we need to have analysis of data for various parameters depending on how the current is, what is the direction of the current, what is the phasor diagram, what is the harmonic level, third, 5, 6, 7, 9, and then to understand how we will be in a position to sort this out. So this is one of the case study. Can I have the next slide, please? Excuse me. Next slide. Yeah. The third one is very interesting. Most of the inverters and controller manufacturers depend on our products, especially for the communication, because when they wanted to do controlling of for zero feed-in into the system, the meters are required to give a very high speed communication of data into the inverters, at roughly around to the tune of 200 milliseconds. That is, in a second, they give it for five times. And then this signal is taken into these inverters or the controllers, and then they tend to correct or the zero fade-in. So that's what they do. They use it predominantly. So this is very important feature where the meter is giving the information into the controllers, and then they do it. So that's then the inverter or the controller takes the controlling part of it. So that's the second part of this case study. The third one is the IEEE 519, which is the most favorite subject for me as well. IEEE 519 is a standard which was imposed by CEA way back in 2014. Some of the state utilities have started using IEEE 519 into the systems. The IEEE 519 states very clearly the voltage power quality is the responsibility of the utility or the generators, and then the current power quality is the responsibility of the consumer. Now, where do they measure? They measure at the point of common coupling. So that's between that. But in case of prosumers, it also says if there is a certain amount of load is being generated through DERs, then it has to follow certain standards. So it also divides very clearly, because a prosumer who is also consuming energy and also delivering energy through the solar system, for example, then he has to be going through different kinds of compliance system in this part of in this over here. So this is evolving standard. We may have to get to know about it so that we make our system appropriately and accordingly. Next. And at last, let me introduce myself. I am Hari. I work for this company called Janitsa Electronics. It's a family-run business, second-generation family-run business in central Germany. And we have offices in various places. I'm basically working from my Dubai office, and I take care of both Middle East and Indian markets. We have a set of global operators, system integrators and operators all over the world, and we do roughly a business of almost around 100 million euro a year, with doing only with the meters. We know only meters. We don't know anything other than this. So that's a part of it. We are since 1986. We are in the market. Can I go to the next slide, please? So these are some of our devices with which we can quickly install, because we have various range of devices which can go into your system. As I said, when I say that you have to use different devices, a different system, we have that for you to choose. You can choose what kind of parameters you want to choose from where, and then you can use it. Can you have the next slide, please? These are all the DIN rail mounted meters, and then these are all the panel mounted meters. In India, most of the places we use panel mounted meters, but in solar system, people also have started using DIN rail mounted meters in this part of the world. So that's about the point. Thank you. Next. So thank you very much for listening. Though it's short, I thought it should be helpful for you in your businesses in future. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay, so can we clap for him, ladies and gentlemen? That was really very interesting and engaging. Moving forward towards our next speaker, I want to invite for the topic is future scenario of renewable energy in India. So I'm going to invite on stage our next speaker, Head Retail Business from Adani Solar, Cecil. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए.
Future roadmap for India. Audibility issue they have to correct. I can even talk without mic. It's audible. Okay. Anyway, so I'll just continue. Next is a video only. You can play the video first. By the time they will fix the technical glitch. Most of you must be familiar with this. However, it's a 3-minute slide. It'll give you a brush up about what is our organization. Yeah. Sound is not coming, man. You can pause it. Big. Without sound, this doesn't have any meaning. I did a trial run and it was right. I don't know what they are doing. It's working. I see. So without sound, you have to run it then. Copying is 250 MB, man. It's very big one. It's not copyable. The USB is inactivated. So you can put off the audio then. Meanwhile, Next slide. Yeah, this is overall, whatever you have seen in the video, this is the summary of this. We are into logistics, energy, and the other incubating businesses. Next slide. Yeah, this is our chairman's speech. Some of you would have heard this, how we are going to facilitate for this renewable energy mission. Yeah. I think voice is not coming. Next. You can change the next slide. It's not coming. So, yeah, so this is what I would like to highlight here, that for this entire roadmap for this net carbon zero by 2070, what is that Adani is going to play? What is our role in this? I think some of you would have been witnessing the level of aggression in terms of the solar space. We have been operating with a 2 gigawatt capacity in the cell and module line. And the same capacity is getting scaled up to 10 gigawatt. Not only cell and module, wafers, ingots, and up to polysilicon. We are not stopping there. We are going to create a complete ecosystem which is required for a solar panel. It can be glass, it can be backsheet, it can be aluminum frame. So it's going to be a complete ecosystem. So in the renewable energy portfolio, the investment is going to be to the tune of 50 to 70 billion. In that, solar manufacturing division is going to be 10 gigawatt ecosystem. Next. So the factory, some of you would have seen the factory, however, I am just displaying the few visuals from the actual images of our factory at Mundra. I think it's on mute. Audio is not playing, you can keep on playing. Can't help it now. Time is running out. Play the next slide. We can't help it. I think there is a glitch at your end.
became the first company in the world to start a greenfield project on a gigawatt scale here in India. We have set up a world-class PV cell and module manufacturing facility producing the entire value chain from polysilicon to modules all under one roof. A vertically integrated solar business backed by the financial strength of our group. We deploy the latest technology available globally to enhance productivity, reduce cost, and create cost parity with other international manufacturers.
Solar Technopark Limited, or MSTPL, is a special purpose vehicle formed to develop solar manufacturing ecosystem at Mundra SEZ. The Electronics Manufacturing Cluster, or EMC, is an initiative to develop infrastructure in the electronic systems design and manufacturing.
So this is what I was explaining at the beginning, that the highlights what we are talking about, the entire ancillary and the complete ecosystem is getting ramped up at Mundra. These are the few insert visuals. Next. So we are also operating in export market. We are also operating in US and other European markets in a very substantial manner. I think most of you must be aware about our features in terms of warranty terms and other features. So these are few accolades which I can highlight here. There are few more. Every year we keep on getting acknowledged by even domestic and international agencies. So this is another very strong USP of Adani, that we have a strong base of 50 channel partners, 51 channel partners in the country. Any parts of the country we have a channel partner, and they are operating in almost 950 towns in this country. So availability of the product is not a constraint at all. The quantity and the availability is not a constraint, because this retail network is serving to each nook and corner of this country. So I think some of you must be knowing the images here. The polysilicon, which is the last in the mile. We have a complete plan of 10 gigawatt module, then 2 gigawatt of solar cells, 2 gigawatt of wafers, 2 gigawatt of ingot, and 10 gigawatt of polysilicon. This is a dynamic, again, it's a little dynamic. There could be some changes in terms of the plan. But however, one thing is sure, 10 gigawatt ecosystem is completely getting done at Mundra. And as I mentioned, not only with that, we are also going to the ancillary section, that is the frames, a glass, back sheet, and all that is coming under our group called Vishaka, under Vishaka umbrella. Next. So this is it, and we are geared up for this solar revolution in this country, and there is no change in any of the plans. And the quantity availability for domestic market is also plentifully, it's also ramped up very well. From now onwards, there will not be any dearth of DCR and non-DCR module availability. I think there are channel partners sitting here, they can also vouch for that. The material availability is not a constraint at all. At DCR, as you know, we are operating at 500 plus bin range, up to 540 right now. We also have bifacials, which was especially made for US market, but again in India also, the demand for bifacial is really catching up. And we are soon getting into the TOPCon and the SJG technology. The next in the line is going to be TOPCon, in the same factory at Mundra. So a lot of new innovations are happening, a lot of R&D is happening in this front, and end of the day we are assuring you the quality which we are offering in worldwide, that will be given in any part of this in this country as well. And we have a strong R&D and a strong sales and marketing team who can facilitate this statement. Any quick question? I think we have taken more time due to some technical glitches at the end. Otherwise, thanks a lot. Thanks.
Any questions? All right, moving forward towards our next speaker. Technical Head India from Shenzhen Gorvat New Energy Company Limited, and topic is roadmap for EV charger and inverter. I want to invite on stage, please join me to welcome Shantanu Shirsat. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ आमंत्रित करेंगे उनको.
So good afternoon everyone. So once again I am here. So right now I will be giving you a brief about the roadmap that Growwatt is having for the global market as well as for the Indian market. So can we start with the presentation? Yes, so we will be starting with a small introduction about Growwatt, and later on we will be going around different products that are that we are offering for the Indian as well as for the global market. And towards the end we are having some of the references with Growwatt inverters. So Growwatt was founded in the year 2011 with an USD capital of $20 million. And basically we are a new energy enterprise which is dedicated to R&D as well as manufacturing of on-grid inverters, off-grid inverters, storage solutions, And recently, we have also entered into EV charger segment. Basically, grow-watt inverters are used in the application like residential rooftop, C&I installations, as well as for the utility-based projects. So these are the various milestones that we have achieved in the last 11 to 12 years. So founded in the year 2011, this was the same year in which we also came up with our subsidiaries in Australia and Hong Kong. And going year by year, we came up with different set of products in on-grid inverters as well as in hybrid inverters. And 2017 was the year in which we entered into the top 10 ranking for the supply of inverters in string type for the global market. In 2021, we came up with a new manufacturing facility in Shenzhen itself, where we have ramped up the production capacity to around 3 million units annually and around 600,000 battery modules every year. This is the same year in which we also became the #1 brand for the supply of inverters in the residential segment for the global market. In 2022, we launched a new product into portable battery systems, for which we also received the Red Dot award. So talking about the sustainable growth that we are 3 to 4 years. So if you're talking about inverter business, so we are expecting a growth of around more than 35%. And if you're talking about only the storage inverters, we are eyeing a growth of more than 100% every year up to 2025. Globally, we are a team of more than 4,600 employees, out of which more than 650 are dedicated only for the R&D purpose. We are having a presence in more than 160 countries worldwide, and we are having more than 1.5 million users who are available on our GrowWatt portal for the monitoring purpose. As I have already mentioned, yearly we are having a manufacturing capacity of more than 3 million units, right from 1 kilowatt onwards up to 253 kilowatt. Talking about the different distributed markets globally, so you can see GrowWatt is ranking in top 3 ranking in most of the countries. Maybe it can be India, China, Vietnam, Brazil. Talking about the Indian market for the rooftop segment, we are having a market share of more than 18% for residential as well as for the C&I segment. Talking about the global ranking, so last year, as per the Frost & Sullivan analysis, we were the #1 ranking inverter for the supply of inverters in the residential segment with a market share of more than 19%. And if you're talking about supply of inverters in the battery storage segment, then again GrowWatt is ranking #1 with a market share of more than 13%. If you're talking about global supply of inverters ranging from 1 kilowatt up to 253 kilowatt, then GrowWatt is ranking #3 with a market share of more than 10%. This particular category consists of string as well as central inverters, in which we have having the #3 ranking. So as per the UPD research organization based out in Germany, GrowWatt was bestowed with 22 different awards for different countries for the best PV inverter brand as well as the best storage inverter brand. So talking about the main factor, as it is an electronic firm, so R&D plays a very vital role in any organization. So you can see cumulatively for the last 2 years, 2020 and 2021, we have invested around $55 million only for the R&D purpose. That is around 5.6% of our total sales revenue was invested only for the R&D purpose in the year 2021. So it is a, what we can say, investment of around CAGR of 55% that we are doing every year only for the R&D purpose. Now, as a GrowWatt, we are having more than 140 patents to our name, out of which 100 are Chinese patents. We are having more than 20 international patents and more than 20 software copyrights. If we are talking about third-party testing certifications, then Growatt's 20 kilowatt inverter, which was tested by the Photon Lab, has reached the maximum efficiency of 99.06%. So till that time, Growatt's inverter is the only inverter that was available in the market with an efficiency of more than 99%. Also, we have received the best commercial inverter award by TUV Rhineland for our Max series, that is 80 kilowatt. And recently in the year 2022, we have also received the best commercial inverter award for our 125 kilowatt rating inverter. So talking about our new manufacturing facility, so in the year 2021, we came up with our new manufacturing facility in Huzhou, which is nearby Shenzhen itself, and it is a completely automated production line where yearly more than 30 lakh units can be manufactured along with battery modules. So we are into manufacturing of inverters as well as battery modules, and it is a completely automated production line where we are following stringent quality controls. Talking about a global presence, right now we are having presence in more than 34 countries with dedicated offices and warehouse. And if you're talking about India, we are having a registered office based out in Chennai, and we are having 2 service centers. One is based out in Hyderabad, and the second one we came up in the year 2020 in Ahmedabad itself. So talking about Growatt India, so basically we are now a team of more than 30 employees, out of which we are having 1 Indian director, and to support him we are having 4 salesperson and 2 product managers. And for the after service support, we are having 22 field engineers. For the after sales support, for that particular, and being Gujarat as a prominent what we can say area for us, we came up with a after sales service office in Ahmedabad itself, where cumulatively we are carrying a stock of more than 10 megawatt in terms of spare parts as well as spare inverters for any after sales support. We started our Indian operation in the year 2012-13, and last year itself we have completed our presence of 10 years in the Indian market. And till date we have shipped more than 3.5 lakh units only for the Indian market, which aggregates to around supply of more than 3 gigawatt of inverters, starting from 1 kilowatt onwards up to 253 kilowatt. Now coming on to the main segment, the different products that we are offering for the Indian as well as for the global market. So starting on with the on-grid inverters, here we are having a range of inverters starting from 1 kilowatt onwards that goes up to 253 kilowatt for residential, industrial as well as for the utility segment. So if you're talking about the residential products, here we are also coming up with micro inverters which can be majorly will be launched in third quarter of 2023, where we are having a rating starting from 600 watt and will go up to 2 kilowatt. And in string type we are having again 2 segments, single phase as well as 3 phase. So in single phase the range starts from 1 kilowatt onwards up to 6 kilowatt. Whereas if we are talking about 3-phase inverters, then we are having a range which starts from 3 kilowatt onwards up to 15 kilowatt. Now for the protection part, basically we are providing the type 2 protection both on the AC as well as on the DC side. And for all the single phase and the 3-phase inverters, we are providing the string monitoring system. If you're talking about the C&I as well as the utility segment, then for that we are having a range which starts from 15 kilowatt onwards and goes up to 125 kilowatt for the Indian market. And for the utility segment, we are having 2 inverters that we have introduced for the Indian market, which we launched last year itself. That is 250 and 253 kilowatt, which comes with 12 numbers as well as 50 number of MPPTs. So max 253 kilowatt inverter right now is the only inverter available in the market with the highest number of MPPTs, that is 15. And we have introduced this particular inverter in the year 2022 itself, and till date we have shipped more than 200 megawatt of inverters for the utility projects in India. Along with the on-grid inverters, we are also into energy storage segment. So we are having hybrid inverters, battery-ready inverters for that. So for the residential segment, we are having a range of inverters in single phase and three phase. Whereas if you want to go for C&I installations with BESS, then for that we are having a sister company by the name of ATESS, where we can go up to 2.4 megawatt of battery storage systems. So here we are having two sections. One is the AC coupled inverter and the second one is a hybrid inverter. So in my earlier speech, I have already covered the hybrid inverter basically is a combination of on-grid plus off-grid. And we are having a range in single phase which starts from 3 kilowatt onwards and goes up to 6 kilowatt. Whereas in three phase, the range starts from 4 kilowatt onwards and goes to maximum of 10 kilowatt. Also, last year we have launched our battery storage inverters in single as well as in three phase. In single phase, it's from 2.5 kilowatt and goes up to 6 kilowatt. Whereas in three phase, it is from 3 kilowatt up to 10 kilowatt. Also, we are manufacturing the lithium-ion batteries which are compatible with our inverter, and we can go to a maximum of 50 kWh of battery backup depending on the end user requirement. So this is just an SLD for a battery-ready PV system. You can see. So the main advantage of a battery-ready inverter is that you don't need to invest initially itself into your battery modules. So basically you can use that particular inverter as a normal on-grid inverter for 2 to 3 years, and in future if you require to go for a battery storage system, the only thing you need to do is that you need to add the batteries, and your existing on-grid solar power plant will work as a hybrid inverter. So basically in order to maintain the SOC of the batteries, we are having different working priorities that we can set in the inverter, because of which you can see that all the batteries will be not contributing similarly, but depending on your requirement and the charging profile, we can utilize individual module packs. Talking about the microgrid storage system, so here also we are having off-grid inverters. Basically, right now the smallest series is up to 5 kilowatt in single phase, but the beauty of that is that with parallel scalability, you can use 6 inverters in parallel and can create a system up to 30 kilowatt. In REI last year, we came up with our new hybrid plus off-grid inverter, that is the WIT series, which starts for basically the commercial segment from 50 kilowatt onwards up to 100 kilowatt. So for this particular inverters also, we are having our own set of batteries, and these particular inverters are also compatible with lithium ion as well as lead acid batteries. So yes, this is the new product that we have launched again in the last year. That is the portable power station by the name of Infinity. So it is particularly a 2 kilowatt portable, you can call it as an UPS with a battery backup of 1.5 kWh, and majorly for the European, American, Australian and as well as for the Indian market, will be launching particularly by the end of this year once all the certifications are completed. But for the global market, we have received an overwhelming response with this particular battery portable storage system. And the beauty is that at a time you can connect up to 12 different appliances, and this particular can be portable charger can be charged with the help of your solar panels as well as from the grid as well. So for this particular product itself, we have received the Red Dot certification from in the year 2022. Coming on to the EV charger segment, so again, as we are seeing a boom in electrical vehicles, not only for the Indian market, but also for the global market. So we are also introducing the EV chargers for the Indian market. So for that, we are having different solutions in that. Next. So AC and DC both EV chargers we are having. So in single phase the range is of 3 and 7 kilowatt, whereas if you are going for 3 phase the range is of 11 and 22 kilowatt. Also in fast DC chargers right now we are having a range of 40 kilowatt, and in near future we are coming up with a DC charger up to 150 kilowatt. This particular DC charger can come with a single charging gun or dual charging gun, and majorly most of the protections like DC fault correction protections or residual current protection, all the protections have been taken care, and we have been already certified it for the European market, and more probably this year itself we will be also getting certified from BIS for the Indian market. Along with the inverters, we are also into smart energy management systems, which is basically used for the household and businesses. And for that particular purpose, we are having different monitoring devices that we are providing with the inverter. So for the Indian market, as an additional accessory, we are providing Wi-Fi or GPRS as a standard accessory. But along with that, we are also providing the 4G dongles or the LAN dongles, which can be used for individual inverter monitoring. Along with that, if you want to go for multiple inverter monitoring, so for that we are also having our own data logger by the name of Shine Master, with which it is possible for you to connect up to 64 number of inverters. For monitoring purpose, we are having our own server, that is the Shine server, on which it is possible for you to monitor all your plants. And we are also having our application on Google as well as on the Apple platform. For the distributors and end installers, we are having a separate portal by the name of OSS, that is Online Smart Service, with which it is possible for the installer to monitor n number of plants under a single login ID. So every time he doesn't need to remember what are the username and password for all his end users. All the installations that he has done can be monitored under a single window. And all these facilities that we are providing, that is the server facilities, are free for 25 years from GrowWatt. Coming on to the last segment, some of the global references that we have with GrowWatt installations. So this is one of the case study that we have done, in which a customer in Australia have installed a single phase 5 kilowatt inverter in the year 2010-2011. And in 2020, he went for the extension of his power plant, where he went with the new generation of GrowWatt inverters. And you can see the inverter which was installed in the year 2010-11 is still working without any issues. Then this is one of the battery storage installation that we have done in South Australia. For Thai Royal Air Force in Thailand, we have provided our BESS solutions for 15 different airports, where they have utilized our 100 kilowatt hybrid inverters for grid export as well as for off-grid applications. Then this is one of the installation in Switzerland for C&I. Again in Maldives, we are having a solar farm using 30 and 11 kilowatt inverter. Again a farm in Vietnam. This is a 4 megawatt plant using 100 numbers of 40 kilowatt in China. Again in Ukraine, a 5 megawatt plant. This is a plant by Kirloskar in Kolhapur, where they have used 60 kilowatt inverter for a 5.5 megawatt installation. Again a 10 megawatt plant in China. This is a solar farm of 90 megawatt by EA in Thailand, where they have utilized 20 kilowatt string inverters. The same solar hill farm by Foxconn, where 40 kilowatt inverters were being used for a 100 megawatt plant. This is a 4 megawatt plant in Hyderabad, where 200 numbers of 20 kilowatt were utilized. This is our first installation of the Max series in New Delhi. Then some of the installations with the GrowWatt in India. This is for a utility plant with our 250 kilowatt inverter for 10 megawatt. And for Sadhguru Cement in MP, again 1 megawatt using 60 kilowatt inverter. And at the last, this is a 6 megawatt solar power plant with 60 kilowatt in Solapur. And we are also very obliged and thankful that Growatt's inverter were being used in installation in Montera plant, where we have supplied our 2,000 number of inverters for the residential segment, which was been inaugurated by our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi last year. So this is a very prestigious thing that in Gujarat itself, we have installed more than 2,000 units at a single location. So if any questions are there regarding the product, kindly let me know.
Any questions? Okay, you have question. Yes, sir, tell me.
I think this approved list of makes and models is applicable for inverters also. Is your inverter is listed in ALMM?
For inverters, LMM is not required, but right now what we are following are the BIS standards. So for inverters, as of now, only BIS certification from Indian labs is required. Apart from that, right now, there is no other obligations like ALMM for modules.
And what about this, like we have rules about this Make in India concept in 50% Indian component. Are you eligible for that, Make in India?
Right now, we are not having our manufacturing plant in India. We are importing it from China itself. But yes, we are having future plans to start up our initially with the assembly line for the Indian market, and later on we will be going with manufacturing. But as the modules, right now there is no requirement of having an indigenous or 50% Indian components for the inverter itself. There is no special requirement like that, like it is required in the modules. But yes, for some of the tenders, they are preferring for the Make in India inverters, and taking into that consideration only, our management has gone ahead for different options that can be made available for manufacturing in India.
I think there is a 20% price preference to Make in India. I mean, you have to compete with that, I think.
Exactly, yes, yes. Right now, yes, those challenges are there, and taking into that consideration only, surely we are having the plans of setting up a manufacturing plant in India.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any more question? All right. Thank you so much, sir, for the interactive session. Moving forward to our next speaker. Topic is Single Access Trackers, Technical Insight and Perspective from Developer, Discom, EPC, O&M. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Mr. Chintan Patel, CTO, Director,
I would start my presentation, and there were so many interesting presentations ahead. So I will try to speed up my presentation so that we can finish the event in a timely manner. So I will present today my own view about single access trackers, and that as a perspective from developer point of view, Discom, or what the EPCs or O&M would think about a single access tracker. I would stress again, this is my own viewpoint, and one can differ by themselves. So first about the single access tracker. What is single access tracker? It is a structure which can rotate the panel in a one single axis, very typically from sunrise to sunset, that is east to west. But this kind of trackers are interesting at the middle portion of the earth, near equator, like in India. But as you go higher in the latitude, the orientation or single axis rotation would be more beneficial in north to south, what we also call as a seasonal tilt structures. But that is also a kind of single axis tracker. And to differentiate between the fixed tilt structure and the east-west rotating single-axis tracker is that the orientation of the line or the installation would be, in the case of fixed tilt structure, it would be east to west, whereas in terms of a single-axis tracker rotating east to west, the orientation would be north to south. One of the biggest disadvantage with the single-axis tracker installation in India would be that one can see that the sun path during the summer, the June, it would go more likely on the top. So the east-west tracker would have the better benefit out of the power generation, whereas in the winter months, it would have a little disadvantage. So how big the disadvantage would be in the winter month, that we will see in the next slides. So one of the first key point comes with the single axis tracker in the mind is that what would be the benefit, what would be the advantage of employing or installing the trackers. So in this photo, this is a 2.5 megawatt plant with bifacial modules. It is installed near Rajkot, and it is running since over 1 year now. So this is the generation data for that plant. That plant is split in two captive clients. One is exactly 1 megawatt DC capacity, and another is 1.5 megawatt DC capacity. So here one can see that the generation achieved from 1 year of installation is 19.6 lakh unit per megawatt on DC side. And that would be a CUF of 22.37%. But of course, this is the first year of CUF, and in the following year that may be reducing, but nevertheless it would sustain at least a 20% CUF over a couple of next years or decade to say. Now, as a typical generation graph of a single axis tracker would like the blue line. And what one can see is that the maximum generation starts from the early morning hours, and it lasts over the entire day. So that is a tabular kind of generation profile one can achieve by a single axis tracker. Whereas in terms of fixed tilt or seasonal tilt, it would be more bell type of curve. So the peak power generation would be at the middle of the day. As said earlier, there is some disadvantage of a single axis tracker on the winter month. So that is also evident from this generation graph, where one can see that in the month of December, November, this blue first few months, the generation is almost at par with the fixed tilt structure, whereas in the summer month, the generation goes up to almost 25% advantage than the fixed tilt structure. This is a case study done from research institutes. At the below I have mentioned the citation, and they also claim that the generation from fixed tilt versus horizontal single axis tracker is 15.4%. So with this, I would stress it out that in the context of installation in Gujarat or in the central part of the India, we are talking about at least 15% power gain. So considering that basis, I would put my points forward. So first is the perspective from developers' point of view. So it definitely achieves the higher CUF, which means a lower LCOE, and of course it is faster payback. The other advantage of single axis tracker is that the modern tracker vendors are offering the control algorithm so smart that they can align to achieve the higher gain even on the cloudy days or even the diffuse lights. So with the tracker, one can smartly also capture more gain in non-considered days to say. They are also efficient for land utilization, as well as they are also make sure to utilize the entire infrastructure or BOS more efficiently. Now the trackers are also available for very specific usage. They are a little bit developed for particular applications. So they are modified for using a specific application, like agrivoltaic, where the power generation would be done along with the agriculture. considering the safety norms, considering the wider space in between the two rows, considering the free movement for the large tractors or the agriculture harvesting equipment. The trackers can be aligned to use together with the agrivoltaic. Of course, they are also aligned to be used at the off-grid application like pumping. Of course, with the green hydrogen, there will be also some small difference into the logic and the tracker configuration. If one want to have the PV plant with the primary function to couple with the green hydrogen production and so on. There are also some niche usage of the PV plants nowadays, and they are more and more upcoming in the trend. So as the trackers, because of their smart control systems, they are also coming more and more aligned for that usage. And of course, with the lower O&M cost, now considering here that the tracker would generate higher power. So if one would consider the O&M cost based on the generated power watt, the O&M cost actually reduces as compared with the fixed steel structure by reducing the area cleaning cost, reducing insurance cost, and reducing the facility management costs. And one of the top advantage a developer can think of by employing the trackers is that the valuation of the plant would be considered to be higher. Reason being simple, that the plant would be more technically updated or futuristic. Now, the advantage again comes from the for the DISCOM. The DISCOM would benefit because the power generation throughout the day is more or less the flat constant. So what that means is that the grid would be more stable throughout the day. Then because of the longer production hours, the DISCOMs can benefit from their power peak hour demands. They also, again, it also ensures the optimal use of infrastructure, power evacuation infrastructure, and so on. And one of the key advantage for the DISCOM is that because of the longer generation, constant generation hours, the DISCOM can plan more energy mix from the solar side. So that are the perspective from DISCOM, why the DISCOMs are also now and more aligned to use tracker projects. For very specifically saying, at the moment in India, there is no specific requirement, but there are many countries like Australia, I can give the name, where the DISCOMs are specifically asking for the tracker so that they can accommodate their peak demands, they can have the better energy mix in the grid, and so on. Now about the EPC or O&M perspective. So there are all what I have so far mentioned is about the advantages about the tracker, but then there is also some downside, and that particularly comes to the, unfortunately, on the basket of EPCs. One of the thing is that, okay, one can have the advantage would be that they can reduce, the EPCs can reduce the AC to DC ratio, means reducing the installation cost of the plant, but the O&M have to be more technically expertised in the field of single axis tracker if they want to employ it or install it. The biggest risk, and one of the biggest risks what very recently by many EPCs has encountered, is the wrong cost calculations. So when they are bidding for the project, or very specifically for the very large competitive priced projects, they often do the miscalculations, and then they end up into the negative zone of finances. And one of the biggest reason why the EPCs are more disadvantaged by the tracker installation is there is no very specific reward mechanism for O&M or EPCs if the plant or the installed capacity would generate higher than the expected benchmark. So that also limits the EPC's extra mile way forward to adapt the new technologies. And sometimes also it encounters the higher investment cost. One point I have not mentioned here is that the O&M would also benefit from the tracker, is that the trackers are more intelligent to work with the robotic cleaning methods. The tracker can have the very longer table lengths, so that one would require the less robotic cleaning mechanism, as well as one can also connect with the smart control systems, so things can more be automized in the cleaning way. Now I would present some technical characteristics of a single axis tracker. So the key characteristic. So if you opt for any established tracker vendor, these are the key characteristics one would get by default at the at this time being. One of the first is that every tracker comes with the smart control electronics. They are always connected with wirelessly or to monitor with the plant SCADA and something like that. They also come up with the battery backup or power backup strategy when in case of the power failure, that the tracker still can rotate the panels to come at the safe position. They also have the high wind stow strategy, means if there is any particular threshold wind speed, then the tracker can align themselves at the particular set stow position. So to say that the module would come in particular defined position in the case of the extreme high wind or weather conditions like snow, like heavy rain, like hailstorm or anything, something like that, even in war zone. So then they come typically with the weather station supplied by the vendor itself. The tracker always have nowadays is a standard that they come up with the backtracking strategy. Backtracking strategy means nothing but that in the morning hours and the evening hours, to avoid the inter-row shadows, they are smartly programmed in a way that the module would produce the optimal power. The adaptive backtracking means the tracker can be installed at the slopy terrain or some difficult terrain or misalignment of the rows in between and so on. So they are adaptive back control. So they are very typically from every vendor, when you get it, these are the standard features. And they always come with at least 5 years of control electronics guarantee warranty and 10+ years for mechanical drive units. But where the tracker vendor to vendor differentiates. So this is one of the key point of my presentation. So some tracker can be block or interconnected rows, and other can be independent rows. Then the drive configurations means some tracker tracker configurations are single drive or central drive, and other can be multi-drive. So for each of these points, I will discuss more in detail in the next slides. Then they can be different to the different drive mechanism. The stow strategy can be different. That can be high tilt stow, like above 25 degree. 0 means the flat position of the panel, whereas the low tilt stow is a 0 degree, so it's a flat panel. So the stow strategy can be different vendor to vendor, 0 degree stow or high tilt stow, which is above 25 degree. It can go up to 50, 60 degree. And drive motor type, it can be 3-phase AC motor, or it can be also a DC motor. So now we talk about the drive configuration. As I said, the one tracker configuration is central drive type. Sometimes they are also coupled with the dampers. So this is called the fixed free type of tracker configuration. It is simplified drive mechanism. It has they are very economical and very easily scalable. But the problem with this kind of tracker comes with that one has to have the very heavier structure to avoid the higher torsional torque at the end. And this green graph, it shows the damping. Damping means the torsional damping, so to resist the twisting moment at the end of the tracker. And second configuration is like multi-drive. Multi-drive means the drive components are distributed over the entire length of the table. So one can see that in the multi-drive kind of tracker, the damping is more uniformly distributed. But one of the challenge come with the multi-drive tracker is that it has the one has to synchronize the drives in between, so that the drives throughout the tracker length would functional synchronized in the same speed. Sorry? Sure. So these are the drive, different kind of mechanisms one can be. That is a rotary actuator type, like on the post. There can be also wire rope pulling type. There can be gear two-third type, or there can be a linear actuators. So these are the main, only 4 types of drive mechanism exist in the tracker market. They have their own advantage, disadvantages. Then as a stow position, it can be opted for the high tilt stow with the more than 25 degree. But one of the key disadvantage with the high tilt stow is that one would encounter higher eccentric load on the modules, whereas if one would opt for the 0 degree stow position or the low tilt stow position, it has the very uniform load on the modules. To say is that the high tilt stows are good for the structures, but very bad for the modules, because the module would encounter more eccentric load on the edges, whereas in the low tilt configuration, your modules are more uniformly distributed, whereas the structure would be more vulnerable because of the dynamic flattering effect. What means of dynamic flattering effect is that the structure, one can, so there are two points to consider when you are designing a structure. One is static analysis, which is typically we do it with the StatPro here in India, but one can also do with the ANSYS simulation ways. But then the second study one has to do is the dynamic studies, that is aeroelastic analysis. And aeroelastic analysis is nothing but the calculating the flattering effect due to the wind vibrations. To say is that the 0 degree stow means there will be more dynamic effect. So if you have the tracker with the multi-drive technique, with the more frequent fixed points, then dynamically the tracker would be more safer at the 0 degree stow. If it is a center drive, one has to go with the long fixed free distance. It means that the dynamically the tracker would not be sufficient enough. So that's why they have to opt for the high tilt stow strategy. Now very quickly I go with the AC and DC drive differences. I go again. So with the AC drive, there are some advantages that they are easy to maintain and so on. Whereas if one opt for the DC drives, they have comes with the battery charging unit and more driver electronics units, or more electronics in the DC drive. Okay, I conclude it now. So what we offer is a multi-drive table tracker with a 0 degree stow strategy. This is our some photos of the structure, our drive actuators, which are our self-made 8-hour unit, table control unit. It is a closed loop system. We also offer the project management services. These are our guarantee warranties, which is above the industry standard. Some studies, what we have to do is that very standard. We also offer the 10 degree tilted tracker, which has the advantage of south tilt. So it can also generate higher power even in the winter months. We also offer the seasonal tilt structure with the manual actuators. Yeah, all right. Okay, thank you. And if one has the question, then
Thank you so much. We are running short of the time, so we are quickly going to invite our next speaker. Designation is Artificial Intelligence and Data Science from Geo Institute, and the topic is Artificial Intelligence for Sustainability and Renewable Energy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ms. Twinkle Chavda. जोरदार तालियों के साथ आमंत्रित करेंगे उनको.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all? So, I'm Twinkle Chavda, and today I'm going to talk about how artificial intelligence is going to add value in your business, whether it is renewable energy or whether to meet the goal of sustainability. Please move the slide. Thank you. So what is sustainability? Sustainability is, it means meeting your own needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Move the slide. Now I would come to meaning of artificial intelligence. It is the simulation of human-like intelligence in the process by the machines. So artificial intelligence is the big set. Machine learning is the subset of AI, and deep learning is subset of machine learning. Please move the slide. Why I am talking about artificial intelligence, how it will add value to your business. So business is kind of the baby for the entrepreneur. There are so many entrepreneurs here. Even if you are doing job, many of you would be at strategist position in your business. So business is kind of baby. For the growth of baby, nutrition is very important. So AI assisted tools perform the role of that nutrition in your business. It is like driving your performance to your potential. It is the whole journey. Before moving ahead with these use cases, I would like to discuss the data science life cycle or the journey of data scientist. It starts from the problem statement or objective. Business is all about solving the problems in the society. Why you earn money? Because you are helping the society to solve the problem. So here the problem is maintain sustainability and making profit in renewable energy business. Next step is gathering data. There are various data sources and data points like sensors, external data sources, internal data sources, APIs, applications, data generated through your applications, business, so many sources. Another step is after getting and gathering data is cleaning the data. Just data is not valuable. You have to clean it. If you make any recipe, you make pre-preparation for that recipe. So it is kind of pre-preparation. Gathering all your ingredients, cut them well, arrange them well in well proportion. After cleaning the data, there is stage of feature engineering. What is feature? Feature is the quality of data. If you gather any data, there are kind of features. If you gather data about population, there are features about age, ethnicity, their color, their background, from geographical area which that people group belong. So those are the features. After feature engineering, there comes the stage where you build the machine learning model. For model building, machine learning engineers plays the vital role. And in data engineering stage, the domain knowledge specialist is playing vital role. Next step after building model is is testing the accuracy of that machine learning model. So whether the model is performing well, whether it is meeting your objective, and whether it is solving your business problem. After testing the accuracy of ML model, it comes to implementation and deployment phase of that model to the vast amount of business, real data. And then it comes to monitoring the machine learning model. It is not one-time process, it is iterative and continuous process. Now I would like to discuss the use cases of AI to maintain sustainability. Please move the slide. I would like to start from energy management. This is the screenshot of the dashboard which performs the energy consumption data delivery. So can you see these blocks? Are they visible? First block is about energy cost, next is energy consumption, greenhouse gases, waste, water. Please move the slide. Another objective is minimize greenhouse gases. So this is another window of that dashboard which helps you to meet minimization objective of greenhouse gases. Please move the slide. This is another window for objective to minimize the cost component. To make your business that much efficient so that you reduce your cost. Please move the slide. Next use case of AI in renewable energy is forecasting. Not just forecasting, there is also grid management and maintenance. Maintenance is like predictive maintenance of an equipment and machinery in your business. There are two types of approaches to solve any problem in machine learning. One approach is like prediction approach, another approach is classification approach. Any problem can be solved any of these approaches. So in forecasting approach, you are following regression module. In grid management, you are following classification as well as regression module and their hybrid module. In maintenance, you are following classification module. Please move the slide. Thank you. AI, now I would like to discuss AI in wind energy. So there are conventional practices in renewable energy like wind and solar that business entities are analyzing data with the help of tool like Excel. Their analytics team is using Excel, they do data analysis, and then they move information from data engineer or any technical guy to another guy who is maintaining the machine. So it takes time. So it is very late. In such critical conditions, it is very late. So in that case, there is one quote that early is on time and on time is too late. It applies here also. In case of some equipments, you really need to predict its anomaly detection. You have to detect when the equipment will not work. So you can provide for the further loss. AI will help in that predictive maintenance use cases. Here are the use cases of AI algorithm to reduce the downtime of machinery and equipment, to improve efficiency in your business, to optimize the energy generation, to reduce the waste produced by your business, to predict the wind pattern, especially in wind energy, to identify the damage with image recognition and computer vision techniques. Please move the slide. Thank you. Now AI in solar energy. As I said earlier, data science life cycle is also followed here. From gathering data to making machine learning model and to analyze its accuracy and implementation of the same. Now how AI algorithm is important in solar energy. Most of the cases are like wind energy only. For predictive maintenance, optimizing energy generation, inspect the solar panels using image recognition and identify the defects. Also, to predict change in solar energy in generation based on weather patterns. So wind and solar energy are kind of renewable energy sources when it might not help in some cases. When you have bad weather, you can't generate energy through solar panel. So artificial intelligence can predict the weather conditions also, and accordingly you can maintain the storage of the energy in your grid. Please move the slide. So artificial intelligence is not limited to just wind and solar. It is also useful in agriculture in a way that because agriculture uses water resources in irrigation. So it is helpful in water conservation and food safety also. So major technique is linear programming. Linear programming is all about, in layman language, we call it optimization. It is balancing the demand and supply. So it is linear programming technique to conserve more water. Real-time insights into previously untraceable data sets. AI-powered yield mapping and AI-enhanced livestock monitoring. In this particular use case, computer vision techniques are more helpful than linear programming. Please move the slide. Thank you. As I talk about, AI can be used for weather forecasting. It also forecasts some anomalies like earthquake. There are so many unwanted situations for your business which can create the threat to your business. You can predict it in advance by analyzing the past data and applying the insights to the test data. Basically, there are two types of data: training data and test data. You have to gather enough training data to test your model, and there is different set of test data on which you perform accuracy test of your machine learning model. Please move the slide. Thank you. Now, AI also can be used in green transportation. This use case is already discussed by EV and all those business leaders. So I would not give more time to this, but there are major cases of optimization of transportation routes. AI algorithm can also be used to predict maintenance of vehicle, intelligent traffic management, autonomous vehicles, and electric vehicles. Please move the slide. Thank you. So how it will be benefit to your business. According to BCG analysis, in 2030, using AI for climate control could help to reduce this much greenhouse gas emissions, like 2.6 to 5.3 gigatons. And it also could provide 1 trillion to 3 trillion value added when it applied to corporate sustainability generally. Please move the slide. These are all benefits. You can take picture of this slide, and it is bibliography. Now I would also like to discuss the evaluation of artificial intelligence. The idea of sustainability, business of renewable energy is evolving, and also the artificial intelligence is also evolving. How? I would like to connect it with the 5 senses. When child is born, the first sense it experience is the sense of vision. AI has explored the sense of vision. Another sense is sense of smell. This sense of smell is not yet explored by AI. Another sense is sense of hearing. It is somewhat explored, but it will evolve in future. Also, I would like to talk about sense of smell, that how AI would evolve in that particular domain. So if you have any smell data, like it can be classified in 2 classes only: pleasant, unpleasant. From person to person, the perception would differ. So right now there is not much evaluation, but there will be the future when you will get the suggestion about the perfume brands also, like you are getting suggestions about movies, about shopping and other commodities. Next sense is sense of taste. AI has not much explored the sense of taste, like smell. And the last sense is sense of touch. It is well explored in AI, but it will also evolve in future. Thank you. Now I'm open to the questions.
Any questions, sir? You want to ask something? Mobile लेके जाइए. Mic. ત્યાં છે.
How credible the data collection is. Okay. How authenticate data collection is in India. So Indian government have, there is a concept like responsible AI. We have developed everything. Now it must be the justice system. It should not be just a system. You want to say that, right? So data accuracy, data privacy, Indian government have not developed concrete policy in terms of collection of authenticate data. So right now there are the loopholes in policies and statutes. If any client or if any customer is having the statement that his data is being collected without his due authorization, the company can defend. The company can defend because of lack of there is government policy. But the very first policy was introduced by Tamil Nadu government. You can search it on internet. On data privacy, the government of Tamil Nadu in India initiated such policy, and now the government of India has formed the draft about this authenticity and data privacy norms after being inspired from Canadian and Brazilian government. Also, I would like to discuss about responsible AI. So it is very important that the system is designed for human. It is not to replace the human. Nowadays, ChatGPT, OpenAI, those things are very much popular. So everyone is using it, and some people are saying that some jobs will be replaced by OpenAI, such tools, but I don't think so. You have an application in your mobile which can tell you what is your temperature. It can assist you that you should do or you should not do certain things in terms of your body conditions, your temperature, so your blood sugar level, but still you consult the doctor, right? So AI is the tool to assist human. It is not the something that it will replace the job of human. Ultimately, decision making is in hands of human only, and no one can no one can make AI responsible. That if something happens, then you cannot say that this AI tool has done it. It is like, and neither you can hold its designer or its engineer hold responsible. They won't accept the responsibility. So in responsible AI, certain features in data, as I discussed the feature engineering stage, certain features that create bias or this anomaly in model, those features are being removed. And there are also some proxy features which will represent that remove features. Like if I remove your height and weight, but still if there is a body mass index, it will represent your height and weight. But I won't say that the algorithm made from the data is discriminatory, and it is making any discrimination based on your height, weight, ethnicity, or any background. So there is the evaluation in AI also. Any other question? Yeah. Quality of data. Quality of data is initially when you collect data, it is not very much qualitative. You have to clean it. You have to, there are two kinds of data, labeled and unlabeled. So in unlabeled data, you even don't know that this is about which data. What is the feature? You don't know. You have to get insights, and there the domain knowledge plays the major role. So authenticity and what was your question? I'm sorry. Yeah. Authenticity of data is not anywhere certified. It is up to the designer or machine learning engineer, and it is up to the domain person. Thank you. Any other question?
All right. So thank you so much. It was really very important. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए ट्विंकल जी के लिए. Very important topic discussed now. All right. So moving towards our next speaker, that inviting you the next presenter who is expert into water thermal treatment process technology. They have introduced advanced efficient heat pump which can offer cold water in summer and hot water in winter. He is associated with multiple organizations and also channel partner of Adani Solar. Please welcome Mr. Romit Patel to speak on opportunities in
I request all the people who are in room, requesting you guys to please stand up. Basic phenomena of a water, the source water, the water treatment, the uses of water, wastewater treatment, again it reuse and then it is disposed. Next slide please. 96% of the total water collected is returned to the supply source. The basic thing of water is treatment of water, that is heating or cooling. Again, water is being harvested, water is being reused in terms of sewage treatment plant, effluent treatment plant. So these are the things which is people are using, but still we are lacking in terms of harvesting the water. So it is our moral responsibility to nurture the water, because there are many scarcity and many problems which you are suffering. Recently there is an example in the Uttarakhand. Even Tamil Nadu is facing. Tamil Nadu is just nearby the seashore and then suffering the water scarcity problem. The water day to day is being destroying. The clear water is being destroying. Like you talk about TDS, hardness of the water. In Ahmedabad, it is getting deteriorated day by day. So what are the things what we can take care of? So these are the facts. Next floor. So today I am giving you the fact. यहाँ पे सब लोग है ना बिजनेस वाले, तो सबको है ना बिजनेस की फॉर्म में ही बताता हूँ कि कितने रुपीस का बिजनेस है and what we can do and how water is connected to a green and clear sustainable things. So this is the market size of a water pumping system. पानी के अंदर जो सबसे important system है, that is transfer of the water. So transfer of the water is using more than 12% of the total electricity of the world. Total electricity what we are producing in the world, only water pumps are taking 12.5% approximately, and there is an incremental growing in the energy consumption. जिस तरह से हमारा पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ रहा है, जिस तरह से हमारा जीडीपी बढ़ रहा है, उसी हिसाब से हमारा पर कैपिटा वाटर कंजप्शन भी बढ़ रहा है, और वाटर की जो सप्लाई क्वालिटी है वो डिटेरियोरेट हो रही है. डराने नहीं चाहता हूं, बट इट इज ए फैक्ट. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. So India wastewater treatment market to reach by $4.3 billion by 2025. This is a market cap of a only wastewater treatment that includes effluent treatment and sewage treatment. Next slide. So this is the segment. So I told you there are 3-4 important parameters of the water, that is heating of a water, cooling of a water, transfer of a water, and reuse of a water, or harvesting of a water. So this is a market cap size of a water heater. So currently the water heater market is of 480 crore and storage heater market is of 1120 crore. This will grow day by day. Next slide. Next slide, please. So another important part of a water is the plumbing solution. How efficient your plumbing is, that will save your water, that will save energy again. So by calculating the water and by calculating the plumbing designs is also utmost important to save the water or to save the energy. Next slide, please. So this is the most important fact, that at which place how much water is being used. For the agriculture, the total power, the total water, 59% is the water consumption of the agriculture industry. So when it comes to the domestic, it is just 12%. Industries is using 29% of the water. So these are the important fact that what people are using. And the data is showing there, by 2035, there will be a global consumption will increase by 50%. So to overcome this problem, we have to use rainwater harvesting or rainwater reuse or anything which can save water. Next slide. So municipality and government is taking care as a responsible citizen to treat the water. But even we can treat the water, we can save the water. That is through, we all are using RO plants at our home. The waste discharge, we can use it to wash the utensils. We can use water faucets to save the water in the tap. So these are the things what we can do. Next slide, please. So in terms of, next slide. Next slide, please. The most important fact about water business is, that is the industrial total. Business कितना हो सकता है water treatment industry से, वो matter करता है, तो उसको ही अपने कह सकते हैं. This is from my side, and the most last quote is the positive quote. जिसे अब तक ना समझे वो कहानी हूँ मैं, मुझे बर्बाद मत करो, पानी हूँ मैं. Thank you.
जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए सर के लिए. पानी सच में हमारे जीवन में बहुत ही ज़्यादा मायने रखता है, इम्पोर्टेंस रखता है. एनी क्वेश्चंस, कोई प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हो तो? इतना शॉर्ट एंड क्रिस्प था, बहुत ही क्लियर हो गया सबको, मुझे लगता है तुरंत ही, है ना? तो सर के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए. थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर रोमित पटेल. तो इन्वाइटिंग नाउ द धरती पुत्र who is working for sustainable environment through bio-coal and agro-tourism. Please welcome Mr. Nilesh Patel from Agriculture Aroma, the man spreading perfume of his work. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम आमंत्रित करेंगे मिस्टर नीलेश पटेल.
to all of you. Good evening, all. Slide please. आज मैं आपको कार्बन क्रेडिट के बारे में कुछ बताना चाहता हूँ. कार्बन क्रेडिट जो कि इन फ्यूचर एक बिजनेस है और उससे अपने बिजनेस में कैसे लाया जा सकता है और क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ है और क्या है ये कार्बन क्रेडिट, इसके बारे में मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ. ये आप सब लोग ये क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में सुबह में सर ने बात की थी. जैसे कि आप देख सकते हो, कार्बन क्रेडिट इज अ ट्रेडेबल परमिट प्रोवाइड दैट होल्डर ऑफ कार्बन credit the right emit 1 ton of carbon dioxide or an equivalent another greenhouse gases. Greenhouse means the temperature जो अभी बढ़ रहा है उसकी वजह से जो अपने क्लाइमेट में चेंज देख रहे हैं वो ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस जो है जिसमें कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड का प्रपोर्शन और जो रेशियो है वो ज़्यादा है, तो उसको हम लोग कार्बन क्रेडिट कैसे प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं और कैसे उसके साथ बिजनेस कर सकते हैं, कैसे उसका बिजनेस कर सकते हैं, वो आप देख सकते हैं कि प्लांटेशन करने से जो कार्बन ओमिट माने ऑक्सीजन जो ओमिट होता है जो कि कार्बन को कंज्यूम करेगा, जिससे वो उसको कार्बन क्रेडिट के रूप में वर्ल्ड देख रहा है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. 1 टन अगर लकड़ा, सूखा लकड़ा जो है उसको हम लोग 1 टन कार्बन बोलते हैं, जिसमें से 3.67 टन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड प्रोड्यूस होता है. और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड 1 टन कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड को जो कंज्यूम करता है ऑक्सीजन, उसको हम लोग 1 टन कार्बन क्रेडिट बोलते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. अभी ग्लोबल ग्रीन हाउस गैस में देखेंगे रैंकिंग सिनारियो, प्रेजेंट सिनारियो में ग्लोबल ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस में देखेंगे तो इंडिया 60% पे है, चाइना 30% पे है, अदर 30% में है. तो ये डे बाय डे बढ़ता ही जा रहा है और ये जो ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस है उसकी वजह से हम देख रहे हैं कि क्लाइमेट में टेम्परेचर बढ़ने का और क्लाइमेट चेंज में काफ़ी इसका असर हो रहा है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. अभी हम देख सकते हैं कि ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस एमिट होता है जिसमें ज़्यादातर प्रोडक्शन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेट जहाँ पे होता है पावर स्टेशन में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कोल यूज़ किया जाता है, जिसकी वजह से कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रोड्यूस होता है. और दूसरा है एग्रीकल्चर में जैसे देखा जाए तो अपने जो भी रेसिड्यू ज़मीन में जाता है और ज़मीन से कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड प्रोड्यूस होता है. तो एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर से भी उसको कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड माने ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस ऐड होता है एटमॉस्फेयर में. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. इसको हम कैसे कार्बन क्रेडिट में एक्टिविटीज़ क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज़ कर सकते हैं, कैसे उसको बिजनेस के रूप में देख सकते हैं. जैसे कार्बन फार्मिंग हो गया, बायोमिथेनाइजेशन पावर जनरेशन, माने बायोमीथेन को अगर हम कोल की जगह पे यूज़ करेंगे तो मीथेन भी एक अपने आप में ग्रीन हाउस गैस है. तो कोल की जगह पे वो जो ग्रीन मीथेन है उसको हम लोग कंबर्स करके अगर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोड्यूस करते हैं तो कोल की वजह से जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड हवा में जाता है वो कम हो जाएगा. फॉरेस्ट माने हम लोग अपना कुछ फॉरेस्टेशन कर सकते हैं, कंट्रोल कंबर्जन करके ऑक्सीजन कम दे के उसको ज़्यादा एनर्जी प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं. अभी जैसे हम लोग इकट्ठा हुए सोलर एनर्जी के लिए, तो सोलर एनर्जी जितना यूज़ करेंगे उतना कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड कम जाएगा, उतना ही पावर प्लांट कम लगेगा, तो उससे भी हम लोग आगे बढ़ सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. ये जो है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इन इंडियन एग्रीकल्चर में अगर हम लोग ये सब चीज़ें अप्लाई करेंगे, इंसेक्टिसाइड्स पेस्टिसाइड्स बढ़ने की वजह से उसका यूज़ बढ़ने की वजह से भी हम लोग कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड ज़्यादा प्रोड्यूस करते हैं. और ये जो भी है जैसे जैसे हम लोग इसको यूज़ करते हैं और इसका सोर्स कम करेंगे तो भी हम लोग कार्बन क्रेडिट बढ़ा सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. इंडियन पॉलिसी ऑन कार्बन क्रेडिट 2022 में इंडिया ने बैन कर दिया था एक्सपोर्ट करना कार्बन क्रेडिट को. गोल टू रिड्यूस 1 बिलियन टन कार्बन बाय 2030 और नेट जीरो प्रधानमंत्री साहब ने जैसे बताया, नेट जीरो हम लोग 2070 को हम लोग नेट जीरो पे वर्कआउट कर रहे हैं। शेयर ग्रीन एनर्जी 50% करंट बाय 2030 हम लोग जैसे अभी इकट्ठा हुए हैं सोलर एनर्जी के लिए। सोलर एनर्जी में हम 50% कंट्रीब्यूट करेंगे। गवर्नमेंट एंड डोमेस्टिक मार्केट कार्बन फुटप्रिंट का मार्केट फुलफिल करने का भी गवर्नमेंट ने इनिशिएट किया है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल है जिसमें हम लोग इंडिया और क्लाइमेट कंट्रोल डिपार्टमेंट ने 1997 में एक एग्रीमेंट किया था, उसको क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल कहते हैं। उसमें अलग अलग ये 3 है जो प्रोटोकॉल जिसको डिसाइड किया था। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। जॉइंट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, एक कंट्री और दूसरा कंट्री मिलके कार्बन क्रेडिट के लिए काम कर सकते हैं। एमिशन ट्रेडिंग, एक कंट्री दूसरे कंट्री को, अगर मेरे पास इंडिया के पास ज़्यादा कार्बन क्रेडिट है तो वो दूसरे कंट्री को बेच के ग्लोबल ये कार्बन क्रेडिट में टेक पार्ट कर सकता है। क्लीन डेवलपमेंट मैकेनिज्म, अंडर द क्लीन डेवलपमेंट मैकेनिज्म डेवलप्ड कंट्री स्पॉन्सर कर सकता है और ग्रीन हाउस गैसेस रिडक्शन प्रोजेक्ट में, और डेवलपिंग कंट्री का हैंड होल्डिंग बोल सकते हैं अपने, वैसा कुछ कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये जो एग्रीमेंट है अपना क्लाइमेट कंट्रोल डिपार्टमेंट के जैसे ग्लोबली जो भी है वो उसमें ये ऑथ लिया गया है कि जैसे टेम्परेचर 2 डिग्री से ज़्यादा हम लोग बढ़ने नहीं देंगे। अभी हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि जैसे क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से काफ़ी सारे कैलामिटीज़ और नेचुरल कैलामिटीज़ हम लोग अभी देख रहे हैं, तो वो जितना हो सके उतना कम कर सकते हैं। ये जैसे बिजनेस की बात मैंने किया था, 100 बिलियन country submit plans to reduce year to 25. There will be a national plan for assessment carbon emission. ये सब अभी वर्किंग माने अभी इनिशिएट लिया गया है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। दो टाइप के कार्बन मार्केट है, जो एक वॉलेंटरी मार्केट है और कॉर्पोरेट सोशल CSR एक्टिविटीज से किया जाता है, और एक कंप्लायंस मार्केट जिसमें मैं बिजनेस की बात कर रहा था। वो 2 टाइप से अपने कार्बन क्रेडिट का प्रोडक्शन कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। कौन खरीदने वाला है, कौन बेचने वाला है? जिस कंपनी का पॉल्यूशन जो कंपनी ज़्यादा कर रही है, एक इंडेक्स दिया गया है जिसमें एक गोल सेट किया गया है कि एक कंपनी इससे ज़्यादा पॉल्यूशन या कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड एयर में छोड़ेगा तो वो वैलिड नहीं है, तो वो बायर है। और जिसने बचाया, समझो कि मेरे कंपनी को जो भी टारगेट दिया गया था उसमें से मैंने बचाया तो मैं सेलर हूँ। या एग्रीकल्चर से किसी ने फॉरेस्ट्रेशन किया है तो उसके पास एक्स्ट्रा कार्बन क्रेडिट है तो वो बेच सकता है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये जो कंपनियां हैं अभी काम कर रही है, और काफ़ी सारे मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज है अभी इनिशिएट किया है। अभी मैंने कल ही सुना था कि कुछ मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज है जो एयरलाइंस, उनके जो एम्प्लॉयज़ है एयरलाइंस में ट्रैवल करते हैं, तो वो भी देखते हैं बुकिंग के टाइम के कौन सा एयरलाइंस, कौन सा प्लेन कम CO2 ओमिट करता है, वही एयरलाइंस या वही टिकट वो लोग परचेज करते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये जो कंपनियां हैं अभी इनिशिएट करके इन लोगों ने काम चालू किया है, जैसे कि आप देख सकते हो, प्रोवागुंडा है, इंदौर बेस है, एक फॉरेस्ट का है एक मध्य प्रदेश का। तो वो लोग 95 वेरी पुअर रूरल विलेज विदाउट अर्निंग एटलीस्ट, ये इन लोगों ने 10,000 हेक्टर में पूरा फॉरेस्ट जनरेट किया है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। इंडिया इज़ अ वर्ल्ड 3rd लार्जेस्ट एमिटर। अभी आप अगली स्लाइड में जैसे आपने देखा अपना 7% शेयर है, तो उसको हम कैसे आगे जैसे हम लोग ग्रोथ करेंगे तो वो 10% में पहुंचने वाला ही है। तो ये इंडिया के लिए अपने ये अपॉर्चुनिटी के रूप में भी देख सकते हैं कार्बन क्रेडिट को। वो 10 मिलियन एनुअली ट्रेडिंग कार्बन क्रेडिट, जैसे मैंने बोला, इट विल बी कंट्रीब्यूटेड विजन ग्रीन हाउस रिडक्शन। पूरा वर्ल्ड जैसे इसके पीछे है क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से, तो हम लोग पूरे वर्ल्ड में भी अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। एडवांटेज ऑफ कार्बन क्रेडिट ये है, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफ़र हो सकता है वर्ल्ड के अलग अलग कंट्रीज़ में, कंट्री फाइनेंशियल ग्रोथ हो सकता है, डेवलपमेंट क्लियर, एनवायरनमेंट का तो बेनिफिट होगा ही, इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑप्शन, इन्वेस्टमेंट काफ़ी सारा देख सकते हैं, आगे आएगा स्लाइड में, डिपेंडिंग ऑन एक्स्ट्रा इनकम कर सकते हैं। अभी जो है कुछ प्रॉपर जैसे डिसएडवांटेज में मैं बताता हूँ कि प्रॉपर कुछ रेगुलेशन नहीं है, इंडस्ट्री सम माने उसका प्रॉपर कुछ गाइडलाइन नहीं है, तो अभी वो बिजनेस इतना आगे नहीं बढ़ पाया है, और आगे अभी फ्यूचर कैसे रहेगा वो देखते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। नेक्स्ट कार्बन क्रेडिट में ये काफ़ी सारा जो है फ्यूचर्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर सकते हैं। अभी फ्यूचर ट्रेडिंग जैसे है वैसे ही अभी कार्बन के फ्यूचर ट्रेडिंग में लोग कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करते हैं। इंडिविजुअल कंपनीज जो इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं, जो कि अभी इन्वेस्टमेंट करके कार्बन क्रेडिट परचेज करके फ्यूचर में बेचेंगे, ऐसा काफ़ी सारी कंपनी अभी आए हैं, और गवर्नमेंट का भी उसमें इनिशिएट है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज़। क्लाइमेट चेंज पोटेंशियली बिगर, ये बिग चैलेंज है, अपने देख ही सकते हैं, जैसे अभी अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज़ें हो रही है ग्लोबली। कार्बन ट्रेडिंग नॉट ओनली द सॉल्यूशन, अकेले कार्बन ट्रेडिंग से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। जैसे हम लोग मोबाइल एग्जिस्टिंग, जिसको हम लोग ये नेट जीरो पे जब तक नहीं जाएंगे तब तक हम लोगों को ये सब मुश्किल ही है, माने क्लाइमेट चेंज का प्रॉब्लम आएगा ही। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये जैसे था पहले थे 2020 से अलग अलग अपने जो गोल लिया है 2070 तक का, उसके हिसाब से अपने नेट जीरो कैसे जाएंगे वो इसका गेट है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। एक्सक्यूज मी। नेक्स्ट। ओके, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions on this topic? Okay. So एक बार सारे के सारे speakers के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाएंगे, because they have given us a very good session and knowledge on each and every topic. We have tried to cover, कुछ ना कुछ तो बाकी सब में रह ही जाता है, but काफ़ी चीज़ें कवर करने की कोशिश की है। तो बदलाव की किरण के लिए कुछ छोटी सी शुरुआत। तो आगे बढ़ते हैं for the awards now. तो ladies and gentlemen, थोड़ी सी, because this is the time for the rewards and recognition, show your best energy you can. All right, so moving forward for the first award of this beautiful evening, ladies and gentlemen, and the categories goes to Best Solar Inverter Company of the Year, and it goes to Sungrow Power Supply. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए everyone for them, ladies and gentlemen. और award लेने के लिए I want to invite Shri Kishan Kumar ji from NHPC. Mr. Karan Rangayaj from Acura Techniques and Sungrow. Everyone, this is the time for the celebration. After the brainstorming session, this is the time for smiles, for the rewards. Thank you so much. Before moving towards the next award, I want to invite on stage Mr. Shantanu. Mr. Shantanu, to give the award for the next category, that is Emerging Company of the Year. And it goes to Sion Solar. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And now for the next category, to give the award, I want to invite Mr. Cecil from Adani Solar. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए. And the next category for the award that goes to Cable Excellence Award, and it goes to WAA Cables Private Limited. Jordar taaliyan ho jaye. And I want to invite Mr. Jignesh Patel, Director, Nikoli Waste Management Private Limited. Big hands, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the beautiful response. So this is the moment to cherish the winning of others, and that is very important. Moving forward to our next award, and to give that award, I want to invite on stage now Mr. Rajesh Koladia, sir. Please come on the stage. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए. And the next award category, and it is Leading MMS Manufacturer Company of the Year, and it goes to Purushottam Profiles Private Limited. Everyone, come on, big hands. Mr. Sachin Agarwal, Managing Director. Solar, and it again goes to the same company, but Flotex Solar. And I want to invite once again to the Mr. Sachin Agarwal, Managing Director at Purushottam Profiles. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए इनके लिए. Next, all right. The next category is Dynamic Personality of the Year, and it goes to Mr. Kuldeep Soratia, Managing Director, K Square Energy Private Limited. So जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Moving forward to the next category, I want to invite Mr. Hari Bala Subramaniam. एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करेंगे. Our award in this category goes to Dynamic Personality of the Year, and it goes to Mr. Chintan Shah, Director, Ensive Energy Private Limited. Congratulations for your big achievement. Moving forward to our next award, I want to invite Mr. Chetan from Dymo to give the award, and the category is Best Startup of the Year. So ladies and gentlemen, please show some cheer and love. It goes to B Solar Consultant and Engineer Private Limited. This is really the moment of celebration. Big hands for the Congratulations to the winner. To give the next award, I want to invite on stage Sri Shivendra Patial sir. Sri Shivendra Patial sir is available. I want to invite Shri Kishan Kumar sir from NHPC to give this award, Excellency in Sustainability. Very important category. And it goes to Ecoli Waste Management Private Limited. Come on everybody, show some love. Big hands. Congratulations to all the winners. पुरुषोत्तम से कोई available है क्या to take the award? All right, but we can clap for them. They have won the award. Congratulations to them. Those who all have won the awards, please अपने awards के साथ एक बार stage पे आ जाएं for the group picture and at least thank you note. कैसा लग रहा है आफ्टर विनिंग दिस? एक बार सारे अवार्डीज के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजाएंगे जितने भी उपस्थित लोग हैं. थैंक यू सो मच. एंड नाउ मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप सब लोग एटलीस्ट एक एक शब्द अपनी थैंक यू नोट में बोलें.
Yeah, good evening everyone. I'm Ketan Vora from VA Cables Private Limited. First of all, thanks to the jury member for honoring us with such a prestigious awards. We are into cable and wire segment, and within 3 years, we have achieved many success and milestone. Recently, we have been awarded as the Best Product Brand 2022 from Vyapar Jagat as well. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I am Prayag from Ecoli Waste Management. So first, I want to beg pardon everyone because I wore a casual instead of formal clothes. Everyone I saw are wearing a formal clothes. So actually, we have just got the idea that we are gonna get the award. So thank you so much. Also, we got a award from the Vyapar Jagat as well. So we are the pioneer in the field of the biomedical waste. We are providing services to Ahmedabad as well as the nearby regions. We are the pioneer of the biomedical waste treatment facility. We are also the pioneer in e-waste recycling. So here all are sitting are most of from the solar field, as far as I know. So at the end of the day, we are gonna get that waste which you are gonna produce by selling your solars. So thank you.
I myself, Anil Gupta, Managing Director of B Solar. We are into the EPC solar, as well as we are doing the consulting for solar big mega projects also. We are in the business of DG sets. We supply the DG sets also and the servo stabilizers also. We just started 5 months back only, the company. We have reached across more than 1 megawatt for solar, the commercial as well as the residential. We work on the principle of customer satisfaction, relation and hard work. This only gives us the strength to move this competitive market. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chintan Shah from NSEM Energy Private Limited. This award is this is for our teamwork. Our team is very efficient and they are doing very well in the market. Basically, we are into electrical power protection and power system business. Schneider, Siemens, ABB, Comab, into hybrid. If we talk about particular for solar, we are into hybrid systems, which gives a generator, EB and solar. We can control the system and give the best power and power to load. That is the system. Okay. And thank you, our host and the jury member for giving me this award. Thank you.
Energetic evening, everyone. We all are the energy people, so show some energy. Energetic evening, everyone. Good evening. Myself, Kuldeep Sorotia, and I am the director of K Square Energy Private Limited. We at K Square are working into two different verticals. In one vertical, we are doing residential and industrial solar project, and in the another vertical, we are into the distribution of the solar product. So you can say that from needle to helicopter, anything you required in the solar project, we are supplying those material. And currently, we are having 700 plus of B2B client base into the solar industry, and some of our clients are already sitting over here. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So thank you so much for your kind words and definitely बहुत ही खुशी की बात है कि आपको जब अपने काम के लिए एक्नॉलेज किया जाए. तो नाउ मूविंग फॉरवर्ड, और अब हम लोग हमारे जिन्होंने यहाँ पर स्टॉल्स में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है और अपना प्रोडक्ट को शोकेस किया है, हम उनको मोमेंट ऑफ एप्रिशिएशन करेंगे. उसके लिए मैं बुलाना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर शांतनु को ऑन स्टेज. आ जाइए ऑन स्टेज. और this category moment of appreciation, token of appreciation, we are going to give to Sion Solar. Sion Solar. and Save Energy Private Limited. And Save Energy Private Limited. हाँ सियोन सोलर से आप सर बहुत लेट आए, हमने कब से नाम अनाउंस किया था, कोई बात नहीं. अब मैं एनसेव से शांतनु भारद्वाज को बुलाना चाहती हूँ. चिंतन शाह, एनसेव से मिस्टर चिंतन शाह. थैंक यू सो मच. नेक्स्ट अवार्ड देने के लिए मैं इनवाइट करना चाहती हूँ श्वेतल शाह फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए सर के लिए. सर forward to the next award. खजित केमिकल प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Those who all have won any kind of rewards and recognition. Thank you so much. And now we are going to give the certificates. Here we go. To all those who have given their intellectual time today. बहुत सारा बोलते हैं कि बातें, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि दिमाग से शुरू होती हैं, और जो एक्सपर्ट्स होते हैं किसी भी फील्ड में बहुत सारा रिसर्च लगता है उसमें, तभी आप कोई टॉपिक पे बहुत अच्छे से बात कर पाते हैं. तो आज बहुत सारी आपने बातें सुनी, बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो हमें नहीं पता थी लेकिन किसी ने उस पर रिसर्च करके आज हमें बताया. तो अभी हम लोग अवार्ड्स जिन्होंने आज के दिन में बातें करी है वो सारे के सारे स्पीकर्स को हम लोग सम्मानित करेंगे. तो उनको मैं सम्मानित करने के लिए सबसे पहले आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ हमारे महेंद्र जवेरी जी को, जो सर्टिफिकेट्स देंगे हमारे सारे स्पीकर्स को. आ जाइए सर. Solar. He left. Mr. Nilesh Patel, founder of Agriculture Aroma. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Next goes to Mr. Hari Balasubramaniam, Janita Electronics. Big hands for him, ladies and gentlemen. Next one is Mr. Chintan Patel, Sancheza Structures. Is he available? All right. Next, Dr. Shilpa Patel, Podguru Consultancy. Next goes to Mr. Rajesh Kotadia, Jasya Consultancy Private Limited. Mr. Rajesh Kotadia. Next goes to Mr. Shantanu Shirshat, Session Growth New Energy Company Limited. जोरदार तालियों के साथ बुलाएंगे. Our next speaker, Mr. Romit Patel, Surya Solar and Water Private Limited, जिन्होंने आज हमें बहुत Next speaker from Geo Institute, ट्विंकल चावड़ा. जोरदार तालियों के साथ सम्मानित करेंगे इनको. बहुत ही गहरा टॉपिक. Congratulations, and can we clap for her, everyone? Next goes to Mr. Sachin Shah, Star Energy. एक बार जोरदार Next is Janitza Electronics, GmbH from Germany. Zordar. Acha, you got already? But this is again for the participation, sir. So thank you so much for participating. Or now, thank you so much for participating. I want to invite next Shwetal Shah and Shantanu Bharadwaj from Government of Gujarat. जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम इनको सम्मानित करेंगे. Thank you so much, sir. समय निकालने के लिए. Shenzhen Growth New Energy Company Limited. Nobody is available from Shenzhen Growth? Yes, sir, please. Congratulations once again and thank you so much for participating. सर आपको रुकना है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात आपको देना है वो। अब मैं बुलाऊंगी NHPC लिमिटेड, द टू पर्सनालिटीज जो सुबह से लेकर अभी तक उन्होंने हर एक चीज़ को बहुत ही बारीकी से स्टडी किया है और सबसे ज़्यादा आज की जो सेशंस है उसमें क्वेश्चंस भी पूछे हैं। तो आपका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद सर, आपकी उपस्थिति बहुत ही ज़्यादा मायने रखती है। Congratulations. अब मैं बुलाना चाहती हूं SJVN ग्रीन्स एनर्जी लिमिटेड। कोई अवेलेबल है SJVN ग्रीन एनर्जी लिमिटेड से? ओके, नेक्स्ट डाइमो से कोई है? ओके, थैंक यू सो मच ईच वन ऑफ यू जिन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया, अपनी प्रेजेंस, अपना वक्त, अपना समय दिया। और अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहती हूँ, मैंने पहले भी जिन्होंने स्टार्ट किया था वही ख़त्म करेंगे, तो मिस्टर भावीन पटेल जो द मैन बिहाइंड द सीन्स, राइट। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका स्वागत करेंगे हम मंच पर और वो आपके साथ कुछ बात करेंगे बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट।
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग अगेन। एनर्जी बहुत कम हो गया है। ग्रेट, सो थैंक यू वेरी मच एवरीवन। आप लोगों ने जो भी सपोर्ट दिया ये इवेंट को सक्सेस बनाने के लिए, एवरी स्मॉल कंट्रीब्यूशन, एज अ स्पीकर, एज अ गेस्ट, एज अ सपोर्टर, एज अ डेलीगेट, एज अ विजिटर, क्योंकि हर एक छोटी चीज़ बड़ी होती है कहीं सोच से, और वही सोच आगे जाके बड़ा पेड़ बन के या फिर बड़ा सपोर्ट लेके एक दूसरे को आगे जड़ से मजबूत बनाती है। यही चीज़ों के लिए शायद हमने ये एक छोटा सा इनिशिएटिव लिया था। एवरीवन हैज़ सपोर्टेड वेरी वेल, इंक्लूडिंग स्पीकर्स। अगर स्पीकर्स को अगर मैं माइनस करूं तो ये शायद इवेंट इतना सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो सकता था। एंड दूसरा कि अगर स्पीकर के पास क्राउड नहीं हो तो मज़ा आएगा आपको? That's right. आएगा मज़ा आपको? ग्रेट। तो बट ये एनर्जी जितने भी लोगों ने अवार्ड लिया उसमें से आ नहीं रही है। भाई अवार्ड का मजा नहीं आ रहा है क्या? तो आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही है? भूख लगी है? ग्रेट। सो अभी मैं ऐसे दो लोगों को बुलाना चाहूंगा जो ये इवेंट के बैकएंड में सपोर्ट है स्पेसिफिकली, जो शायद काफ़ी सारी ऐसी एक्टिविटीज़ हैं जिसका अप्रिशिएशन उनको नहीं मिलता। वी वुड लाइक टू अप्रिशिएट देम एज वेल। सबसे पहले मैं बुलाना चाहूँगा रूही दुबे को, जो आपका सुबह से ध्यान रख रही है और सुबह से आपको सपोर्ट दे रही है। सो आई वेलकम जूही दुबे, सॉरी। और उसको अवार्ड देने के लिए आई इनवाइट शिल्पा पटेल। सो भाइयों जोरदार तालियां हो जाए एक बार जूही के लिए. थैंक यू. सो अभी ये इवेंट का आप जो भी देख रहे हो, चेयर्स, वेन्यूज, सिटिंग, सपोर्ट, उसके पीछे जिसका हाथ है, मतलब अगर समझ लो कि हम आते हैं, कंफर्ट नहीं मिलेगा, खाना अच्छा टाइम पे नहीं मिलेगा, या बैठने में भी अगर तकलीफ होगी तो उसके पीछे हम किसी ना किसी को गाली देंगे. बट वो जो सामने कभी दिखता नहीं है, दैट इज द इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइजर्स. तो मैं अभी इनवाइट करना चाहूँगा ये पूरी इवेंट के पीछे जिसने सपोर्ट दिया है, हमारे इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइजर फ्रॉम ईटीसी इवेंट्स, मिस्टर करण पटेल. करने से पहले काफी सारी नाइट जगना पड़ता है. सो ही विल शेयर हिज एक्सपीरियंस.
भाविन भैया कीधु पण मैं कभी एक्सपीरियंस शेयर नहीं कर पाता हूँ. मैं माइक में बोल नहीं पाता बिकॉज हम लोग बैक एंड सपोर्ट में रहते हैं. सो बेसिकली मैंने इनको ये जब इवेंट्स उन्होंने मुझे बताया था तब ब्रीफ, तो मैंने इनको सब बताया था कि ऐसे ऐसे हम लोग प्लानिंग कर सकते हैं, ऐसे हम आप अवार्ड्स प्लानिंग कर सकते हैं, एग्जीबिशंस कर सकते हैं, इसमें मैं आपको ये सारा सपोर्ट दूंगा. सो बेसिकली मैंने वो किया और आज आप लोग आए और इनकी इवेंट में बहुत अच्छा सा ग्रो किया है और आगे भी आप सब लोग सपोर्ट करते रहेंगे और हम आपको ऐसे ही एंटरटेन और सारी चीज़ करते रहेंगे बिकॉज इवेंट का एक नाम है एंटरटेन. थैंक यू.
सो थैंक यू करण जी, ऐसे ही एंटरटेन करते रहिए सबको. उनको वोट ऑफ थैंक्स और सपोर्ट देंगे अमित कुमार जी. सो भाइयों अभी मुझे आपसे कुछ चाहिए. सॉरी भाइयों और बहनों, ये इवेंट के पीछे शायद बहुत सारी मेहनत लगी है, टाइम भी लगा है. सो मुझे आप लोगों से फीडबैक चाहिए, वॉलेंट्री जो भी फीडबैक देना चाहता है. सो टीम हमारी है विथ माइक एंड सपोर्ट अवेलेबल, और शायद स्टेज पे अगर शेयर करना चाहे तो विल बी वेरी हैप्पी टू सपोर्ट ऑन देयर फीडबैक. एनीवन?
So thank you organizers for such a wonderful and a thoughtful initiative. I'm sure for many of us sitting in this room are going to open many horizon or the business opportunities in coming years or months. So it's now time for all of us, because we all are entrepreneurs. We have invested our time, energy and efforts. So the ROI matters a lot. So I'm sure organizers would also be very, very happy if we can make up such connections, some connecting dots out of this event, and we can make really a fruitful approach out of this event. So congratulations to organizers, Bhavin Bhai and Pradeep Bhai, for this great and wonderful thought process that you had, and I'm sure it is going to bring tremendous results in months and years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shilpa Ben, for your motivating words. Anyone else? Okay, no issue. So, for the people who are sitting here, we have some of the stalls available at them. Those who have already not visited the stalls, I request them to visit the stalls at least once, and do visit them, because they have also made a lot of efforts to put all the equipments over here, their team on their part, and to give you the solutions proper for you. So I request you everyone to have a high tea and the snacks available at the backside of the stage, and then do visit all the stalls available over here. And once again, would like to thank you everyone who has been participated, who has been visited this event or been supported this event through their multiple ways. One request, small request for everyone who is leaving from the back side. We need to take a group photo for everyone. So please come on the stage so that the team can arrange for the group photo. Please everyone, be quick. On stage.
Okay, I guess everyone can come on the stage and join. We can have that आधे लोग बैठ के आधे लोग खड़े और आधे लोग उससे ज़्यादा खड़े हाइट के हिसाब से, जैसा हम स्कूल में किया करते थे, क्योंकि सारे लोग तभी आ पाएंगे अगर we are going to take the group picture. But this is for the memories definitely. Because at the end of the day, we are all a team. We are growing together. We are working together. We all have to help each other. So this is what the motto of this event, and that has reached to the point after this superb and informative session with all the great speakers from across. You can say that you have selected a very good speakers on the, you can say that not only speakers, but the experts from the different fields, and they all have done a very, you can say that justice to this. श्वेतल शाह जी एंड शांतनु भारद्वाज जी आ जाइए प्लीज. कोई भी काम सर तब तक अधूरा रहता है जब तक सरकार उसमें नहीं जुड़ती है, चाहे कितने भी एंटरप्रीनर हो जाए, सरकार की जगह कोई नहीं ले पाता. और भी जो लोग हैं प्लीज आ जाइए ऑन स्टेज. एवरीवन प्लीज आ जाइए सर. फोन पे हम लोग कुछ देर के बाद में बात कर लेंगे एक दूसरे से. प्लीज आ जाइए जितने भी लोग उपस्थित हैं अभी भी ग्राउंड में. यू कैन मेक अ सी और आधे लोग आगे पीछे करके. या फिर आगे बैठ जाए, अगर बैसी जाए तो चाल से. एक लाइन और बना दीजिए, आगे बैसी जाइए नीचे. यंग लोग को बैसी जाए नीचे. Young by heart. Frame is fine now, right? Okay. Smile. Can we show the victory ka symbol, everyone? So finally, the intellectual session comes to an end. Do visit the stalls, and you're definitely gonna find the different products. And very important, do visit the stalls. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, everyone, for making this event super successful. This is MC Juhi Dubey thanking all of you, to each speakers, to each listener, to the event managers, to the photographers, to the one who have created the stage, everyone, each and everyone, to the hotel staff, everyone I want to thank, because एक event तभी successful हो पाता है जब उसमें पूरी की पूरी team साथ में काम करती है. तो एक ही बात कहना चाहूँगी, और उस बात को कह करके मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम दूंगी कि तेरे दर पे मेरा नाम होगा, तेरे हर कदम पे दुनिया का सलाम होगा. जिन मुश्किलों का सामना किया है आपने हिम्मत से, जिन मुश्किलों का सामना किया है आपने हिम्मत से, कल ये वक्त भी तेरा गुलाम होगा. सो थैंक यू सो मच. एक बार फिर से जितने भी लोग हैं आप सबके लिए तहे दिल से धन्यवाद. और ये बात कह करके मैं जूही दुबे यहाँ से विदाई लेती हूँ, अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
हेलो, मैं NHPC की तरफ से इस फंक्शन को सक्सेस बनाने के लिए जो एफर्ट लगाए और स्पेशली जो अभी होस्टिंग थ्रू आउट फ्रॉम मॉर्निंग टू टिल इवनिंग, पूरी इंथुजम के साथ, पूरी मोटिवेशन के साथ, और हम लोगों को कंटिन्यूअस एक रिदम में कंटिन्यू करने के लिए जो उनका एफर्ट था, इसके लिए तहे दिल से NHPC की तरफ से बहुत ही शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि इतने अच्छे से ऑर्गेनाइज किया। और हम लोग जानते हैं NHPC वाले, जब किसी फंक्शन को हम लोग होस्ट करते हैं तो कितनी रात और दिन की मेहनत करनी पड़ती है। उस मेहनत को आप लोगों ने इतने अच्छे से किया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया तहे दिल से, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद स्पेशली इनका। और वो जो मैम, क्या नाम है उनका, जूही रियली वो एक फ्लावर की तरह हमेशा खिलती रहे और मुस्कुराती रहे। थैंक यू
वेरी मच सर फॉर योर काइंड अप्रिशिएशन। थैंक यू वेरी मच एवरीवन। एक छोटा सा अनाउंसमेंट था, नरोत्तम जी आने वाले थे यहाँ पे ये इवेंट में, बट उनकी एक दिल्ली विजिट की वजह से वो अभी तक नहीं पहुँच पाए हैं। सो इवेंट डिले हो रहा था, तो वी हैव टू टेक द डिसीजन, स्मॉल डिसीजन, तो अवॉइड जो भी उनके लिए जो भी खेद आया है, दैट इज रिग्रेट फॉर देम। एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच एवरीवन फॉर कंट्रीब्यूटिंग एंड सपोर्टिंग अस। थैंक यू एवरीवन।